Just meeting. So we will start. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
That's just so it picks up on the recording. It's 9 o'clock, July 24th, and we're in our 5th day of grievance. So Cindy's here for 44 Ives Road. And you can begin whenever you'd like.
Well,
My name's Dan Bode.
Hi, Dan.
I work for the assessor.
Okay.
And for the purpose of the hearings, I gather whatever information you're submitting and then
Right.
give that to the assessor.
So yeah, 2 years ago, they reassessed our whole road and our lots went from $5,000 to $35,000.
Oh, wasn't just yours.
That was the entire street.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I did a grievance because so they did ours as 2 lots and they were supposed to be combined as 1 lot. So as 1 lot, it's 0.97. So it's not quite an acre. So it is unbuildable. We do have power and water run to the lot and a little shed on it. So they at the time
Is
put
it- the shed, it's a little
tight,
shed?
yeah, like 8
Has
by
it
10.
always been there?
It's been there for 5 years, yeah,
Okay.
or whatever, yeah. So because we owned the houses on both sides of that lot before.
Oh.
So we sold the one, then we sold the other one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so anyway, we so I did a grievance and they put it down to 27,000 and we compared it to the 2 lots at the top of the street, which are well over 2 acres each and are only assessed at 35,000. So I was okay with the 27,000 because we do have power and water there, even though we can't build anything. But this year they did a townwide reassessment, put it back up to 35,000. And the other lots are still only, I think, 37. I can pull them up on here, but you can look them up too. It's the 2 empty lots at the end of Ives Road.
Okay. Is that in your note or letter?
Yeah, it should be in my letter.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, we're in our RV, so I don't have a typewriter. And I mean, I don't have a way to print.
Oh,
That's why I wrote
okay.
that.
No, that's
I
no
thought,
problem.
who is this crazy person?
No.
Nobody writes.
No, lots of people still write them.
But I haven't written in so long.
Yeah, I know.
Did you see how it was like, oh my
Did
God.
your hands
Oh, no,
hurt
this
after?
doesn't seem
My
that-
hand
No, but
starts to hurt
it
when
was
I
like
do
barely
that.
readable. I'm like, that's the second time I wrote it anyway.
Oh,
So,
well, I can read it.
so I can see why the assessor might have gone and said, oh, we got to bring this lot up to the other ones, but we've already been upped in 2 years ago.
Mm.
So, and in the last 2 years, the property values haven't continued to go up another 300%. So,
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have any idea of exactly what the nature of the reason for the increase. I'm sure that it is explainable, but I don't have that at hand.
yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they just said, oh, that lot's got to go up to 35 because every lot on the street is 35,000.
Okay, yeah.
But a 0.97 acre non-buildable lot should not be assessed as much as a 2.5 acre buildable lot.
So you feel what would be an appropriate value?
Just go back
would
down to
be-
the 27. I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
we can
I
do
just
that.
think it was kind of a double whammy, like, oh yeah, we reassessed this road. Let's do them again, and I think it could easily be somebody looking at a piece of paper going, why is that lot less?
Yeah.
But we do have a letter from the septic guy saying it's not buildable because it doesn't meet the codes. We had to have 300 feet from the shared well.
Oh, okay.
So, and that put it way up in the back corner. And if we built something, we don't want to have a half-mile driveway to get to the back corner to put a house on it.
Oh. What person was it that told you that about being unbuildable? Well, not the name, but what they're.
Oh, we had a septic guy come to do
Oh,
a design to see if we
okay.
could build on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because those lots were made in the 70s and they were all buildable. And then the rules changed and they become unbuildable. And they really should have been grandfathered.
Hmm.
But I had been down here talking to them and they're not. So
Yeah. Well, that seems all your assessment of the situation seems logical
Yeah,
to me.
thank you.
But it'll be up to the assessor. What happens is from here, after the assessor gets your letter and whatever I may have written here, he'll review the property
Okay.
information and either make a change or not. So you'll get a second notice.
All right, so wait to pay it until I get the second notice. I'll
Uh,
wait to pay until I
Oh.
get that notice.
Yeah, well, the notice will
Will it
show
show-
the change or no change.
Okay.
You won't get a bill before that notice.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you meant
Oh,
by pay.
okay. Well, I knew
Oh,
that,
yeah,
I
no.
think I paid it in August last year. You just
Yeah,
kind
Yeah,
so
Okay.
this year it's gonna be later.
Okay,
Because because our
did the
grievance is
townwide
taking so
thing.
long, normally
Okay.
what happens is grievance is finished in like a day, maybe two. We're taking a whole week this year.
well, because they did it townwide.
Right.
So,
So,
yeah, everybody's got to
so
get
grievance
adjusted.
has to finish and then we send our final assessments to the state. Then they come back, they set our tax rates, and then we're able to produce bills.
Okay, so I'll just wait till I get a bill.
Yeah,
Right.
you probably won't see those until, they probably won't be going out till about like mid-August.
Okay. All right. well,
but the
thank you.
purpose of that notice, I just did want to finish up here. Not only to tell you what, if any changes made, because it will show, as the first one did, it will show the old and new value, which may be a value that was different or the same. And it also will tell you about the available options for if an owner wants to continue to seek resolution.
Okay.
There's other things that can be people that would be involved with making another change.
Okay.
So yes, it'll be important for you to
Read that
consider
letter.
that.
Yeah.
That should be in about 2.5 weeks
Okay.
approximately.
Right.
But you've really laid it out quite clearly here.
Yeah, it was pretty simple because of the
Yeah.
two lots on my own street. I didn't really have to go any further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the notice won't give you any explanation about
It's fine.
um,
What they're thinking.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that if you really felt the need to find out, it may be possible for you to reach the assessor, but normally he's not calling out, initiating
Especially this year.
conversations. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very busy. Yeah.
Yeah, and there has been a readjustment up here. It's just, yeah, we own that house at 36 for 20 years,
Oh,
36 Heights Road. And I tried to fight the assessment and they kept saying, no, that's what it's worth. And so for years we paid tax on that. And then it took me 2 years to sell it for like 20% below what I'd been paying tax on it.
wow.
So, yeah, so that's why I'm like, no, I'm not going to do this again. I'm going to go down. If it was worth that, it's
Yep.
worth it. But if it's not,
Right.
It doesn't hurt.
now if I had
try.
held it till 2020, I would have made money on that house.
You couldn't foresee what did happen.
I
Yeah.
sold it in 2018.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Well,
What are you gonna do?
yeah.
I mean, 20 years is 20 years. How would you think it's gonna, how would we ever know that was gonna happen?
Right,
You know,
right.
So, whatever.
Well, no, we're glad you came in.
All right, thank you.
We'll see what happens.
Appreciate it. All right.
All right. Well,
Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
you too.
Have a
Thanks.
nice day.
Oh, yeah. I'll try to remember that. So you won't have to.
Think. Oh, maybe it is. Hi, Victor. You
Hello.
can you can unmute. Perfect.
Thank you.
So we have Victor here for 141 Mountain View Road. That's correct?
That's right. And
Okay.
I'm a little bit early, but it sounds like you're ready for me.
Yeah, that's okay. You're talking to Sarah, and my name is Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor, and I'm the person who gets to hear what your information is
Yeah,
and pass that on to him.
yeah, terrific. And so first of all, thank you so much. I know this is a huge process across this whole reappraisal process, and I'm not expert in these things, but just wanted to make sure a few things were taken into account. And so, do you have my letter and photographs?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Did you email those then?
Yes, so I emailed them,
Yeah.
and I thought Sarah said they were received on time, and so I'm sorry, you said you do have them or do not have them in front of you?
Oh, no, we have them.
Oh, you
Well,
do?
looking at them at the moment, but.
Yep. No, we have everything, I believe. I'm just gonna double check this, but
It's very simple. All it is it's a sort of a letter, 2 pages letter with a few photos at the end of the letter.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was just on the back seat of the side of the back sheet. Yep.
Yeah. So very simple. And then Sarah very, helpfully sent along my card, because I actually didn't have the card in advance. That was maybe my fault not to ask for it in advance. And because I just want to make sure things like that it was baseboard heating was taken into account. It seems like it is now that I read the card in detail. So in terms of my bullet points, I just wanted to make sure that one, it is a property that has the upstairs, which is our vacation home, and a little downstairs finished basement that's a rental unit. We rent that to people locally, so it's not like an Airbnb or that sort of thing. Unfortunately, we had a young man who didn't take very good care of it and have extensive damage now to the basement, and I need to, it's taking me a while to redo it. So the second bullet point, I just want to make sure that it was taken into account, this baseboard electric, no AC, that sort of thing. It sounds like that is all on the card. And that, there have been no significant improvements. We try to keep it up okay. And then on the fourth point, just when I'd been, when I look on Zillow of what I can consider comparable properties, I was just surprised at a reappraisal at 287. I was thinking it was more in the lower to mid twos. So I just included a few sales that might be somewhat comparable, and that sort of thing. So that's the background on the basis, it's just, as I know you're probably seeing a lot of homeowners who are surprised flattered, but surprised at the new level. And I just wanted to make sure that certain things such as the basement is finished, but it's always been in a very modest state. It's a very modest rental, small apartment. And so I just wanted to make sure that I didn't know how that could be taken into account. So that's basically the basis of the grievance, or the asking for some further consideration. I was expecting it to be more in the 230 to 250 range rather than a 287 range. So I'm not sure what further, but that's an overview of basically for this property that I was hoping to be taken into account. Are there any questions I can answer? And again, thank you so much for all the work on this. I know it's a big pain. And I guess I did have a couple of questions just looking at the card that maybe would help me in terms of, like, I know there's one line on the card about the basement finish evaluation at 34,400, I guess. I'm just wondering, like,
Yeah.
how that's assessed. So that was just one question. I just don't know exactly how to read.
Yeah, well, it's basically a square foot uh, figure, and at some point, the the basement may have been measured by someone visiting, or they may have had to estimate. We don't know necessarily.
Sure.
And the rate of finished area, the rate per square foot would be less than what it would be for the rate per square foot on the first main floor.
Okay.
Which seems would be appropriate.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
is there insulation in the basement area?
Um, there is, light insulation. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of dampness down there. I run a dehumidifier year round, and actually, I did do some work this past year to try to reduce that damp. And actually need to probably replace a lot of moldy
Uh-huh.
siding. But anyway,
And so you can have tenants year round or any time of any season of.
yes. So I did have a full-time tenant.
Yeah.
He worked local. He's a local bartender,
Uh-huh.
and that sort of thing. So it is set up to be able to do that. Actually, have the wind. Actually, I probably didn't get the best tenant that I could have because it is a very modest place and some of the windows need to be replaced and that sort of thing. And it is
Oh.
electric baseboard heat, so it's not a very efficient place to rent out full year.
Uh-huh.
Typically in the past, it had been rented out to someone on ski patrol just in the winter months, was how it was used before.
Right. Right. Um,
And so it's just, it's always been a very modest little apartment. And unfortunately, I just had very bad luck with a tenant who left last June, and I'm still digging out from that process.
yeah. So you don't live there full time though.
That's right. No. So, and then, the main house, the main, entry story rather than the basement,
Right.
and the upstairs is just a, modest, place that we go on weekends in the summer and for skiing in the winter. So I live in
Sure.
Massachusetts.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, I should say that the increase is due mainly to sales, but
Mhm.
the reassessment process uses all of the sales that took place in town
Yeah.
um, for the past 3 years, ending with
Yeah.
March 31st. So
Yeah.
it is being influenced somewhat by
Of
those
course.
sales.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
know that the market's been, very hot. I mean, in the last, especially 2 years. And so that's what, and again, I
Yeah.
know there are algorithms that you all use to, try to be the fair sort of point there. And when I was looking at what it felt like comparable homes, they just seemed a little bit more, in the two, I have an example there. But
Yeah.
anyway, so
Well,
just because it is a pretty modest place. That's
I think that the issues that you've addressed in here with including your photographs may be useful for the assessor to um, consider,
sure.
a different value. So what'll happen is um, you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks
Mhm.
showing change, if any, or no change.
Right.
And it will also uh, tell you about other options further down the road if you want to seek uh, more change
Sure.
after getting your notice.
Mhm.
So keep an eye out for that.
Okay.
And I think you've you've got it very clearly explained in here what you feel. So that
Okay.
should really help the assessor.
Sure.
So I
Okay.
guess we've gotten through it as far as we could.
Yeah. I think that's really, just what I wanted to, make people aware of. That's all.
Yeah,
Exactly. All right.
sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll look forward to, hearing what's the decision based on some, some of this little further information. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Victor.
Okay.
Glad you called. Yep.
All right. No, thanks so much for all the help.
Okay.
Have a
Bye.
great rest of the day. I know it's a busy day.
Bye.
Bye now.
Okay. Here, moving right along today.
So far.
Are you Patrick? No? What's? Oh, yes, okay.
Oh.
Like I recognized your face, but I couldn't remember. Okay, so the next ones should be on Zoom as well. And they are at 9:30. Um, yes. Do you? Well, I mean, if you have stuff that you want me to have, want us to have for copies, it's better if you just wait and then I can make them while you're speaking. Otherwise, if you go downstairs, they're gonna probably charge you. But if it's stuff for us, you can just bring them with you and I'll do it when it's time. I'm not really sure, but I know there is a fee. But I can't remember. Okay, per page or,
Yeah,
yeah.
oh, yeah, well, per property.
Oh, for the property cards, we don't charge anything.
Oh, you know.
Nope,
Yeah,
not to
I guess
print property
a lot of
cards.
Places don't charge.
Yeah,
And I was
if it's
surprised to
anything
learn
from
that-
like the recorded deeds,
Oh, okay.
those are
other
charged.
things.
Yep, but our property cards are free.
Yeah.
I know some towns charge, but
I think
We
the
do
owner
not.
should have fees for the
yeah.
owners, at least.
What else was I thinking? So you can come and sit right up here. Okay. So we have the Bayards here,
And
and they are for 284 Old Mill Lane.
That's not our address, is that what you? We're 112 Larson Road.
Oh, yeah. What's the card I printed?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have written it wrong. Sorry. I've been erasing and rewriting people all week. I must have just left the old address. So he has your right address. So it's for, which one was it? 112 Larson Road?
Yep.
Okay.
So my name is Dan Oakley. I work for the assessor,
Mhm.
and I'm here to gather whatever information you're verbally, and also
You have
we
the,
have all your printed
Yeah,
material.
right, right,
All of that will get passed on to the assessor.
right.
So you're welcome. Right? Oh. Thanks.
It's a microphone, is it?
It's just because we record our sessions.
Oh, I
because it's
see.
an open meeting.
Okay,
Anything that comes up on the screen, it's just so that if anybody would want to look at it later, they can hear us.
okay, that's good, yeah,
Or if you wanted to
Yeah.
look at it,
fine,
it'll be available online.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it right here. All the information.
Okay, so yeah, I guess you can go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
you have my letter and I just,
yeah, I haven't read it yet. You could briefly describe it.
I'll just go through.
You
it.
don't have to read it, you know,
Right,
or
yeah,
just whatever
I'll
to.
elaborate on it.
Yeah, yeah, oh, great,
Okay.
yeah.
So the number one is that we think that the value placed on the land that you're assessing it at is too high.
Okay.
And
land-
comparing it to, if you get the map
Yeah,
that we submitted,
this one?
yes. Now, we border the Ketterer property. And the Ketterer property, we're assessed at almost $900 an acre more than this property, which has road frontage on the Sherrill Road, which we do not. We have no road frontage. We have only the road frontage with access from Larson Road, which ends at our gate. So we have no road frontage at all, except for maybe 10 feet
Oh,
at the gate there. That's
The end.
it.
access, yeah.
Yeah. This
Right.
property, this property is very much like ours, the same terrain, everything. It was all originally one piece of property with ours. It was split.
Oh,
So we don't understand why we're assessed at, well, I got $898 an acre more than that property.
okay.
And
This-
then,
this one, right,
yeah, the Ketterer property,
um,
you see it.
which one?
Yeah, it borders us.
Oh, okay,
It borders us,
Yeah.
Ketterer,
yeah,
and goes
Mhm.
down to Sheer Hill
Okay.
Road, where they have a good deal of frontage on Sheer Hill
Mhm.
Road. We have no road frontage whatsoever,
it's right in that little corner.
right here.
Yeah.
Just where Larson Road ends and our road begins.
Mhm.
So I think we figured we maybe have 10 feet. About 10 feet there.
Right.
If you- Yeah, we share the road with the Ketterers.
Oh, okay, so
we
it is
We
shared,
share
yeah.
a private road here.
Okay.
It's locked off with a gate when we're not there.
Mhm.
We can do that because we had this is where Larson Road ends.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't understand why we're assessed at almost $900 an acre more than a piece of property that has road frontage, which we do not, and which has the same terrain and same
Mhm.
kind of trees and everything about it.
So it's,
Yeah, plus the fact that our land is very, very steep. It's not even developable in this area because it slopes down here.
There are two mountains.
There are two mountains. on
Okay.
it, Yeah, so it's,
And compare it with
Yeah.
that.
then this property here, the Copelands,
mhm.
is a very big piece of property, which has a lot of frontage on Share Hill Road. It doesn't have any houses on it, it's just land.
Mhm.
But it's assessed at $2,029 more. We're assessed at about $2,000 more an acre than this property, which borders ours. I don't understand that whatsoever.
Okay.
Why would we be assessed so much more? And this property is, I mean, it's very much like ours as well. You can see it borders it here. We know this property pretty well in this area at least. So that is one thing. We think we're assessed too high for those reasons.
For the land.
Yeah. Okay. Then in addition to that, we have a deed restriction. And I pointed out here where it's recorded in the land records book,
Oh,
if you wanted to look it up, but it prohibits development on our land. We have a deed restriction with the Ketterers. Neither of us can put any other development on the land other than one house each. They
Each.
can put one house, we can put one, and that's it. So it's not land that's developable. You can't, nobody could buy it and in the view to developing it. So that is our second reason.
okay.
And we also noted that there's no marketable timber on our property. We had it appraised by a forester a number of years ago. There's no marketable timber at all.
All right.
So have I covered everything with the land,
So,
pretty much? Yeah.
it's mostly cleanup
Yeah,
from all the wind.
Yeah,
storms that we had.
yeah,
You know, the trees.
Yeah.
that collapsed
yeah.
Because of the wind.
Oh.
storms.
It needs a great deal of.
So there's a lot of dead tree,
a lot of dead trees.
timber? Yeah.
No timber.
No,
No,
not a lot of timber.
Yeah.
but,
maybe.
No, yeah, I meant a lot of dead timber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's not really marketable.
yeah.
I don't know if that figures into this or not, but that's the case. So, okay, so the fact that we're appraised so much more per acre than our neighbors is the first one. And then you get to the house,
Mm-hmm.
which has only 5 bedrooms, not 6. It's listed on
Okay.
the property cards.
That's easily changed.
Yeah.
I should mention that the bedroom count doesn't actually directly change the valuation.
Yeah.
No, it's important and we want it to be accurate on our records.
Right.
But it won't make a difference in the valuation. But it's easily changed to
And
5.
You count any room upstairs as a bedroom? Is that how it's done?
Uh,
I mean,
No.
the study is not.
whatever you call bedrooms, that's what
Oh,
we would record it
No, we
as.
only then have 2 bedrooms.
Even though you could
3
use,
studies.
okay, okay. That's no problem.
But it doesn't change anything, so what does it matter?
Yeah,
But
right.
6 bedroom, what was it?
They
That's
said they had
incorrect.
6.
So we would say it was how many? 3 or 2?
2 bedrooms and 3 studies.
Okay. So we won't change the total
No,
count.
no,
We'll leave that as it
Well,
is.
It does change because you
Oh.
had 6.
I know, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it should have been 4 then originally?
5 altogether,
5 altogether. Okay.
3 and 2.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just cross one off here. Okay,
But the real thing here is that the house is in poor condition.
oh,
And when the assessor or the lister, whoever came in 2000, was it 2020?
20, the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a lister.
I took him around and showed him, and there's pictures of those windows. They've deteriorated since then.
Oh,
And all of our 27 large windows need to be replaced,
really?
which,
We got an appraisal that you were throwing, like 80,000.
yeah, that was 4
Is
years
it
ago.
because they're just old, or was there something defective about them, or?
They weren't great windows to begin with.
Okay,
And
Well, they
But
were
they're-
okay, but the element up there, it's
very windy and damp
windy and.
oh,
that it gets
and
Oh.
can deteriorate.
yeah. So the value of the house, I think, is too high because the replacing those 27 windows is a horrendous expense.
Mhm.
That's why we haven't done it yet. But
And
you have,
anyone who would run the house. But
it would-
yeah,
it would probably cost today about $100,000, don't you think? They, Pella, we had appraisals from Pella
And Anderson.
and Anderson, and they said
Mhm.
$80,000, and that was a number of years ago. Also, the porch needs to be replaced.
oh, rotting,
It's
rotting wood,
It's
okay,
old.
okay.
So those are basically what I said in the letter. And what-
Yeah. Oh, those are all important talking points there. Oh, I did want to just check maybe a couple of things on the property card. Do you have your copy of the property card?
This one?
Yeah, just briefly.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So I see, do you still have the outbuildings that there's listed three,
Yeah.
a
there's
shed,
a
a
shed,
barn, and
there's a barn
Living-
and
Yeah, they're still standing, but they're
Okay.
about to.
oh, yeah, the
Oh,
little-
okay.
Yeah, the little house is probably going to have to be taken down. It's totally.
you call it the little
Well,
house? Yeah.
it's a little one room.
Yeah, they're calling it living quarters.
Where is that? I don't see.
Uh,
I saw that, but I didn't understand.
Oh, you have, okay, this property card is a slightly different printout, and it would be
No, I never printed it.
on the back side, I believe. Yeah, okay. So it's in these, it's listed at the bottom of these columns here, reading across living quarters.
Well, it can't, it's not living, I mean, we store stuff, but you can't live in there.
No, it's.
But it was at one time
It was Mrs.
available.
Larson's
100 years ago.
It was what?
It
house.
was,
It was Mrs. Larson's house. 100
Oh.
years ago.
Oh, really?
yeah, it was this, Mrs. Larson was a Swedish lady who moved around into this area around the turn of the century.
Well, it's
And
pretty small,
it's,
but
well, she
12 by
had-
20?
She had a big house that burned down
oh,
and.
this was remaining after.
This, no,
Oh,
it burned down in, it was in the 40s. And my father and some other people built her this little cabin. You
Yeah.
have 12 by 20. It has nothing in it. It has no running water. She had a well and she had a pump in the sink to get under.
Oh.
And it has
And no electricity.
no electricity, of course, no bathroom. She had an outhouse in the barn. It's just a tiny little unlivable shack, basically.
Yeah.
We
now.
used for storage.
it's not getting much values. It actually is being assessed at probably what, even if it was called a shed.
Yeah.
Um,
What do they value it at?
it's the far right, there should be a number
They
here.
say 12 by.
It's, it says 8790, so 8,790. For a 12 by 20,
Yeah,
um,
right.
is it in really poor condition?
Terrible. Condition. It's in terrible condition.
Okay, so
It's-
that would be, that's important.
I would say it's not worth anything.
It's not
You
quite
could-
ready to fall, or,
Just about. It's
Oh.
jacked up on one corner. There's a
Oh.
big cellar hole next to it where her original house was.
yeah,
It's about
Oh.
to fall into the cellar hole.
really?
So somebody came and jacked it up
just to keep it from
Just,
falling.
yeah, yeah, Alan Davis did that.
I suppose you're not ready to spend money to have it demolished yet, or,
Well, all these things cost.
yeah, right,
money,
that's what I
and
mean, yeah.
That's the problem.
If it's not hurting anything.
It's
then
not hurting anything. It hasn't
So-
fallen down yet, but I would say its value is zero.
The condition definitely needs to
Yeah.
be.
I mean, it's all rotted out inside. We store a few things in there, but nothing valuable.
Did it ever have like insulation or anything in it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Never had insulation, never had a bathroom, never had running water, never had electricity.
Okay.
Um,
Well, that's an easy, an easy case for an adjustment.
Yeah, I think it should be,
Downward.
yeah, because it's just gonna fall down, and when it
Well,
falls
if-
down, that's it. That's it.
If, when and if you ever do get it taken down,
Yeah.
make sure and let the assessor know,
Okay.
because it will still be on the records for some small amount of
Uh-huh.
valuation.
Okay,
So make sure the assessor knows,
okay.
and they'll
Yeah,
take it
that's
off.
good to know.
Yeah.
How much is the barn value?
That would be off to the end of the column here. So it'd be. Oh, actually, this printout doesn't actually show the value. You did get the other one at some point?
Yes, I have it on the
Okay,
computer. I
so I'll
didn't-
show you one,
Okay.
right? So,
Running right down.
the barn is listed for 12,700.
Say it again.
The barn is 12,710 rather. 12,710.
Is this kind of like replacement value or something?
To some extent, but it also takes into account condition and quality, whenever that's relevant.
Yeah.
It's showing as being in average condition, but is it not average? Is it,
The roof needs to be replaced.
okay,
The roof needs to be replaced.
I mean, the barn is, we use the
And
barn.
it's
Yeah.
coming off
But-
the stone
Yeah,
foundation.
it needs work.
It needs.
it says built in 1996, does that sound?
No.
No, that barn.
1986, sorry.
No.
No. no,
Oh, okay.
no, the
That
barn
goes
goes
back.
back.
What
to-
might that be?
Well, the barn goes back to when they did the little house for her, as far as
It
I
has
know.
to go back at least to the before, at
Okay.
least, if not earlier.
Well, we can do that.
I don't actually know.
I never, never thought of that.
Yeah.
It's always been there.
But she had the outhouse in the barn, so,
Yeah.
and it's still there, the outhouse that was in the barn, so
That's pretty simple.
it goes back into the 40s at least, and maybe earlier.
And the shed is valued at,
What is the shed?
the shed value is 1270.
What is
What
that?
is- what is
What
it?
do you mean by shed?
Is there a small shed, 8 by 8?
Oh,
There's
that's where we store the wood? Is that what you
Oh.
mean?
Could be, yeah.
off the porch.
It's off the porch.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, is that it?
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's
How much is that value?
1270. So yeah, it's this corner piece right
That's
here.
The
Yeah.
only thing there is the roof, the porch roof.
What you-
Oh,
It's on the ground.
there's no side, are there sides to it?
They're just,
It's all
north
open?
and it's all, it's.
One, the house
It's
is
it's-
open on two sides.
On two sides? Oh, okay, so the two sides that meet the house itself. Yeah.
No, no, it's open here and here.
Maybe we can see it in the-
Here
let's see the back.
and here?
Yeah, because this is the porch is open
Oh, okay, I see.
and
So
so
then
it's closed
there's
here.
just a wall here.
Yeah.
Okay. Two sides
to keep
open.
the elements out
Okay,
and to keep the wood dry.
yeah.
And it's all on ground, what is it, on rock, ground,
Yeah, it's on pebbles.
pebble.
Yeah, the foundation is whatever there might be or not. It doesn't not relevant, but I'm gonna make a note that there's two sides open. Okay, thanks. Okay,
So that was valued at 1270?
yeah,
And the little house, Mrs. Larson's little house is falling down. What did they have the value on that?
oh, that one was 8790.
8,790.
Right. So we're running out of time here. So I think we've covered all the base points that you had in your
Right, I hope so.
in your letter. So
Right.
the assessor will certainly be reading this and considering what should be done.
Okay.
You'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay, can we request that the notice be
You sent
Can't-
email or something?
sent by email? Because
Well, that's the first time this has come up. What do you?
The notice,
you see, the thing is that we live in New York. That's our,
During the winter.
during
And
the winter. So that's our mailing address, but we're not going back, so we don't get.
Oh.
the mail.
Oh,
so where would you like it mailed? It has to go by mail because by law, we have to do a certificate of mailing with the post office.
Okay, so.
It's a Vermont statute.
So
we
send it
put-
So
to
we
our-
can send it to a different, it's on
yeah,
your
We
letter?
put it in care of King at 49. That's our neighbor. We can get that through him.
yeah, 49.
That's the mailing.
49
address.
Larson?
I'm
Okay,
taking care of King.
Yeah.
okay.
Just
Aaron King.
Eric. 49. All right.
But is it possible that, I know you're gonna mail it, but could I come into the office and pick up a copy or something like that?
If you, what I could do is set myself, like a task, and when we do the mailing, I'll make a note to do that for you.
You give me a call?
Yeah, or I can email it
Oh,
to
you
you,
can
but
email
what
it.
I'll do is I'll just set myself a task, like to remind myself
Yeah.
that, because I'm not sure what day we'll be mailing them. But then I can at least give you a call and just see if you want me to send you one by email.
Yeah,
I could do that for you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
But it still has to be, there has to be
It'll still go in
one
the
sent.
mail,
back.
it has to. That's something
Right.
that covers my end.
Yeah, right.
And it's, you say about 2.5 weeks to.
Approximately, yeah.
About that, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, glad you came in.
Well, thank you.
It's
very
been
much
useful,
for listening
and,
to us and,
The assessor will get all of our discussion here
okay,
as well.
yeah, good.
All right, well, good luck with everything.
Have a great day.
Thanks for all your help.
You're welcome.
Of course, that's what I'm here for.
Thanks. That's fine, yeah.
Have
Bye-bye.
a nice day. You said yours is 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, don't worry, I'll set for you.
Yeah. Good
How are you
morning.
today?
I'm doing fine. Yourself?
So far.
So we've met, I'm Sarah, this is Dan, who works
Hi.
with the assessor. So we have Thomas, it's Mahan,
Man,
Mahan, for 5 Little Brook Drive,
that's correct.
perfect.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that, I've been into your offices a couple times, and the town employees have been very, very accommodating
Oh.
and,
Oh, it's
So I-
nice to hear.
not like, things back where my main property is, but, so I also understand that there's been an increase in the home values, but I think that my assessment has been a little bit higher than what I would have thought it
Okay.
would have generally have been,
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
And if you don't mind, I'm gonna, go through and read some notes that I put together, and I
Okay.
can give you copies of these pages.
Oh,
Okay,
we
you
have
already
something.
Have some.
What do we- Okay, so this is the additional, yeah.
Yeah, the first two, the first 3 pages I give you in written are gonna be over the first page, but it kind of summarizes some of the things that I've
Mhm.
already given you. Okay?
Yeah.
So, again, in summary, from the, looking at the tax card, yes, my house was built in 2005. There have been no improvements or renovations to the house over the course that I've owned the house.
Okay.
And it's a modest house. It's not anything that's spectacular. It's not a custom-built house. It doesn't have a lot of, extra features in it. It's just was something that, we would use to come up as a ski house in the winter and, a lake, go to the lake in the summer. So just, recreation, okay? And I see you have some pictures that I
Yeah,
have given you before.
thanks.
Okay. According to the uniform appraisal data set, which I have gotten from a website, and I can give you this page so you can have that. The UAD rates homes with a quality of Q1 through Q6. Q1 being a custom home, Q6 being constructed by the property owner and not a professional contractor. Okay. I would assume that my house probably falls in the Q5 range of this, which means that the home meets the building codes with no substantial defects in any way. There are painted or wood veneer cabinets. My cabinets, my kitchen cabinets are actually used cabinets. They were
Huh.
taken from my parents' house when they
Really?
renovated their house, their kitchen. So I took their old cabinets, which are now in my house. Okay. So I think that I would fall into that. I have laminate countertops, which fall into this group. Fiberglass or plastic tub and showers. There's no tile showers or anything specific with that. There's basic fixtures and low plus flooring. That is the definition of a Q5 house. Okay, so it's on the lower end. So it's not a custom house, but it's, to me, it's perfect.
Is
Okay?
that in your letter, in this letter, or is it only on there?
It's on this, and I will give
Okay.
you a copy of this.
Great,
Okay.
great, yeah.
And then this is, I highlighted here, the website where all of this data comes from.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so if you want that, I'll give that to you now.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But I know you can read
If I
this,
can, if I can
or do
get
you
a
want a
copy.
copy? Okay,
Okay.
Sarah could do that after, or even now. Yeah.
Okay. Sarah, do you want to stay? Because I have a couple other things I could probably give you to make copies of. Okay. I wanted to point out something on the tax card. The tax card lists my house as 2,931 square feet of
Okay,
living space.
Mhm.
That includes 1,175 square feet on the first floor, which includes a mudroom.
Mhm.
600,
Oh, no, actually, that number wouldn't include the mudroom.
well, it does.
What you're calling a mudroom may be not lit. What part were you calling a mudroom then?
This area right here.
Okay, so then we probably should relabel that as,
Okay.
is it closed off from the rest of the house? Is there a door there?
No, there isn't a door. There's
Oh,
the main
okay.
door. And then you have, places to hang all of your wet
Yeah.
clothes and things like that. There isn't a door.
It's just always open.
It's always open.
So
Because if I-
that's a factor that determines whether it would be called
Okay.
regular living space,
All right.
or it is a mudroom. It's a mudroom, but a
It
mudroom.
was designed to have a mudroom, but when they put in the heating system, there's,
Yeah,
there's no regulator to that specific spot.
yeah,
So it would freeze.
Okay.
So
yeah.
okay.
Well, we
I'm
would,
fine. I'm fine then.
we would have, if it was closed off, we would just call it an enclosed porch, which is called, that's a mudroom.
All right.
So anyway, that would explain
All
whether
right, so-
living space. Yeah,
I'm really not complaining about the
No, that's okay.
1175. The 674 for the second floor.
Mhm.
I also would like to point out a little bit is that the
Sure.
house is a cape.
Yeah,
Okay,
I can.
so the
Yeah.
674 is the floor space.
So that would be, this is what they sketched
Yes,
from either in-person measurements or from a plan.
they got it from the plan.
Okay,
So this is actually the floor space, okay?
Yeah.
But the knee wall comes up. So you actually lose like 18 inches on either side here.
Where, what would be the knee wall height that you would be going by?
The knee wall height is 3 feet.
Okay,
So, yes, it's
Yeah.
14 feet, but I can't use it. Use some of
Okay.
that space. So,
so
I'm
what would
just,
be the width of that space then?
I would say it's 12 and a half by 12 and a half.
Okay, so that would be this section right here?
Yes,
And so-
both of
Or
these,
both ends?
both ends.
Okay, so I'll make a note of that.
Okay,
12 and a half on each side.
okay. Now the
Well,
plan,
so when we use a knee wall estimation, we normally use wherever it starts to be 5 feet high. Normally, and anything lower than that would not be part of the considered living space.
I would say you come in 18 inches from because it's a pretty steep thing, so
Oh, so you're coming in 18 inches from,
So I'm coming in
Yeah.
18 inches from the
okay,
from the
I
14.
got it. Yeah, all right, that's
Okay.
clear. Yeah, okay,
The finished basement, you have listed as 1,082 square feet.
uh-huh,
I did pull this document from Zillow, which is that you should not include space that is below grade in the finished
yeah,
fin, to finished space. It says a home with 1,500 square feet above grade and 500 square feet below grade cannot be compared to a home with 2,000 square feet above grade.
Okay.
The majority of my basement is below grade.
okay.
I know you have this picture. Okay,
Yeah,
I think you have this picture.
yeah,
Okay, this is the picture on the other side of this. Okay, so I come
oh, got
from
it.
the front to the
Yeah.
door and then the door to the back of the house.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a picture that I have on the opposite side. I ran out of color in my print.
Oh, that's okay. So, yeah, I can see
So
the height
you can see the height
or lack of it.
or the lack. I would estimate that 25% of my basement is above grade. So that should be included in the, with the finished space should be
25, okay, so 25% of what,
of the 18,
of what was?
1,082.
Yeah.
Now, this is my neighbor's house. And his finished basement is included in the estimate. But as you can see, the majority of his basement is above grade.
Yeah,
This is my neighbor on the other side of the house. And again, you can see the basement is, significantly above grade.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then the two homes across the street where they have the basement clearly out of
Good, which-
ground. Okay,
Okay, that's legitimate.
all right. So that's page 2. I will give you copies. of all of this, but
Great.
You don't have copies of it. On the, getting back to the beginning of the
Mhm.
written document that I submitted earlier. Yeah. Again, as I said, the town has been very accommodating to, some requests, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that. However, when I asked if there was a file that they had listing all of the different reappraisals, they said no. But on the website, there was a PDF file that listed all of the properties, had property cards or so reassessment values. For all of the
Values,
cards,
yeah,
values.
yeah.
It had the original value from 2020 and the revised value.
Exactly, yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
So in my profession, I do a lot of computer work. So I'm retired. I took the PDF file, converted it to Excel, and looked at homes that were listed with a previous value of of $260,000 to $280,000. I think that was the range of where my home was previously. Under the property card, my home was 260,590. Okay, so that was the low end of that range. All right. There were 104 properties that came up within the range that I had sorted. It eliminated any new homes that were created, and I only looked at properties that said house and land. If it,
Right.
if it had, building and something like that, I excluded that. Because maybe I thought that that was a commercial property and they would not be relevant to,
Yeah,
you
haven't looked at that list, but
Okay.
that could be why. Yeah.
so I sorted and there were 104 properties that came into the range.
Oh,
Under the reevaluation, my house increased 61% from 260,590 to 419,460. The average increase for the homes within the range that I selected was only 44.7%.
okay.
So, or 120,000 versus my house, which increased 160,000. And I said there were no improvements or renovations to my home during this period.
Okay.
Another thing that surprised me is that only 16 properties within the 260,000 to 280,000 range have a higher reassessment value than mine, which surprised me. Okay, mine started at the lowest end of the range, and there were only 16 properties that had a 16 properties that had a higher reevaluation. And then so under the 2020 valuation, 95 homes within the same sort were valued above my house. Okay, so of the 95 homes that were valued above my house, how did I, all of a sudden jump
Mhm.
like 82 of those homes?
Yeah.
Statistically, that doesn't sound right.
So what would you feel would be the range that you should be, or would make
Okay.
sense for you?
That
to be,
was this
Oh.
page
Right.
goes with this.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
saw that.
I am giving you the stats
Oh, okay.
for this page.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will give you this and you can make copies of that.
okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also looked at the homes on my my road.
Oh,
This
okay.
is Littlebrook Drive.
Is that in
HSS
here as well?
Yes,
Okay.
HSS Meadow, okay? And actually, this relates to the second page here,
Oh,
okay? So if you're looking at the notes on the second page,
Oh,
that
right.
relates to these last two schedules,
okay.
okay? My house increased more than anybody else on the street as far as total dollars, $158,000. I've done nothing to the house.
Mhm.
Yet there's been two houses, which number one, it was under construction during the first valuation, and it's completed construction now. And they have a 49% increase. Mine is a 61% increase. And theirs increased 140,000, mine increased 158,000.
Okay.
Second house, which was total remodel, increased 61%. I can't see how my house increased
So you,
so high over the course of the period without me doing anything.
what kind of value would you consider, or range of value to
Well,
consider?
that's my third page here.
Oh, okay. We are just about run out of time for our
Sorry.
hearing.
Yeah, we have a
Um,
little bit more time if you want.
Oh, okay. There's a gap. Yeah.
Yeah, we
okay.
do have a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
My third page
Sorry.
is, I'm comparing, assuming
Oh, yeah.
that I have, there would be an adjustment in the square footage of the house. I looked at other properties that are in my development that have similar square footage, which would be revised square footage. This 2931 would come up somewhere about 20, 2230, here somewhere around there. So I'm comparing it to three other homes that are on Davis Mowing, which is the next street over, but it's in my development.
Oh,
Those homes are listed 384, 364, 390. I think that's probably the range that I should be in. And I do understand, that there's going to be an increase in valuation, but I think this is more appropriate.
is this a page you're giving to us?
Yes, I'm going to give you that.
Oh,
page,
okay, because yeah, I was wondering, but yeah,
Joe. Okay,
okay, yeah. That seems quite quite a good comparison. What was the is that the source of the basement finished area that you were referring to?
the 25%.
Yeah, what was that from?
I'm just estimating.
No, I mean, what was the authority of the source of the statement that,
That was the Zillow.
okay,
This
so
document.
that's Zillow, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure what the source was for that. So you did look through the other details about the house that seemed more, I guess they were correct.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um,
And basically, the one thing that stood out was the 2,900.
yeah,
And I did want to make one other comparison when I'm looking at here. My neighbor's house here, HSS 7, that is the house that I do have a picture of, that's this house here. It's my direct neighbor's house.
okay.
They were listed at 285 initially. My house was 260. Okay. Their reassessment is 402. I'm 419. Again, stat wise,
Yeah.
doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is your picture though.
Yes, it
So
is.
you
But
take
I
that
can
one.
give you all the pictures because I don't need.
Oh, okay.
I'll just put them in order for you. Okay. I want to thank you very much for
Yeah.
listening to me today.
Let me explain that what happens now is the assessor will be using all this information and reviewing information. And they'll decide if they make a change or not. And you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks. To let you know what, if any, value change took place or if no change took place. And that notice will inform you of further steps we can take.
Okay.
Get,
Do you have, you have the page one.
Oh, yeah.
I
I
was
have this.
looking for that. If you can just make copies of the handwritten pages,
Sure.
that would be fine.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then you can have all of the all of the pictures. I don't need
Okay.
any of these.
Okay.
I don't need any of the pictures.
Okay. So you, I'll make copies of it.
Yeah. Not that it's really relevant, but do you rent out or do you just
No.
use it as a second?
We just use it as
seasonal
a,
or whatever?
it's for, just for my family.
Yeah.
We used to rent a long time ago. Not this house. When we would, come up, we would rent a house. And, we would rent the same house basically every year.
Yeah.
And every time we would come back, there would be something else broken and we would ask the owners what happened. We had somebody come in for 2 weeks and, and they broke this or they broke that. So, and they really didn't do a whole lot to repair. And when my wife and I decided that this would be something that we would like to do, and eventually we'd like to retire up here.
Oh.
I'm retired right now, and I'm just waiting for my wife to retire. So, when we made the commitment, we said do this. We said we can't rent out the house. If
Yes.
we can't afford it without renting, then it's not something that we really want to do. So then that, of course, made, she said, oh, we're going to do this with the bathroom. I said, no, we can't afford all of that.
Nice.
It would be nice. We're not going to have, we're not going to have all these fancy shower heads. and everything else. This is basic. So, and she's been very happy with it. It's perfect for us. Okay, we can come up and the family enjoys it. I have a couple grandchildren. They come, they go skiing, or we go to the lake, and they can still come up. No. Oh. Yeah, I live in Bethany.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit, further south than you, but, it's not a bad drive. And, we get up here fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So again, thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, good luck with that.
Have a good day.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
So our next one is until 10:30.
Oh.
About 5 minutes. And who is that? Diane and Ken Macy. And they're gonna be, it looks like, on Zoom.
Okay.
And then everyone else for the whole morning till 1:30 is all in-person people. Must have been yesterday. I'm like, where I have this person with all these pictures, and I'm like, it must have been somebody we already talked to. But she didn't say that. She didn't say it like in the email that it was that she had already come in.
Oh.
Laura Winter. Oh, yep,
Winter.
Monday.
Yeah, that sort of.
It did to me too, but I figured it was somebody coming in. So I'm just taking anything people send me. I've made little folders in my email under, yeah, for like stuff that I'll have to attach, but I'm putting it the day that they came in for a meeting.
Oh, yeah, that's.
So I know at least that way I get them out of my inbox, not looking at them constantly.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have somebody, is it today? I don't think it's today. We have people coming in that are gonna be grieving. Um, um, oh, they're our next ones. I'll tell you about it after.
Okay.
Hi, Diane. You're next, so you can go ahead and unmute. It looks like you're unmuted, but I can't hear you if you're trying to talk anyways.
I see it.
Oh, there we go. I hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. So I just wanted to make you aware that we do record our sessions just for future reference, and it's it's an open public meeting.
Okay.
So you could end up hearing or seeing other people in our meeting room or come up on the Zoom, just so you know.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready, my name is Sarah. I'm the one that spoke with you through email, and Dan is here who works for the assessor.
Okay. Good
All right.
morning. Okay. I wrote mine out. I'm going to read it. I sent it to you earlier. I don't know if you got it, but I just sent it. So you probably haven't seen it yet. But I'll just read it. It's in regard to the reassessment of 92 West Lake Road. My husband, Ken, and I have lived on Westlake Road for 30, our assessed value was increased by 72%. In 2021, we filed an appeal with the town and Board of Civil Authority presenting extensive comparative research, topographical surveys, analysis, and photographs. We had several in-depth meetings with the town officials, and after a long and arduous process, we received the town's letter. And I attached that also. That was dated March 30th, 2021, from Elizabeth McEwen, Chair of the Wilmington Board of Civil Authority. In that letter, she stated, "We found this property to be very difficult and not of the same value of the lister's comparables. We therefore adjust the land value to $150,000 for a total value of $375,990. This finding addressed and supported a long-standing condition, which in 2021 acknowledged that we had been paying excessive taxes for years. Please consider the following. In 2021, after an in-depth study and deliberation regarding our property's unique and challenging nature, the town properly adjusted the land value, reducing it by $150,000. In 2024, the town increased our home's assessed value by 72%. We ask that the assessor recognize the 2021 decision and likewise lower our land value by $150,000. The new 2024 assessed land value of $645,960 minus 150 would be $495,960. That would be an increase of 32%. We respectfully ask that a fair solution be adopted. I'm 70 years old, my husband is 80 and a veteran. Please don't tax us away. Sincerely. And I included the decision letter from the 2021 Board of Civil Authority. There's a lot of research put into this, and I did not include it here because it hasn't been that long, and I hope that you consider that decision in 2021.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty clear what has happened in the past.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I hear you
Can you
talking.
hear me now? Any better?
Yeah, I have it up pretty loud. Okay.
Oh, that
Try
one.
this one.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a battery, obviously.
So this is good right now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, great. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I believe the way that the new reappraisal treats the history of what happened with the BCA. Normally, whatever change was made by the BCA, it's taken away for the new reappraisal, which could mean that it would be probably necessary for you to present the data that you used for the BCA hearing for
Okay.
the assessor now. That's just my guess. I'm not too familiar with a situation like this, and I am basically here just to get your information as best as you can from you, either verbally or whatever you submitted, obviously,
Okay.
in documents. And so that's what I may expect to happen. Do you have all of that data available yourself that was used for the BCA hearing?
Yes, I could put that together.
Okay. I wouldn't say that you should do that right away. Well, actually, you should. If you can submit that in a PDF form,
Okay.
or by photographs, whatever was used, uh, uh, in an email to Sarah,
Okay.
that could be also would be able to give the assessor, and so that would have to be here by 5 o'clock on Friday, if
Okay.
that's possible.
Okay.
And I did print the things I saw the email from this morning, so I printed those, so we have those.
Okay, good.
Is
So
that what you already sent then?
no, I just sent
Okay.
the letter that I just read and
Oh,
and
okay, okay.
photo of the house and property and also the 2021 decision letter.
Yeah, the
Um,
statute says that any documents to be used have to be in by the time that we end the hearings, which would be 5 o'clock on Friday. So that's
Okay.
why there's a deadline
Okay.
for that.
Okay, I understand. Then that could help you at least visualize and understand what
Yeah,
our-
it's
is
pretty
like.
much standard procedure that decisions made by the BCA or other bodies of authority after the reappraisal is done, those are removed for the next reappraisal.
Okay.
So this is a normal process. So yeah, that would be great when he can have those as well, and look them over. It doesn't guarantee a particular change. You will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks
Okay.
to show what, if any, value change was made, or even if there was no change. That second notice will come in about 2.5 weeks, and that will mention the typical procedures after, such as the BCA that you did with already in the past, and the other options available to you.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it'd be a matter of waiting to get that letter. And what you did explain today seemed accurate, and so that'll be useful as well.
Oh,
And
okay.
I noticed there was a second page here for the garage parcel.
Yes, yes, that's on the other side, and that's separately owned. That's not part of this parcel.
Yeah, okay. We just had it here just in case it was.
I guess I wasn't sure if it was that you were gonna be talking about both or just that one.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
Oh,
no,
that's
just
fine.
land, the house.
Yeah, okay. Uh, Well, I guess we pretty much covered what we needed to cover.
Okay.
And so it's good that you called in today, and we'll just have to wait and see what the assessor does.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sarah, and
oh,
thank you for your time.
You're quite welcome.
You're welcome.
All right, and I'll get in those forms. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great, thank you.
So it's funny because I noticed while she was talking, I noticed there were only 2 lights lit up on there, but all 3 of our microphones were on. So I was like, uh-oh, somebody's isn't working, but I didn't know which
Oh, I
one
didn't
was
realize those.
working or
Yeah,
not.
there's one for one for
Right,
each.
so when I turn off that little red light,
Yeah.
but it doesn't always go
It's
off.
it,
Like sometimes it'll show that it's on, but it's not enough battery that they hear us on the thing.
oh,
So all there could be 3 lights on and we don't know which one's working and not
oh.
because the battery's not truly dead yet.
Yeah. Wow.
These batteries, they don't last. I feel like as much as the police cars.
Yeah, you'd think it would last longer than that.
Right?
I mean, they're
I
they're
guess
9-volt
quite
battery.
a
Of
bit,
course, there's different quality batteries, I suppose, but still,
but- Right.
yeah. Well, I guess we just have to keep replacing them if they.
45, they should be coming up.
Yeah, I'm keeping the other parcel because Russ that may be something he'll want to
So
know
one
about.
is in her name, the other one's her
Yeah,
husband's name.
yeah. And then
But they both were in the emails to me
oh,
back and forth when we were talking.
yeah.
And the email didn't say, it was just, I'm gonna grade my property, blah, blah, blah. And then she didn't send all that documentation until today. So I just
Oh.
printed both because I was like, I
Yeah.
don't know
Well,
which one she's reading. But like she said, it is technically separately owned from
yeah.
the house. So,
But it could, and it's just as well that it's here, the page is here, so
yeah.
Russ can see that and know that they own the parcel right next to it.
I don't know if it's right next to it or.
Oh,
if
it may
it's
not be
across the
right next to.
street.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure.
Yeah, sometimes the garage is on the other side of the road.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially near Lake Laverne.
yeah,
I want to say that's where they are, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, Westlake, actually.
Westlake, okay,
Yeah.
so the other side. So it actually might all be on the same side.
Oh,
I just
yeah,
know that they're different addresses.
yeah.
right? And I want to say there's addresses in between them. So I don't know that they're even touching.
Hmm.
Let me look it up, actually.
I guess, yeah, if it's just for parking for cars, I mean,
Uh,
he'd probably look it up and to see on the town view or whatever, where it's located.
Yeah, so the. Oh, I guess, okay, so they are across the street from each other.
They are.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
This is where the house is.
Yeah.
That's the parcel with the garage.
Oh. Hmm.
So this is the one they're grieving.
Hmm.
Where you are, you're on the way.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're. Like, oh, the computer wouldn't let me do color yesterday.
really? That's odd.
See that?
Me
They
too.
actually, it looks like they have half. I don't know what all that is. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like they can go right to the bar. This is the garage. I get it that people are all worried about the tax. You know, to say. don't tax me.
I know. That's really,
That's a tough one. It's also your second home.
you're right, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, sorry.
Yeah, that's a little, it's it's a little too emotional, I would guess, as I would say.
I get it. It sucks. Meeting. So we are recording.
Okay.
For our purposes. And so you have 15 minutes. So I'm Sarah.
Pleasure.
This is Dan, who
Hi,
works
nice
for
to meet
the
you.
assessor. So essentially, he's going to take all of the information that you have to give. He sends it to the assessor, and you get a reassessment, kind of like a second look, essentially.
All right.
Whenever you'd like to
Yeah.
start.
So I'm new to the whole process. So, yeah, I was kind of a little bit caught off guard. I've owned a house in the past, but it was never quite a jump like this. So I was never too worried about it. You know, incremental increases. This is a pretty dramatic jump. So upwards of 40%. It went from, I think it was 160 to 170 all the way up to 200 and something. I was like really taken aback by it. I was like, holy moly. We only bought the house last year. So and so that was kind of one of the things too. And there's a pretty big valuation over what we bought it at. And, you know, considering the valuation, I wouldn't have purchased it at that price, to be honest with you. There's just so much we've got to do to the house. So some of the things that have to do is if you look at the picture of the house, the little shed on the end is an example. It has a leaking roof. It's got to be replaced. Now, granted, it's an entryway. It's not really a livable space. It's really where we walk into the house. Yes. Yes. We just call it the shed. It's really the entryway. It's right here. So that's got a bunch of issues. It's not on a foundation. Space underneath it. It needs essentially a roof. But it needs
So it's totally enclosed.
Yes.
Is it open to the inside of the house?
No, there's another door.
There is a door.
Yes. There's just a screen door on that. And they actually have the door.
Okay. Is it?
No. No, not really. I mean, there might be insulation. I'd have to pull something off the wall to do it. But again, it's a crawl space. There's definitely no insulation under the floor.
Yeah. Is it finished inside though?
It's wood slat, and I don't know if it's drywall or some kind of old panel over the top, but it's actively wet. Like I can feel it. So it's got to come down. I've got to do work on it. In the picture, there isn't really a good picture on this particular one. Let me show you this one.
Whatever you have might be.
So this little outbuilding here, I actually have to do it. covered the spring.
That's not- Oh, we said that.
Actually, that's a separate thing. So if you look at the square
Yeah.
footage, there lists a garage or an outbuilding that no longer exists. That was in such bad shape, they had to tear it down.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted that part. Oh,
We call it the shed or the entryway.
um, yeah, that probably should be what we would normally call a porch.
Yep. And that's very similar to the end here. So this is essentially a sun porch. It only has a screen door leading to the outside. It's all windows all the way around, and our actual insulating door and insulated wall is right there. So we only use that in the summertime. It's very hard to use it. Yeah, understand totally. Yes, totally gone. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, totally decrepit. It was completely unsafe structure. I work in construction. If I walked in there, I'd have condemned it immediately. Like, no way, get out, stay away. It was bad. Yep.
That's the detached garage?
I believe that's what they call it. Yes. Yeah.
Tear down.
Yep.
So it's not usual that.
That doesn't get caught. Yeah, totally understand.
It would have been noticed that
Yeah.
it wasn't there. But this was the first one.
Yeah.
I'm crossing it out.
So one thing I'd be curious about is what you guys used for comps and how you actually did it. I tried looking, and considering the age of the house of 1908 and the condition, I couldn't personally find anything, but I'm not a real estate person either. So
Well, yeah, I can explain a little bit about the process. Not great, it is complicated. The reappraisal used sales, all of the valid sales that took place in the town for the past 2 years, ending first, going back to together.
Yep.
And so the reappraisal system, all of those sales, more or less, various parts of the company. And the assessor is running that system. Creating values.
Yep.
So as far as the increases, percentage-wise, there's a big range of low to high.
Yeah.
And not that it would make you feel any better, but your value changes. What is sort of very roughly down.
all right,
So there were others that were
both ends of the spectrum. Yeah.
lower.
Yep.
But it really comes down to the particular house,
Mhm.
judged by on its own. You know,
Sure. So I'd love to point out a couple other things too, just as I kind of looked at this, and I'm not great at reading them. I really only looked at it today.
okay. Well, I can explain whatever.
So it lists a fireplace that's totally blocked, unusable. The chimney flue is not even big enough to use our furnace. So
Blocked in what way?
it's physically blocked at this point. It was an unsafe fireplace, so it's bricked over.
So it can never be used.
Yeah, it would take a total
Exactly.
rebuild. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, well, we
Mhm.
can, in that case, and there was only that one.
Yes, there's only one fireplace.
So
Yep.
that would definitely be, as long as it's rendered.
Yeah, it's inoperable for sure.
rigged up or unusable.
Ridiculous fire hazard. Yeah, it was like 2-3 inches in some spots or something like that. Nowhere near adequate. So that's gone. I'm not sure that the description of the basement says block. That's partially too. It's part block, part stone, wet basement, and actually part of the floor is still dirt. So I don't know if that's categorized in that. It's I barely use it for storage because it's so wet. I've got a dehumidifier running 24/7, and it still sits at about 70% humidity. So
If it's dirt for the whole basement.
it's about 1/4 to 1/2 in that range.
Oh, so there is some,
There is some concrete, but not entirely.
okay. So the part that says dirt floor, theoretically, if someone had seen it, would have made note that it's on part of the basement floor. So Part, I mean, the only part of it has floor and part of it, so it's about half and half.
Yep.
Okay, so that, I'm guessing that whatever the number value is for the dirt, and it's probably for that, but it'll get checked. So I'll just put that up. And the other thing you were mentioning just now,
Well, just, I mean, in general, we just purchased the house essentially last year, and this even came in, I believe, above our, I'd have to double check, but I think it even came above our appraisal. Now, granted, a bank appraisal is great when you're buying a house because it lets you buy the house, but I think this town reappraisal was even higher. So I'd have to look at the numbers. I don't have them handy. That just kind of came to my mind. And then
what year was that appraisal?
just last year.
The appraisal?
Yeah, we only bought it in September of last year.
I-
So we've been there about 8 months, 9 months.
Without knowing what the value was on that, it can be useful for the assessor to see that. If you felt it was in favor of.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I don't have it handy. I don't have it
Yeah.
with me. I'd have to dig into my physical files for it and write a note.
Yeah, it doesn't guarantee a change, but it can be very useful for the assessor if it seems to be having been created, performed by a credible, it looks really accurate.
Yep.
Very useful. And if you were going to submit that, they would have to be here by 5 o'clock on Friday.
5 o'clock Friday.
That's a deadline for anything to be submitted.
Would something like a home inspection be handy? When we, like the inspection we had when we actually purchased the
Well, I
house?
guess it probably would, yeah. I don't see why not. I haven't really run across it bringing one forward, but of course, anything.
Yeah, it confirms things like the leaking roof that we need to repair. Confirm, I haven't mentioned, but the furnace, we're gonna have to replace that in the next year or two. That made it into the home inspection. So these are all kind of things that I look at in terms of what do I need to do to the house to even make it sellable? And there's quite a bit of things.
Repairs and maintenance things can be considered. But logically speaking, otherwise you could end up with zero value.
Eventually, yeah.
But it could be considered as some partial, but in fact, once those repairs are made, the
Value goes back up, of course.
back
Yeah.
up. And that's not always verifiable. But it's definitely worth it. So. I don't speak.
Yeah.
So it's better to add it in.
For sure.
If you think it might be in favor.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else about the data on the card? So there is still a shed, apparently. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a very small detached shed. Yeah, and that needs a ton of work. I'm debating whether it's easier just to get rid of it or not, just
But it
similar to the
actually
outbuilding.
described it as being in poor condition.
Yeah, is it okay? I wasn't sure.
Yeah. It needs to be, poor condition part. Yeah, and
I know, they're so tiny.
So it's that. piece.
okay. Yep.
So it's always, whenever there's a visit, that's something that gets noted in the details and does affect the value.
Yeah.
That's serious. And so, so 3 bedrooms, or what you would call that?
Yes, three bedrooms. Yep.
Okay. It's hot water, oil,
Yes, correct.
baseboards, I guess.
Yep.
One fix, one bath.
One bath.
Oh, what floor is that?
Second.
Because we have a detail.
Yep. Single bays. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
not that that matters too much in kitchens and restaurants. It makes a big deal.
Yeah, yeah. Is there finished, some usable finished area in that garage?
No. No, it was just an open gable.
I'm seeing some valuation there.
Now, the very small shed that's listed in poor condition, that has a very small kind of shelf that's maybe a third of the width of it. I don't put much more up there than coolers because again, it's no, not enough head height.
Yeah, I'm going to put a big question mark. This may have possibly mistakenly been associated with the garage. It was saying something about electric service.
Yeah, I mean, there's a light out there, and same thing with the garage. There was a light, but it was actually disconnected because originally the house was knob and tube, and that's been changed over to like Romex. And at that point, that was pre we bought it, but they disconnected the garage because they couldn't figure out the run to it. The conduit was so bad.
Yeah. Well, there's a second notation saying, referencing what may have been called living space. Living quarters.
Yeah, definitely not. No.
So it may have been obviously the garage would be then the only possible place.
Yeah.
Theoretically, but since you say that there never was anything like that, that would have to come up. If it was being referenced. And once I get it, I could see that myself, but the assessor would do that.
Yeah.
Anyway. So that is, yeah, it's just suspect. That'll get removed if that's the case as well. It's a small dollar value, well, small. It says 54. Dollars, so that's totally.
Well, the 5,800 one is the utility shed. The detached garage listed is 28,480, and then when it's adjusted is 14,530. So it's a pretty high value that they put on that. The detached garage that's no longer there, and I was looking way to the right.
We sort of come to the end of our time here.
Yeah, I think we've covered it pretty well.
Yeah, oh, definitely. So by all means, get those digital forms.
Definitely,
So
yeah.
have it in digital form.
I can scan it. That's not a big deal.
Oh,
And
great,
you
yeah.
said Friday at 5 p.m.?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Appreciate it.
I'm glad you came in.
Yeah.
Good luck with everything.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The ones that we actually verified, those come up with it.
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. take
Have a
care.
great one.
Oh, you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Great. Thank you.
So wait for that.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye now.
All right, so we have Larry and Emery.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's us.
So
so before you start, I just want to let you know we are recording. So the microphone just records our voices for the recording purposes. Dan is here. He works with the assessor. He's going to be taking all of the information you have about the camp. This is one of the Southern Vermont
Oh,
voting
okay.
camps.
Uh-huh.
And he gave us a couple pictures there.
We had some
I have a
others.
whole pile of them
Okay.
here. I actually have a movie of it.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna, we have a 15-minute slot, so I'm just gonna set a timer just to keep us on time here, okay?
Sure, you got
it's
a lot.
one room.
So many, like
Don't mind
200.
the mess. We sold our other camp that's next to this for 15,000.
Oh, okay. So you're probably gonna tell us about that.
It's
That's
too
in
much
here.
to keep up,
Yeah.
too much for us, we're getting old.
Don't mind all the junk. because we had to
Yeah, no.
put it
We had a
Condense all our stuff in there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's cluttered.
Yeah.
One room, it's one big room.
Eventually it's sorted out.
I mean, it's
There's an
cute.
old
We
shower
like
unit in
it.
there,
now,
But
but
we never use it. It's not even hooked up. It was there when we bought. it.
Oh.
We have one sink, kitchen sink,
Mhm.
no hot water.
Lease land.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's
understood.
Our yard is awful. It's like a hill. I can't stand it, but that's what it is.
Um,
You'll have to let me know when it's.
Okay, yeah. If you have just plain still photos.
Oh,
My
um,
friends,
yeah.
could
Thank you.
submit those to Sarah's email address. That'd be great.
okay.
I have a bunch of stills if you want to see them.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't really need to see them. The assessor will want to look at them though, for sure.
But,
They look like it's, yeah.
No ceilings, just, you gotta put vents in there too, there. It's just, insulation plastic up there.
Oh.
And the walls are, what do you call that board?
Luan,
Luan.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just a quick put up, because there was nothing.
It's, does it get pretty warm in there then sometimes? or-
Yeah, it is.
Actually, it stays cool in the summer,
Oh, it does?
but we don't use it in winter, so it doesn't melt.
No, we don't, we're getting too old to go up in the winter. It's too much work.
Oh, there's a couple pictures. Yeah. Were these the only ones that you had to send?
No, but at the time I could only send just so many at
Yeah.
a time.
Yeah.
But here's all the stills.
Oh, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to take up your time too much.
Okay.
The
Or-
assessor.
or your
if
time.
you s- If you send those
That's your property card.
to her email
I can't
address,
remember if I gave it to Larry.
the assessor will be able to look at them for sure. Yeah.
But basically,
So, yeah,
it's a
go ahead.
one room, no bedroom,
Yeah.
no bathroom.
We sleep
have
on the
an
porch.
outhouse. We sleep outside. Oh, okay. So that's
It's very small writing.
Oh, yeah, that's your property card to keep.
Okay.
And I have a copy right
Yeah.
here.
So
So,
it's basically one room with a front porch.
We sleep on the porch.
We have an outhouse.
oh,
We do.
We have an outhouse. I
Yeah.
think I have a picture of it here.
It's cute. It's a two-seater.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one's heated.
Great.
I'm just me. I'm on there today. We're on
Yeah,
a
we had two other people come in from the same
place.
group. Yeah.
Now the camps up on the hill are mansions.
Yeah, we heard
They
about that
really,
one.
really, really are. You guys ought to. I
I know, I've
mean,
never been down there.
yours is up on the hill. We're down in the hole.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like,
We had 2 eaglets there this morning.
Really?
because we had mice that we caught in a bucket and threw them out. They went and ate them, and now they're looking for more.
Really?
They are. They're
funny.
sneaking out. It's so adorable.
Right, you can find it.
So, how do you feel about the valuation
I
change?
think it's way too high.
Yeah. Do you have an idea of what you would
It was
want
good the
to
way it was.
sell it at? Or
About 31,000.
you figure that would be a valid?
I think that
And I
that's,
don't think that it should have gone up as high as it did because we've done nothing to it.
Yeah.
But
The
fill it up.
reappraisal uses what?
but fill it up with all
Oh,
the
okay.
stuff from the other place.
Yeah.
The reappraisal uses all the sales that took place in the town for the past 3 years, ending with March 31st. And those have to be used accurately, those sales by the assessor to come up with what seems to be new market values. And there have been some great value changes
Yeah.
for some properties.
I don't see.
Not that
where-
yours is
A
important to
camp.
you.
Ours is a camp.
Yeah, yep. And
Used carpet and everything.
there may be other, and it would have also been compared to other camps in town that don't own land.
Mhm.
Those would be leased. So there might be others besides your, just individual ones scattered through the town. Those get used as well.
Camp that we sold next door, we only sold it for 15,000.
Okay,
Needed a lot of work. And I mean.
He can't keep up.
I can't
Too much
do it.
work.
I have to-
Yeah.
I'm 64, I'm done.
okay.
So, and that's why we got this camp. is
When
so
did,
that we
when did,
can-
go ahead.
So that we can downsize
Yeah,
and
when did you actually sell it? When did it take place?
last fall. And
Last fall?
Late
Yeah.
Okay,
fall.
so the assessor will be seeing that. He's seeing all the sales that took place, and especially relevant would be the ones in your group.
Yeah.
And he will see that.
the ones
So,
up top, they have bathrooms.
yeah,
Showers,
yeah,
They got septic
dishwasher.
systems that they're not supposed to have. And I mean, it goes on and on and on.
They got money.
And
yeah.
we don't need all. we can keep it.
Oh,
It's
so
just, he's
from the
on
beginning then,
disability.
right?
That's our
Well,
only income.
Almost.
57 was the beginning. My dad-
57?
Yep.
Oh,
My
really?
dad bought his property, which is my sister Sue LaFountain.
Now,
Now, it's hers now,
Mhm.
and, so we've been there forever, okay? And I just don't feel that the real
Yeah.
market value, I couldn't get 30,000 if I wanted to. I tried to sell my big camp for 35, and nobody would buy it. It was there for, on sale, how many years have we tried to sell that? About 8?
we even
And
with, we
couldn't
listed
sell
it with Melissa,
No, over here,
the hairdresser. Now she owns that.
now, no, and the other one, it's over. Can't tell where I am.
You're in
She was
Wilmington,
right
Larry.
there,
Oh.
Streeter,
Oh, that's,
Oh,
Meg
Meg
Streeter.
Streeter.
we had
Yeah.
it listed with her, and
Nobody-
nobody wanted to see it.
really?
Nobody.
Listed,
So
listed for how much?
we had it listed for 35, and then we only ended up getting 15.
We got
for it.
desperate. We get rid of it. We had to get downsized. We
Really?
Yeah, we got a house in Bennington that
But that camp needed so much work, it needs piers under it, and whole 9 yards.
the roof,
Oh.
the porch
The one you
roof.
sold.
Yeah,
The one I
yeah.
sold, yeah.
And he
the
can't do
roof
it.
is Messed up. and
Well, the assessor will see that as a sale, and that's relevant.
It should bring mine down, right?
I
Because
couldn't
then-
speak for what it should do. I
I
would be
know.
part of that decision.
The
Yeah.
issue that I have is that the people up on top, they're paying $60,000-$70,000. They have flush toilets and all this, and I have nothing.
So your letter here, is this pretty much what we've been discussing? Is that? what you
You
had
had a
in here?
letter, yeah.
Yeah.
I had her write this out.
Oh, well,
Um,
so if that's got the basics of what we've been
Yeah.
discussing, that's something that's going to go to the assessor as well,
Okay.
for him to
This
to
is,
look at.
this is it.
Yeah,
That's my email at the bottom, sorry. My wife wrote all that out, I tried to write that out. I'm left-handed.
okay.
Don't do very well.
What'll happen is the assessor will use this and review your property value in the computer and make some kind of decision
Mhm.
one way or the other.
Mhm.
You'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks showing what change, if any, or even if there was no change. You'll get a notice and it'll show the old value and either this same value or a different value.
Mhm.
And that'll also tell you about what you can decide to do. There are further options to get some kind of change made beyond after this is done. So when you get that notice, you can think about what you might want to do.
I just I feel that it's way too high.
Yeah,
I paid 15 for it a long time,
Oh.
15,000.
No, I thought it was 12.
No, that's now, this one, the upper one was
that was pretty far back though, right?
about 10, 12 years ago.
In 08, we
Oh.
bought this one we're in
08.
now.
Boy,
Yeah, because
yeah,
we went.
Oh, in 08 you bought this.
and we had to put new piers under it because they were on sonotubes.
And it was
Falling
falling down the hill.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that was way back in 08 when I could do all this stuff. And then, we put new piers in the front porch on it and sided it. That's all I've ever
That's-
done.
Yeah.
That's all you've ever done.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's cedar shingle.
I'll just make a note.
And
no
I did get a
updates.
permit for the front porch.
Oh, that's
That's
good.
where we sleep. It's
Yeah,
nice.
that's,
Yep, I did.
that's great.
Screened in.
Yeah.
Got a permit for the front porch
Oh.
and decided it, put piers under it. And that's it.
Does it close, do you close it up in some way in winter though? Or-
We don't go in.
We
Oh, you don't
close it.
stay there in winter?
It's too much work. We
Oh.
used to when we were young.
Is
We
it,
used to ice fish all the time.
oh, the porch, is it screen all around?
Yes,
So there's,
it's got a,
there's
got a $2.50 glass door
oh,
on the side.
but there's
here.
no, is there glass in the
No,
screens?
no,
What-
No,
For
no, it's
winter
just
time?
screens.
Oh, okay.
No.
We,
So I want to make a note of that.
We
leave it-
don't-
We leave it screened in all winter. We don't even bother. with
It's got
Yeah.
a metal
So
roof on it.
does snow go into it in the
It
winter?
blows in some.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
That's good to know though.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
don't put
But we don't-
plastic or anything like that up.
Okay.
'cause
We don't have anything out there of
Well,
great
it-
value that's gonna get ruined.
Well,
in
I
the
put it
snow.
inside for the winter.
Yeah.
The chairs
yeah.
that we sit in, we bring them in, they're.
Mice get
rotten.
at them. Mice chew our
Yeah.
chairs.
Oh, geez.
If we don't bring the soft stuff in, they eat it right up.
Oh, wow.
They
So we're
do.
feeding the
So we're-
eaglets that.
Well,
Mice.
okay, so I guess we've covered all the bases here, so
Yeah.
it's just a matter of waiting to see what decision is made
Okay.
and whatever, and by in 2.5 weeks.
Well, it's
or
worth
so.
a try, because.
Oh, definitely, it's good that you came in.
Yeah,
yeah.
I thank you guys for
Thank
your,
you, thank you for your time.
for
Yeah,
your
good
time
luck
and
with
your-
everything.
Me and Marie.
Okay, Anne Marie, good luck with
that's
everything.
Thank you,
Sarah.
thank you,
Your
thank
name?
Dan
Nice to
Bodwin.
meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm in office. I'm here all the time.
I'm gonna send some more pictures to you,
Okay, absolutely.
okay?
Yep,
Yeah.
and I'll make
They
sure
have-
they're attached digitally.
Alright.
They
They
have
get
to be
right
in by
attached.
5 o'clock Friday afternoon.
Yeah, by this Friday.
By
Yeah.
this Friday?
Yep.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Good to
Yeah,
But
know.
yep,
Thank
as
you.
long as you email them to me, I'll be able to attach them.
I'll probably have to do 3 at a time,
Okay,
because that's all my
that's fine.
cheat
Yeah,
phone.
We're
However
old
it
school
works.
too. I don't even know how to do any, I'm
Yeah.
so old school, I don't want anything to do with that.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you so
take care.
much.
All right, bye now.
Have a great day.
You too.
So Tim. We are. So Tim is here. He has his own, this is his land on Blue Hill.
Oh,
And then he's also here representing his mom, Sally, for her. Just the next one after that.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is she's trying to do two, right?
Right.
Which one is a camp? and
One is the, on Lake
her house.
Waponda, and one is the farmhouse on
Okay.
Blue Hill.
So we'll start with yours. So each.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead. So we are recording, just so you know, and it's an open meeting, so you might see other people pop in, or if there's the next people coming in, but
Sure.
this is Dan, he works for the assessor. And so he's gonna be taking your information.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
So anything you'd like to?
Sarah, right?
Yep, Sarah.
Well, first I wanted to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to grieve and feel like our voices are heard or whatever. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I'll start off with my property on Blue Hill Road.
Hmm.
And the valuation more than doubled
Okay. that's
from
good.
2020 to this valuation. And some of the reasons I wanted to give for a lower valuation are, first of all, and I kind of numbered on my paper here, but it's very limited road access. It has 50 feet of road frontage on Blue Hill Road. And then it
50,
has
you said?
50 feet
Okay.
of frontage on a town road. And it's on my little paper as well. too.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
But anyway, and then it has, basically it's 2 chunks of property. It's a 60-acre piece. That's sort of behind houses on Blue Hill Road. And then it's a 30-acre piece that kind of goes down toward the lake.
Okay.
And that's connected also by a 50-foot connection. So it's kind of not, it's sort of limited in terms of how you can get in and out. And then it's about 8/10 of a mile hike in from Blue Hill Road to the waterfront area, the old camp waterfront area.
Oh, okay.
There's also wetlands that kind of limit it. There are 2 beaver ponds and then a wetland area. I've had foresters work in there and they note that it's got shallow soil, so we get blowdowns every once in a while.
Oh,
And basically the property is what, and my number 6 is what kind of remains from when my grandparents were in a kids camp up there, children's camp. And they kind of had to, because of taxes mainly, Mount Snow coming in back in the 70s, early 1970, the taxes went up a lot. And so when they decided to sell, and then we got this piece of property back. So the road frontage had all been sold off along it.
Oh.
So I feel like the development potential is limited because of expensive access, the wetlands, and then the distance that you have to put utilities in. It'd be expensive. I mean, sure, you can do it. If you've got enough money, you can do anything you want, but it'd be pretty expensive. And then I just wanted to talk quickly about the history of the property. It was purchased by my grandparents 100 years ago in 1924. And then they used that to run a children's camp for about 60 years. And it's also been a wildlife sanctuary. And I brought in, this is a modern day posting sign. It's always been sort of posted as a wildlife sanctuary and stewardship forest.
Oh.
And,
Yeah,
so
wow, that's great.
That's kind of the history of the property. And the family continues the tradition of conservation and the connection with the natural world with forestry practices, timber harvesting, wildlife habitat improvements, land conservation, planting native species. We've been planting native trees and bushes and shrubs to try to increase the diversity on the site. It's in the state of Vermont current use program for the last, I think this is like the 3rd or 4th year. I finally signed up for that. I got smart and signed up for that.
Yeah.
We let the town of Wilmington summer children's program Wings use the property. They're actually there this week, depending on the weather using it. We've also let the state of Vermont use it for the Learn to Fish program. That was last summer in 2023. So the family has lived in the Deerfield Valley for just about 100 or a little over 100 years. We're not a family that has sort of the means to kind of come in and spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on a property. One of the rumors I heard is one of the houses on Lake Raponda that sold for over $1 million is basically going to be torn down and rebuilt. And that's just a different kind of financial.
Right.
I'm a single parent, a school teacher, and with a forestry degree, and love the land for the forest purposes and taking care of it. So some of my ideas for how the property is used right now, it's basically forest property with 2 small fields that are maintained to benefit wildlife habitat. It has Martha Maria foxes and the Gore Cemetery on it, or Martha Maria Fox's gravestone, and a couple of little ones there.
Wow.
I think it has a lot of value as wildlife habitat. We have moose, deer, songbirds, owls, all kinds of critters up there. I think it also has value as keeping natural and as a carbon sink. It keeps the carbon there. It's one of the largest pieces of properties on the lake. And I think that it reduces the potential for runoff in the lake. If it's left undeveloped, it's just kind of natural and doesn't have those issues. It serves as a buffer of development from the west side of Lake Raponda. And I think a lot of people in the area appreciate that stretch of undeveloped land. People that fish, kayak, boat, and live on and around the lake. I think it's a real plus for the advantage for the lake community to have that there. The state of Vermont, current use, non-productive and productive forest lands, values that property at $180 per acre, and therefore I feel like you have better valuation for sort of how it's used and what it's being used for. I think if you tax it as its full development potential, it has value. But I think if you look at the uses that it's been used at for 100 years and what it's used for and the benefits that it has as a wild area. I think the town of Wilmington really should take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, it's certainly the way it's being taken care of and dealt with. In some ways, it's priceless.
I agree.
It could be looked at that way. Well, the assessor will have to deliberate over this. And
My other question is, why in 4 years did the property value more than double?
it's all based on sales.
Right.
It's and so that would be sales of land over the past 3 years that would be used for that process, ending with March 31st. That three-year chunk of time. So it is using those sales. That's compulsory. Has to be done that way. Doesn't mean that it's a perfect valuation or that it couldn't be something else, some other value, depending on what the issues you brought forward here. So it's going to be just a matter of waiting for a notice that you'll get in about 2.5 weeks that will show what, if any, change took place, or even if no change, you'd still get the notice. And the notice also has information about further steps, which you probably are aware of, the BCA and so on, for owners to consider if they haven't gotten resolution. But yeah, it's certainly will never have plans of selling it, obviously. So that's obviously that's very important to you and the family. But I guess I don't know how the assessor would be able to resolve
Right.
that aspect. But well, it's certainly done the proper step by coming here first, and so we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen.
I appreciate being heard. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's part of the process. That's what we're here for. So yeah,
I wish the state of Vermont could change its system that it has, but that's a whole nother can of worms.
yeah, exactly. Well, who knows? That may happen eventually.
Right. I've heard stuff on the public radio station talking about, looking at it again, because I think it's kind of unfair that local people that are residents in the area are really thrown for a loop because of the ski areas, basically, and the valuation of properties. And if Mount Snow were probably not here, we might not be the same town situation we'd be in, and we also wouldn't have the employment either.
Well, yeah, it's a two-edged
local
sword.
people. So yes, yeah.
Well, we'll make do for now, but see what can be done.
Thank you.
This end of things. Yeah, thanks for bringing this in.
Yeah. It's kind of fun to put those up.
So then the next one
Oh,
is 200.
oh yeah.
We'll do.
I've got 2 more to go.
I forgot about
You have
that.
to listen to me
Let's
2
go.
more times. So
No, that's no problem.
200 balloon.
Right.
Am I saying here, is it balloon?
yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep. BALLOU.
Oh, it's this one right here. Yeah.
And then the other card is.
Okay, got it. Yep. Great.
And you can begin.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, yeah, so my mom asked me to come in. She's off on a little adventure with my older sister.
Uh-huh.
And so, again, her Blue Hill property again went up 61%.
Okay.
And looking at the neighboring properties. I just had some other things to add to her letter. I don't know if I should I read what she?
Oh,
wrote?
yeah, I don't see,
Okay.
do we have a copy of it?
Yes,
This one here?
yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a short
so
letter.
She
Why
said it's an
not?
1890s farmhouse that has been in the Gore family since the early 1920s. It was actually the farmhouse or the main house for the camp that my grandparents ran.
Oh,
So it abuts, so there's like a little bit of abutment onto the property I have on my. The house was renovated in the early 1970s. Unfortunately, it was kind of all before a lot of the oil prices were way down low, so they didn't really do a lot of the kitchen in one of the rooms was kind of renovated. The house has a fieldstone foundation with a combination of dirt cellar floors under some of the house and then a poured cement pad on sort of the main part of the house. We actually have a Vermont energy audit scheduled for August 1st to kind of see what they say about the house.
Oh.
So as my mom said, it was built in the late 1800s. Neighboring properties are all more recent construction. They're all newer houses. As a matter of fact, the two other original farmhouses on that road were torn down and rebuilt because of the construction and
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's part of it because of the energy efficiency and things like that.
Mm.
It's the oldest house on Blue Hill Road, and basically all the windows are single pane glass. There's no insulation in the main part of the house. The doors were not updated in terms of energy efficiency, and unfortunately, my grandmother didn't want them changed in 1970 when they had some work done in it because she liked the doors.
Yeah.
One of them is basically about this thick wooden door.
Really?
And that's all it has. As I said earlier, it has a fieldstone foundation, the crawl space under the kitchen and back room. It also has a fieldstone fireplace, which looks pretty, but it's been repaired for pulling away from the house. And there are actually holes in it you can see through to the outside, little spaces. So it should be probably replaced and taken down and rebuilt or replaced. So it is an 1890s farmhouse compared to all the other properties on Blue Hill Road. It's by far the oldest, probably close to 100 years older than any of the houses there. As I said, the two other original farmhouses on that road were torn down and replaced. I have a feeling if someone actually bought that house, that's probably a potential solution for it because you really need to build something with energy efficiency. And unfortunately, it's beautiful inside. It has wooden floors and a camp room and everything, but it's just outdated in terms of its energy efficiency.
Mm.
That's what I have for that.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to you mentioned part of the basement floor is dirt.
Yes.
So could you guesstimate like percentage wise, how much is dirt and so the other part is some cement slab or something?
I just measured it for the energy audit and put it in. I'm
Oh.
not going to remember the numbers,
Oh.
but I can get them to you.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, the main part of the house.
So I've got your property card here.
So, yeah. Perfect.
Do you have a copy of this, by the way?
I do not.
Oh,
So this
okay.
part of the house has a fieldstone fireplace and a cement slab on the bottom.
Were this whole section?
This whole
Okay.
section. It has a little drain area all around the edge.
Oh, that's
Yeah. These two pieces here, the kitchen and its back bedroom, have dirt couple spaces.
Yeah, actually, that area is actually, it's not even saying crawl, it's saying there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can crawl in there, but
Normally we could put crawl, but it would still be
Yeah.
zero value.
yeah, but it's yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can make it
So that was normal with that.
yeah, this here.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a little nice little shed that you walk into and then there's
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, and these, this is the outbuilding list, if you want to follow that on your card.
Yeah.
So, it's showing, I guess, 2 detached sheds. Uh, Oh, it's got,
Yeah.
the sheds are attached. Oh, these,
One of the sheds, this
these
is
3 icons here represent cabins?
Yes, so
Okay.
those were, say they're approximately about 10 by 12 feet. They are.
They're actually listed here as something larger than that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 10 by 12. That's
About,
yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, it's right
Those
there.
are 3 little cabins that used to be kids' cabins.
Mhm.
When the kids were in that was where the girls slept.
Uh-huh.
The girls' cabins.
Okay,
Yeah. So that's what
All
those
right.
3 are there.
and those are still there.
And they're still there.
And then the 2 shed parts are
Yeah.
attached to the house. Okay, so that's it for the outbuildings. Oh, yeah, okay, so that, I did want to. I did
Well-
want to make note of the stone foundation. Oh, what were you going to say?
I think these sheds are different.
They're not identical to each other, you mean?
Yeah, well, they are different sizes. But
Oh,
yeah.
well, we,
10 by 20, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. What else did you say you would send detail? Something, I forgot what it was you were saying.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
it
could
was-
send pictures of different things, but I
Oh. Well,
think that's.
you already have pictures?
No, but it's something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
of the, fireplace or whatever. I'm sure in the past somebody's come by. I know people have come by in the past and looked at it.
Yeah. What exactly about the fireplace?
Well, that it's, again, it's in need of, it really should be taken down.
Oh,
You can see outside.
oh, that was what you were saying. Yeah, okay. Well,
So-
in order for a fireplace, it could be eliminated from the record if it was bricked up
Yeah.
as being, so that it could never actually be used.
Right.
I suppose it's theoretically, it could be repaired, but so in which case it still has to have some value. But if you
Yeah.
brick it up, it can be taken off the record. Let's see.
It is not used.
Oh,
because-
it's actually not here.
Yeah, it's probably not even on there. Because
Yeah,
it's,
maybe they already knew about, but
Yeah.
it actually isn't bricked up, but they decided to take it off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean.
Or this is an accident and they didn't realize that they
I
left
think
it off the record.
There you go. You're
Did any,
taking some risks in using it.
yeah. Do you know if anybody came in 2020? Not that it matters, but somebody's
Not that I'm
probably been in
aware
it at some point in
I
time
know people have come in,
during other reappraisals.
right, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's okay. Well, it's a good sign that it's not on here.
And the other thing about this back patio is very uneven. It's also fieldstone, but. You know, open book point.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What, patio, what did you say?
It's back.
Oh, yeah, okay,
It's a
yeah,
fieldstone.
okay.
So
It's really uneven.
no,
Actually,
it looks beautiful.
that's actually saying brick, so it's not brick.
It is not brick. It's
Yeah.
fieldstone.
Okay, that's stone. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so there's details here that will be useful.
And I don't know if, for example, I wrote other details on from myself, my mom's letter. Should I send those to you about?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Would you want us to just copy that, or did you want to change or
No,
rewrite it in any way? Or
You
you have
you
this
can-
one?
Yeah, you can
Oh.
have that one.
Oh, great. Yeah.
And that'll just point out some.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Oh.
Actually, I'd love a copy of it back if I could. I can maybe make it,
Oh, yeah,
just so
well,
I know what I said.
Sarah can do that.
Okay.
Yep, anything.
I can give you this one too.
Oh, and you have this one copied
That's
as
for
well?
my, for the cop, for the 190, but I
Oh,
need that one
okay.
if I'm gonna start talking about it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Look,
Okay.
you can- and then
Oh, yeah.
I'll keep you moving around.
I'll do it after.
Okay.
Yeah,
Say-
so I'll get that page here. Now,
I love these little sheets that you guys have.
oh, the property cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called the assessor's property card.
Is that new? Is that something fairly new?
No,
No.
well, actually, yeah, with the new system, yeah,
Right?
So it's newer to.
since 2020.
Yeah. Just kind of cool.
The company for the reappraisal has the software that is using now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite, it's not always self-explanatory, so it's sometimes you need somebody to explain some of the abbreviated
Sure.
description, but it's fairly complete, right, for what's in the computer, the most relevant major valuation points.
Yeah.
So I guess I've got the 190.
Okay, so it's a cool 190. All right, so my mom had pointed out that it's a summer cottage, providing they live in there for about 5 months out of the year. It's a very rustic cabin, seasonal. It's not winterized. It doesn't have potable water.
Oh,
Gets its water from the lake, and I think they've actually, I think that's on their little card in some respects too, but something that they know. It has a fairly small kitchen, it has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. Gets its water from the lake. Then a small porch facing the, I think that's just, had been screened in and we put.
Mhm.
And, probably 25 years ago, I put plexiglass in just to keep it.
okay.
And then it's also, one of our neighbors is the Mountain View Homeowners Association, which is right next door to us. I mentioned that again as well too, that that should be a factor in terms of the valuation of the property of the lot, because you've got people that 50 homes worth of people that have a right of way right next to us, and very busy neighborhood.
Oh,
So Sarah did get me, I asked for the card for 186 Lake Pond Road, which is our neighbors. And I
Okay.
sort of was looking at that. I noticed that in 2020, both of our lots were evaluated at the same $300,000 price. In the 2024, theirs is still at 300,000. I think it's a similar piece of property. Ours went up $50,000. Why ours went up. Theirs did not.
Mm.
It's right next door. Also, the Mountain View being our neighbor on the north side. Nobody else really has that on the lake except for us, with a 50-foot strip for 50 houses with people. They're great neighbors. There are a lot of nice people, but it does make for some noise. The house has no foundation or basement. It sits up on piers. It has single pane windows. It is about, on the card, it's saying that we have 640 square feet. I'm looking at my neighbors, which is not quite almost, but almost 3 times the living space. They have a full basement and 2 bathrooms. And it doesn't seem like
Oh,
our property compares. Also, the fact that it is a 5 months out of the year, and our neighbors can use their property all year long. I mean, I've actually gone up and slept up in there in the wintertime, but
oh,
it's pretty darn chilly.
oh,
So I think that should be really taken into consideration, that it's seasonal cabin.
Mhm.
It also needs, one of the things we have to do pretty quick is a new roof. It needs a new roof. We've got a nice family of carpenter ants that have been chewing away in it
Oh.
quite a bit. I could send you pictures of the kitchen ceiling, but the wood is starting to look suspicious, and we had someone up looking at the roof, and they said, be careful, don't walk up here. So we're looking into having the roof, not just re-roof.
Is that in your note there?
I do have it on here.
Okay. So that would be good to have.
Yeah. And that's all I've got for it. But I really think, again, the property value should be valued at having that as a neighbor as well too. And I'm not sure how they would take that into account. I'm not sure why ours went up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able
Yeah,
to.
which-
I wish I could.
I mean, I think our lot is a little bit flatter. And, but it's a similar size, similar piece of land, similar. And I just noticed it on the sheet, so.
Yeah, great. Is this the one that's been copied already?
No, so
Oh.
she needs to copy
Oh.
both of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't
right,
looked
sorry.
there yet.
That's okay.
Well, yeah, that's basically, it is being called a camp, which
Yeah.
would probably be, I'm guessing it's a different rate per square foot in the system than compared to a normal residential house. But certainly any significant details that are not part of not in the system are good to have. So you really explained it quite well. So the effect, the noise from all the traffic, is that somewhat seasonal?
Yeah,
Or-
no, it's definitely summertime. And in the
Mostly.
wintertime, we're not up there that much in the wintertime.
Oh,
but
right, yeah,
It's basically for their waterfront,
yeah,
lake
that's when it gets the
access.
most use.
right?
Yeah,
And the weekends are definitely busier than
Oh,
during the
yeah,
week. During
yeah.
the week, we have like, well, especially the weather, like today it'll be nice and quiet. But during the summertime, it can be pretty busy down there.
I imagine people don't always
I just
drive
wanna-
as slow as they should.
I just want to point out that the copy didn't, the edges kind of came off, so I
Okay.
don't know if you want to.
You can have you can have the originals.
Okay,
Great.
just that
'cause-
one.
And I'll,
Oh, yeah,
that'll
that's right.
just, that's okay, because I'll know what it is.
So there's. Okay, those are the original.
Okay.
Thanks. Well, so you've given the assessor a lot of good details here. And so, yeah, as I've said before, you'll get a second notice for each one of these properties, in about 2.5 weeks.
I don't know if you want this or not, if it's just too.
Oh,
bulky.
yeah, you could take a picture of it if you wanted to. Give us a picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Send you the original one my grandfather had too.
Oh, really?
I mean, the original, he used to have them posted.
Yeah,
And this was just sort of made up
wow.
from that. All right. How do I send?
Yeah.
How do I send pictures?
You can, did you have my email? I know I spoke with your mom, but I can write down my email for you.
Yeah, if I could get that, I would appreciate that.
I had here.
And those would have to be in here
By Friday.
by Friday, 5 o'clock.
Yep. I can do that. You want to write it on here?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just write one of those and then send them in. We're gonna have lots of paperwork to be going through, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. Would it be, do you think it'd be to my benefit to take pictures of it?
If it's very graphic, if it really
You can
shows.
see the split and the, Yeah, maybe I'll take a picture
Yeah,
and see what it looks like.
yep, because that's all part of what the condition, overall condition is.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't mean that the cost of repair should be subtracted from.
No, and then it's.
But
part-
certainly
and
it's
partly
relevant.
maintenance,
Yeah.
right? But, yeah.
Yeah, and if it's in that condition now, then it's just as well as you mentioned it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, okay. Good
Thanks,
luck
Dan.
with
Thanks,
everything.
Sarah.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming
Have a
in.
great
Yeah.
day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Do I have the next one?
The next one is Patricia. Oh, sorry.
I thought, yeah, I was afraid I mixed something up.
Come on up. You can come on up, Patty.
Hello, my name is Dan Bowden. Hi, this is Sarah. Maybe you've already
Oh,
talked
she's
to her.
my pal.
Okay,
So this is Patty Murphy, and she's here for 6 Wilmington Heights.
my purpose is to, I work for the assessor, and my purpose is to just gather whatever you bring to us today, and that goes to him. So either verbally or whatever you might have as far as paperwork for him to use in his review of your property.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
verbally because I left the paperwork outside
Oh,
in my car and I
Oh.
can't get back out there.
oh, okay. No, that's okay. Do you want to,
It's in regards
you could
to.
email it?
It's not that big of an issue.
Oh, okay.
It said that.
I have
First of all, I
this.
have a
I was
little-
gonna say, I put some notes on there too about what we discussed when she came in and saw me.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Okay.
We went over the property.
So you wrote it all down.
I wrote some
Oh,
things
so
down.
this was basically what you wanted.
Well,
from-
I have a 1983 built house,
Yeah.
and other than the necessities, 2 metal roofs, 10 new windows, I have a 1983 interior house.
So it's had no updates then?
No, I only have
Okay.
1 bathroom.
Okay. What floor is the bathroom on?
First.
Okay.
And then on the other side of the plate, it said I had 1 bedroom.
Yeah, so it's actually 3 bedrooms? Or, oh. It says only 1 now.
I know, it's wrong.
Oh, so it is 3.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
tiny. My house is under
Yeah.
1,000 square feet.
Well, you can, the value count doesn't change the valuation, but we want it to be accurate. But you can call them whatever you want. And if they're not bedrooms, we'd list it with some other label. But
Well, it was built as an office. The young man who built the house had it as an
Oh,
office for
really?
private business. I got a bed in it, I'll be honest.
so when it was built, they weren't being used as bedrooms then.
One was.
Oh,
not.
one was.
There's 2
okay.
bedrooms up
Okay.
where it says there's nothing.
Yeah, it's saying there's 1 bedroom somewhere. And that would be the one on the first floor?
No,
Oh, there isn't one on the first floor.
confusing you.
Oh, yeah.
2 up, 1 down.
Yeah.
Long ago, the original paperwork here, office.
Oh,
I
okay.
bought the house. It's a
Yeah. Okay. So you want it to say
1
3
bath.
bedrooms?
Yeah, sure. I'll be
Okay.
honest about
Yeah,
it.
it won't change the valuation. And we we just use whatever the owner wants to say they are. So if somebody might use a room as an office, then that could be a bedroom. But if
Right.
they're using it as an office, then we don't call it a bedroom. It's relevant for somebody's buying a house, obviously. So I'll just put here and 2 up, 1 down. Okay, that's an easy correction. What else do we have? here?
And Sarah very well explained everything about how this is done. But I still ponder if they're just going to lists on a computer. What was done 2 years ago was a much more intensive.
Oh, the
look-see.
last reappraisal. You mean.
Yes.
That was 2020. So it's actually
4 years.
about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
So that was more intensive. And if they're taking information from that and using it,
The data for the structure, that all of that was, that's what's in there now. As far as the physical description, are you talking about the sales or the valuation from the 2020?
I think it, even though it says my house doubled in value or something, it's under 53, 56%.
Okay.
Were you to drive up there now and look at it? I've done the best.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. It's in 1983. The floors, soft white pine.
Yeah.
Not good. Not, a lot of it's not good.
Well, that's could
So,
be subjective as far as your feeling about it, but
right. I mean,
I
someone
know
could
what you mean.
could buy the property and knock it down, I guess. So that was really all I had to say, right, Sarah?
Well, I did want to say, what is the condition of the house in general, either outside or inside, as far as, is there things that are in disrepair? Is there things that are not good about?
Structurally, they're
normally?
fine.
Okay,
Structurally, I would never let that go. I have a son-in-law who walks around and he's a
And-
builder.
okay.
So
And so, and the interior wear and tear, is there things that you think would have to be?
flooring on the first
Serious?
flooring throughout.
Oh, is the floors warped or?
It's
what is
soft
it?
white pine and 30,
Oh, okay.
34 years.
Well, the computer does know how old it is. But what I was just trying to find out was if the condition was not even average condition. If there was excessive wear and tear, things that were
Okay.
seriously in need of repair urgently or in that respect. But it does know how old the house is, and that is computed. So it's a relevant number, how old it is. But the increase in the valuations was due to sales. 3 years of sales ending in March 31st of this year are used for the revaluation. Those sale values are put into the computer and they're compared
Right.
with other properties. And that's where the increase came from. But that doesn't mean that it's absolutely true and perfect. That's why we have the grievance here. You're probably not planning to sell it anyway, I guess.
Not real soon,
Okay.
unless I'm forced to.
So what do you feel would be, if you could think of a number, to a theoretical market value? Would you say it would be like the last reappraisal value or some other value that you think would be appropriate?
It went from 157 to 170
Yeah.
and then up to
Oh, yeah, right.
two.
It actually, it went down in 2020. Something changed. Oh, the house
It was
valuation.
pre-COVID.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure why there's not showing a land value. Did something change with the land ownership?
no, I own plus or minus 1 acre.
And you always have?
Mhm. It was
Oh.
parceled off from the farmhouse next door.
That's odd. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm, you have a copy of this. Did you get a copy of this?
I didn't, that's what sadly I left out in the car, was trying to
Oh,
figure out
okay,
what I was
right.
bringing.
So
in.
this shows the valuation history, some of it, not the farthest, going farthest back. But this top number, where this zero is, that's usually the land value, which is computed separately from the building value, which is the number underneath the costs. So here's your current 2024 value. So for some reason, I'm seeing zero here. And I don't know why that would be, but we don't have to really worry about that. It's
Possibly it got included all in one market price?
no, that wouldn't be proper or expected. So that's why I'm just looking at that. But the valuation did, yeah, that's all. But so here is the breakdown then. Now is the top numbers the land, the middle numbers the building or
Mhm.
any other structures as well added together and then the total amount. So yeah, the amount of change is pretty big. There is sort of an average of increase for the whole town, but that doesn't mean that yours has to be in the average, and yours is probably above average as far as the amount of increase. And that
My
would be,
taxation is going to be based on,
yes, but we don't know.
that's
the-
what you show me.
Yeah, well, we don't, there's no known tax rate yet. So it won't necessarily, it could be the same as last year, or it could be different. It could be more or less. There's no way to know until,
I'm a person who applies to homestead,
oh, yeah.
and so something has to have already been sent in.
Oh, I don't know about that.
So homes, is that just based on income? I'm having some health issues. I'm like, I forgot to send the second page of the homestead, 122. So they're sending me a form and I have to send that back up.
Okay.
So I was just wondering if that new valuation affected
Oh.
the taxes.
No, so this is just your assessment. The amount that comes in from the state for homestead, that'll get taken off your bill.
Right.
When we get,
Yeah.
when we do the billing. So so we haven't even done those yet.
Right.
So that homestead issue, that will be applied to that.
So when you do the taxes, one doesn't cross over to the,
No,
okay.
this is just the assessment.
Very good. I
That's-
had another question, didn't even know it, but I got an answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to explain that. So the assessor will review your values and the data that he has. And he may feel that even though we haven't really discovered any graphic physical details that are incorrect, it's going to be, he'll still be seeing the same data here. And we don't know what his decision would be, but I have made mention that there haven't been any updates.
Right.
And
See, I think that reflects, were I to have to put the house on the market next month, immediately,
oh, well.
it'd be a lot of,
Yeah, that's
take
possible.
this off, you know.
That would be a theoretical, but certainly one would have to assume that a person isn't going to want to pay full price for something that's in need of great repairs, but that is theoretical. So that's what we have to go on right now.
Okay.
So you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks from assessor to show what change, if any, and even if there's no change, you'll still get a notice. And that notice will also tell you about other options that are available after you've done this to get possibly a change if there wasn't enough change or no change. And so that would be an option for you
I think
farther
the
on.
information I came in is a wash. They said I had 3 bedrooms, I have 1.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 1 bedroom, I have 3.
Yeah.
3 bathrooms, I have
Oh.
1, so the numbers just.
Yeah, yeah, no, the bedroom, as I said, the bedroom count doesn't change the valuation. But bathrooms do, so, and so we have that.
And you showed me how a bathroom
wait.
has 3 points.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, the bathrooms, I forgot to note that, it's only 1 bathroom. Yeah.
And Sarah
So
explained.
that will be a definite value change downward.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So, that's a big thing. Yeah. So, yep, that's where it ends up. They, have to wait for the notice
Very good.
and see what, there might have been more change besides just the back.
Mhm.
So,
Well, I
wait and
thank
see.
you. It's nice to work with you. Your calmness
Well, oh,
brought me right down. I was like,
yeah, there's no real emotion.
I didn't know half of the town would be sitting behind me, you know.
Oh.
I never come to any of these.
Well, we have quite a few, but they're not ever here all at once.
Yeah.
They just trickle in and out, of course.
Spaced well out.
But yeah, it's quite a few, but it's what was expected, and things are going well so far.
I hope
So.
you don't have any ranters for ranters.
Oh, there's always a few.
This town can produce a number of them.
Yeah, we've had a couple, but
The land of
it's
old
understandable.
Old
People-
hippiedom up here.
Oh, yeah. But we deal with it.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, good luck with everything.
Yes.
Take care.
Bye, Sarah. Thank you.
Oh, another West.
So we are done for
Oh, yeah.
lunch. So I'm just gonna pause this.
It's totally
Okay.
uncomfortable.
I can understand.
I get it. I get it. Okay.
So what's the format? Do I just start whining?
So, Norman Duquette is here
Got
for
it.
4 Langway Drive.
Okay. And do you have a copy of the property card, which would look like this
Yes.
with a sketch on the back? Okay, because I refer to that most a
Oh,
lot.
good, because I have questions about that too.
Yeah, okay, great, yeah, yep.
So I'm just gonna set a timer just to kind of keep us in a realm.
Okay, how long do I get?
You have 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. That's not a lot.
No, if we didn't have hundreds to do, we could
Oh,
have
you
longer
hundreds.
longer
Gotcha.
minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
we're up to like 200 probably.
So I'll talk
All right,
fast.
so I'm gonna set it now. You can go.
Well, we want to get in all the, is, you know, yeah, in 15 minutes.
So besides the actual piece of paper over here, okay, I have a shared well.
Okay.
You must have talked to my neighbor yesterday. He said he was coming in. Okay,
Oh,
so he's on the good end of the share well compared to me. Okay, because,
why is that?
well, electricity comes out of his panel. Okay, so every time that,
Oh, yeah, I think you mentioned
yeah,
that.
so if he doesn't pay
It
his
got
bill
turned
like
off
the
or
people
something.
before him, I get turned off 8 million times and I have to set up a new account, turn it on myself, and then the new person, you know, shuts it off, or the realtor shuts it off, or can't tell you that nightmare. But
Wow.
that's only part of it though. The second half to that shared well problem
is the pipes actually go underneath from where it pumps out, goes underneath. He has a crawl space, not even a real cellar. He's got like this dinky crawl space that you can, I can't access because my shoulders are too big. Okay, but I actually have a friend that's your size and he goes down for me. Yeah, for me. So the bad part is the piping goes all the way through the cellar and then down the hill to my house. So when he doesn't have power, or if he decides, like 1 year, he's a part-timer. Okay, so he decided, well, if I turn my water off, I don't need to have my heat on. So of course my pipes froze and now I don't have water again. But the worst part to that was I actually had to get a hold of Adams Plumbing and have them come, or Lane's Plumbing now.
So the water has to go through his
It goes,
property
yeah, it's
first.
piped right underneath his house. Like, it wouldn't be bad if it was at least obtainable for me. You know, I can't even like get at it. So when I
Yeah.
was trying to sell my house a couple of years ago, that was a big issue. People do
I'll
not
bet.
like this.
Yeah, it's unique. I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's just
Such
like really
that.
crappy how they did the thing. You know? So anyhow, has nothing to do with the actual picture, but you know,
Yeah.
since I haven't been able to sell the house in the past because of it, it's an issue to me.
Yeah.
Here's a picture of my sunroom. Okay. So I have a 3-season sunroom. As you can see, it's on piers. There's like Zippo insulation underneath it. So like it's only 3 seasons.
Yeah.
You can't use it in the winter. I tried space heaters. I tried everything. It's just freaking cold. You know, so I get billed like it's a normal room on this appraisal thing. There's no mention of that. Okay.
Let's see. So that would be, I guess.
That's the thing right over.
So it's
That's that.
It's this one?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks, so we're looking at it like this, and there's the deck is over
Yeah, the
there.
little porch is right here.
Yeah, we call it a deck.
Yes, I noticed that. So I get,
Because there's no.
I
there's
get
no
billed
roof
for
on
the
it.
deck.
Pardon?
Do I get billed for that?
As a deck, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's anything that's a permanent part of the structure
Gotcha.
in some way, but it's a low rate per square foot. It's deck, a rate for deck value.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking because
Oh,
eventually
yeah.
it's going to wear out and I just won't build a new one.
Oh, well,
You know,
if you
but I have
take
to
it-
know these
if
things
you
in
take
order
it
to,
down, make sure and tell the assessor.
right. I have
'Cause
to
they
know
can
these
easily
things in
just
order to like deal
cross
with
it
that
off.
part.
Yeah.
I've had someone ask, is that's not considered living space, right?
Right,
Okay.
definitely. No.
No, but you're still charging me a fee for having it.
Yeah, it's a permanent part of the house.
You know, I didn't build it. They built it when they built my house.
Right.
So,
But what were you saying about this then?
well, I'm getting charged a full rate and I can't use
Oh.
it all winter.
Well, no, that's a porch area.
No, this right here.
Oh, that's one, okay, yeah, it's saying 1-story frame. Well, so is it finished on the inside in any
Yes.
way? Is it insulated?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's insulated.
Yeah,
The floor is not insulated, you know?
Yeah.
And,
oh, okay,
and if the walls are insulated, I mean, I'm sure you put something in there, but
Yeah.
you can't use it in the winter.
We-
I
we-
can't even like use a space heater half the time in the fall.
yeah. There is a way to detail a section in our data as finished area, which would be better than a porch area finish, meaning something that would look just the same way as if it was part of the main part of the house. But in this case, it just doesn't have heat for it.
Right.
Or
If
it
they
could be
ran-
described as an enclosed frame porch, which in the case that if it looks kind of rough, if there's no insulation, if you just see the framing from the inside.
No, it wouldn't be that. It looks like a normal.
It
room,
does, okay.
Okay.
So-
The problem is there's no heat.
Yeah, so we can subtract the heat valuation for that.
Okay.
So it would still be called living space, usable living space. But it's not open to the rest of the house.
Right. I have French doors that go out to it from the regular.
Yeah,
house.
okay.
You know what I mean? So I
So-
have like them shut. I have all these bag things in front of it, so there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
draft coming in.
Yep. So I'm going to put a note here that it's no heat. So in the computer, there's the option to subtract data for the heat, that there's no heat. And then it just becomes finished area that's not heated or connected open to the rest of the house. So that's a good point to bring up. Yeah. And what were you moving on to next about the?
Okay, so I was
About
moving
the
on to
data.
next is the downstairs. The downstairs is actually my garage
Okay.
underneath the house.
Oh,
Okay. So it was,
yeah.
so it doesn't really look like one big open, where's the downstairs? It doesn't
Yeah.
look like one big open area.
Yeah, we don't draw interior walls per se. Are there walls down there?
Yes, there's a wall that goes like that.
Okay.
It's to stop the wind just from totally coming in the minute you do the door for something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
But everything's unfinished. I have no finished floors. I have no finished walls. You know, I just have that one wall with sheetrock going through it.
okay. And what is that area like? The sheet wall, the sheetrock is enclosing? It's
just-
just bare space, unheated.
Oh, well, yeah, it's unheated. It's my cellar.
It's still garage. It's your cellar. Okay, so it's, yeah.
You know, so I have
It's-
like this little tiny cellar, washer dryer,
Yeah.
goes to the thing, my water heater's there.
It's
know, the
still
furnace
partly,
is there.
it's still partly above grade though, part of it. I mean, the above grade.
I don't know what that means.
Does the land slope? In other words, you have this height here. Is it the same height like this all the
Oh,
way
yes.
around?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's just kind of raised up sort of as a garage, as you're
But here's the
saying.
problem.
Yeah.
I almost was lucky enough to have it rain 3 days in a row before I came, because I could have showed you pictures of my ponds that I get every single time. So, you know, I
Oh,
open up the door, water comes out. Okay, and I'm constantly, this is like more than 5 times a year, but definitely during snow melt, rain during snow, or like the week we were supposed to have here. Now, the good part is I have all my kills, and I was all set to do that the other week until I found out that I was getting appraised, and, you know, I'm not going to paint it until after you see the picture. And if I have to wait till the guy comes to see it, you know, if you guys don't believe it, then I will, but other than that, I'm going to paint it again, you know what I mean?
and what is it that you would be
This
painting?
is mold
Oh,
from the
okay.
water that keeps coming in.
So the water is just, it can drain in whenever it piles up out.
when the water level goes outside, you can see one of the cracks. There's cracks in the
Yeah.
ground, right?
Oh,
It just starts spitting out of there more than what it does. I mean, if it rains for 4 days, I start getting rain in that other section. This is actually in the garage part. That's the door to that other part.
mhm. Are you leaving these pictures with us, or do we
Oh,
have them
yes.
already, or?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I didn't
You-
plan on doing any of this.
Okay.
I opened the mail and got a bad surprise.
Uh, So that would be, is that the back side? What side of the house is that?
This is the garage.
Yeah. Is
Oh,
it the back of the
So
garage?
this would be, this spot right here is actually right there.
Oh, okay. It's well within the interior.
Yes, it's right in the middle
Yeah.
of this. When I was telling you about the water coming in from this side,
Yeah,
it only comes in here like on a 4-day thing or the winter
yeah.
thing.
Okay.
It always comes right up through here.
Okay.
So I have like this rubber thing I put down on the ground, and everything around it is sitting on a crate.
Oh.
You know what I mean? My washer and dryer is, I built a platform
Oh, they're
because
down
my
there.
old one's
That's where
rusted.
they are too.
Oh,
In
yeah.
that area. Okay.
So I've tried like everything. I've had landscaping done, et cetera, et cetera. It's just rock, and I'm on some kind of ledge.
Oh.
And it just keeps coming in when it gets too heavy.
Um,
But if I go to sell the thing, I was told I have to let the new buyers know about it in advance versus let them find out the way I found out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that's the way things have to be done.
I was young
Okay,
when I
so
bought the place.
What year did you buy it?
93.
Oh. So that's flooding in garage. Yeah, mold is not good.
Always having to deal with it just sucks. You know, I hate the smell it kills. I don't know if you know what it smells like, but it's,
Yeah, I've used it before.
yeah, so it's awful. And it's in the middle of my garage, so eventually
Oh,
gets
really?
ducked upstairs, you know what I mean?
Oh, geez.
So I don't mind it so much, like right now, it's summertime, because I'll just have the windows open and
Yeah.
deal with it, which is why I was gonna do that just before this.
Right.
So what I need from you is let me know whether or not it's okay to paint this right now, or do I need
Oh,
to
yeah.
keep it as proof?
The scheduling and the timing that's left for this process isn't going to allow for visits.
Oh, okay, so
Field visits.
well, I'm gonna paint it.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. It's still going to flood, but
It's still,
you got to control the mold.
well, yeah, I even ripped off, like I framed the door or whatever. I've even had to rip off the frame because it's molded up to, you know, like this high. So
Oh, yeah.
you just pull it off by another piece, stain it, put it back up.
Right.
Just, and hope. I've had, you know, it's really weather like the 4 days in a row or 5 days in a row, and definitely raining during winter.
Right. Right.
Because it freezes and just comes in.
So what else would you have
Okay,
to
so
mention here?
since you guys are big on the square footage thing, my upstairs has a chase. Okay, that's where the heating, venting, ductwork, and everything comes up.
Oh, through the
Yeah, it's not a room for me. It's just comes from the second floor up.
yeah.
Okay, it's 8x3. So I'm being charged 24 square feet for nothing.
Well, so from on this sketch, let's see.
Sketch. All right, I can show you what I worked out when I got the measurements, which is going to be
So
better than that.
yeah, this is so that's showing what they originally reported was this area as a
Okay,
usable second floor area, and this is there a balcony deck
right
that
here.
comes up? Yeah, yeah.
So this is how it looks when you come up from the stairs, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
this is just an open walkway.
Okay.
And you walk down the hallway into the bedroom, right? Right here is where the chase is. Like there's grills on this wall
Oh,
to do the return for the AC. And then this is a walk through closet to the bathroom,
oh,
which seemed cool at the time, but not really, because I'm getting charged big for a closet. Okay, so there's like 2 feet wide that you can walk through, something like that. Okay, and there's another return on this wall. Okay, for the stuff on this side. So this chase is really 3 feet by 8 feet.
yeah. Okay. We can,
Even though it looks bigger because I didn't draw it right, and I was trying to figure out like all the distances to begin with to make sure I was doing it
so
right.
what we would want described, or I mean outlined, would be the area that's can be walked on and is usable area. So
Right, so I can go around here like
right,
that.
okay. So what's the width that you have here?
So it's really 3 feet wide, 8 feet long.
And what's this width?
Oh, this is 16. This
You got
is
16? Is
that's
that
a
what we have?
top. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I really have 15, but I know you count the walls and the
Well,
sides and
actually,
whatever. So
Yeah,
my carpet's 15 feet because it was an odd size to go buy a carpet, which I didn't know, or else I would have never had a 15 foot. I mean, I got to pick that. You know what I mean?
so if we can have this, or if you want to draw on here, you can draw right on this to show us the parts that you can actually walk on. And then we can easily subtract that square footage,
I can.
as well as the chase, if there's more than just the chase.
The other part's too hard to like even think of measuring. So the chase is the biggest part.
Okay, that's easily done, sure.
And this is just a wall. So the stairs come up right here. This is just a landing.
Yeah.
And you walk
Okay.
through like that.
Yeah, so I would say we would want to just start here. You said that this is the stairway
This is the stairway right at the end.
right here,
See, the stairs come up from the side,
Yeah.
goes to this landing.
right along the,
And then you walk down, this looks like a little hallway, which it is. If you're underneath it, It just looks like this baby little ceiling.
Yeah, okay, well, that seems pretty clear. That's easy to subtract.
So this is the 8x3 right there.
Yeah, that's.
But the hard part I had was, I'm in the closet trying to figure this thing. This
Well, we
is
can
actually
also
a closet
subtract the
wall.
Stairway.
Oh, can you really?
We can, yeah, sure. So we can draw this any shape we want. So if this is the stairway,
This is the staircase.
the staircase, and how far in would it go?
It's only,
Oh, it goes, the stairs go this way?
they go this way.
It goes this way.
This is the landing to the staircase.
Okay.
Staircase goes like that. I have that one there and the other one goes down the cellar underneath it.
Oh, okay. So would it be like right here?
Yes.
Oh. So we can,
Oh,
yeah.
didn't even know that was a feature.
Oh, yeah, this system has a lot of places to make tweaking adjustments for whatever's needed. Okay, so what's next? What else do you have? Yeah.
Okay, so the final part is I know you guys are big on square footage, but the 2-bedroom home thing is an issue. That's the other thing. You have me listed as 3 bedrooms.
Oh, we'll change that.
I've never had 3 bedrooms. I only
Yeah.
had 2.
I should
So-
mention the bedroom count doesn't actually change the valuation.
Yes, but it does on the uniform appraisal standards.
Oh, well, we want it to
You know what I
be
mean?
accurate.
No, but I mean, it does when you get a regular appraisal.
Does
Because
what?
it counts as an appraisal
Oh,
for a
yeah,
house.
that's a whole different.
Because
process.
square footage is not the end all.
No, but in this system, it's whatever is usable living space is described that way. And so as you see, we don't draw walls, interior walls. In any
Right.
way. So the bedroom count is just considered living space. And you can call the rooms whatever you want to call them. If you want to call a den.
Right,
That
but I
used to
mean-
be a bedroom, you can do that. So we
But,
just.
but what happened to rules like you can't call a room without a window a bedroom?
Oh, no, actually, that doesn't come into play. Well, I've never seen a bedroom. It doesn't have windows, but it's pretty rare, I think. But it doesn't have to have a closet. It does have to be able to have a door that can be, preferably it should be a door that can be locked for privacy. A bedroom has to be private. So it can't be like a loft area that somebody's sleeping in, which would be all open. And it can't be a room that has to be accessed from coming to it from another bedroom. So you'd have living space there in that second area, but it couldn't be called a bedroom.
So what's the name of this program you're using?
It's called ProVal.
It's what, ProVal?
It's a nationwide software for reappraisal, strictly mass reappraisal, which would be what's called computer assisted mass appraisal. So it's called CAMA for short. And this is used in many towns.
Right, so
Mainly through New England.
our
I
town
think.
decided to do this?
The town has changed over in 2020, and at the same time, the listers were, they stopped having listers. And they now have an assessor, which is what other Vermont towns, other towns have done as well, not just in Vermont. The listers is kind of not being used as much as it was in the past.
I didn't
So-
have any luck with the listers anyhow. It took me until last year to get my house to be measured correctly.
Oh,
So here I was all excited because my taxes are going down.
who came and measured it?
No idea.
It was last year?
Last year,
Oh, so the listers.
some guy came and he wasn't a lister. He was hired by the town for
Really?
something. Yes, he took all the measurements. I've been trying to get the town to do it for a long time because they had my house like, see how this goes out. So they had that all the way down there. They just had wrong measurements. Upstairs was bigger than it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm not seeing that. So was the value changed?
No, I paid the same. The
Oh,
value
okay.
stayed the same and I paid the same thing. And I
I wonder
thought
who
this
then-
would be the year because maybe it was too late because, you get money from the state from the year before. So I thought that was
Maybe
the
that was the
reason.
listers.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we
don't
won't
That would
know.
have been before my
Um,
time.
But then, so I got this because that's why when I wrote you that letter, I wrote you, I've never had this thing done right. But the guy left telling me, I'm gonna get it fixed, blah, blah, blah. And he did, but didn't really help me.
Oh, yeah.
Because my appraisal just went up.
I'd be curious to know. Yeah, and basically the main thing that is causing the increase in the assessments is the sales that took place over the past 3 years.
Right, but once more, you're penalizing me. You guys are using a system that ignores 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom homes.
Well, it's not.
So you're selling
yeah.
ski houses at big dollar amounts, and I can't sell a house here because they're not interested in 2-bedroom. A 2-bedroom, you have a single couple isn't interested in if they have a boy and a girl. They're not going to buy my house automatically. They're not going to look at it. Okay.
Well, this,
and
this
if you want a
is-
ski house, we're in
yeah.
a ski location. That you want multiple bedrooms.
This is a very in-depth program it is something that the state considers a legitimate CAMA system, computer-assisted mass appraisal, for doing small or gigantic towns. And if that's the way they do it, that's what we live with. And obviously when people are seeking, a place to buy, they will find out how many bedrooms there are and go from there as far as negotiating a sale price. So it's not that it's ignoring something. It's just, it's able to create a legitimate valuation without actually having that be a data point that is changing the value.
Right.
It gets the job done.
Well, that's
Yeah.
just your opinion of it. That's not my opinion of it.
You could
I
say
mean-
it's the state's opinion too.
Right. I can right
they
now
consider-
because I have no authority over that. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that
it's what
I
we have.
totally disagree with it. It's like when
Yeah.
when you're doing regular appraisals, you're supposed to have equal or value of your own house. So you're compared to either a 1 or 2-bedroom, all 3 and 4-bedroom places.
Well, we'll have to just for now work with what we have. So that
Right.
needs to be changed, I guess, from 3 to 2.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So
What else can we look at here?
that's pretty much all of it. The
Okay.
only other question I have is, so what's my recourse after I don't like what I hear
Okay, so
from this?
you will get a second notice. It'll look a lot like the first one as far as just showing the old value and whatever the new value is. Or
Okay.
even if there's no change, it would show the same overall market value. And it will tell you what options are available to you from that point on to
So
have.
Is there going to be a
some-
time limit on that?
On what exactly?
Well,
Well, the notice will
we
have.
had to get this all done.
Yeah.
So like I'm at work right now in between going back to work, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? This
it'll-
is not working for me very
Sarah
good.
can explain exactly.
So you'll get the next notice. We have a week after we finish these appointments, which are finishing up probably Monday morning. We have 7 days from that date to produce our results of grievance. And then those get mailed out. From the date of that mailing, you have another 14 days to appeal to the BCA, which that would just be, I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to actually
What's
find out.
BCA stand for?
The Board of Civil Authority, and those are all town people. But it's a board that you'd come in.
It's a board.
Yep, it's
here.
just like your,
Yeah, you can make changes.
and it's just your next step up. And theirs is a little bit more in depth.
So my next question to that is, am I better off just getting an appraisal done?
That's, I guess, not to put it lightly, but that would be a gamble, I guess I could say. If it comes in and you find it's lower
If
than.
my appraisal
yeah.
comes in and
Yeah.
that's what they're saying it's worth, then
Yeah.
I'm
It
going to
won't-
stop whining.
It won't, well,
You know what I mean?
it won't guarantee a change. The
Right.
assessor would still have to look at it. He's going to judge.
So it doesn't guarantee even though I
The
just paid
accuracy,
somebody
yeah.
to just do an appraisal.
Well, if he looks at it and it looks like it's a credible, accurate
Gotcha.
appraisal rather, then he could consider it. But again, it would still be a decision that he would make as far as what, if any, change to make. So I know it costs significant amount of money to have it done.
Oh, yeah.
Whether
That's
that-
why I didn't have enough time to get one when I first got this.
Yeah, they're
There's
all,
notice on
they're
top
all
of it.
busy already.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. You couldn't
Right,
get one if
right.
you wanted one, yeah. So that time frame might give you time to find one, who knows,
Well,
if you decided to have one done. And the BCA could consider that. They have a wider range of freedom to make changes. They're not as restricted as the rules for the assessor to make changes. So that is why they're the next step up to get some possible change. So that would be just a matter of you to wait to get that notice. And
You wrote on these. Did you want to keep those? I gave you
Yeah,
that for this.
yeah.
To tell you who I am, the
Oh,
pictures and
well, I have
my 5 things I whined about.
I had this page, and
I probably whined about 6, but I only wrote 5 of them down.
well, we don't whining.
Oh, come on.
Justifying. Yeah, no, thanks for all of this. It's all going to get to the assessor. And there will be some value change based on what we were able to
Oh, I hope
verify
so.
here. Yeah. Oh, for
Well,
that, that's a black and white thing. It's no.
Like my weekend is going to be spent painting again. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, at least you're you're keeping it in control.
Yeah, well, you can't let your house get overtaken by that stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's like the whole key.
Yeah.
So that was it.
Okay.
I'm actually done whining.
Yeah.
Thank you for
good
your
luck with
time.
everything. Yeah. you're
Thank you.
welcome.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. Thanks for making it 1 o'clock for me.
Yeah, no problem. We're trying to accommodate as best we can.
These fussy coworkers, they want me to give them paychecks. It's hard to
Oh,
believe.
don't hold those up.
Have a great day.
See you.
All right, next is Alan.
Oh, no, we're not gonna, we're trying not to physically harm anybody.
They do have a copy of your property card if you didn't bring one or didn't have one yourself, so.
I
there's that there. So I'm Sarah. I'm just here running the meeting,
Sarah, we met.
basically, yes. And this is Dan. He works for the assessor.
Okay, Dan.
So I'm mainly gathering this information from the
Okay.
hearing and
So
passing it on to him.
So I have a little opening statement. Is this all being recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to have a seat in the microphone there, so
Okay.
our recording is through here. We turned the video off. So it doesn't have to record your
That's
video,
fine.
but.
Okay.
So we're just gonna set a timer just to kind of keep us on time.
Yeah,
but
I'm not going to be that
we're
long.
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
cut you off
It's just a
either.
2-page note. I had been here twice prior in the last 5 years,
Oh,
but I was in front of the Board of Listers. There was a whole production, so
Oh.
I'm prepared to
Yeah.
address everyone. But so I put this letter together just to express my concerns about the whole process, and I just want to make sure that was in the record.
okay.
And, okay, so thank you for the opportunity to present my limited case for revaluation of my property's value. By limited, I refer to the impossibly short time frame available to appeal a new assessment. I believe this hearing is unfair process to all property owners. Let me explain. The timing of mailing out new assessments on July 3rd, the day before national holiday, and allow only 14 days to respond properly, does not allow sufficient time to gather the necessary information to challenge the reassessment. At best, the mailings would allow residents only 12 days to gather information necessary to challenge the reassessment. And at worst, as a second homeowner who might have been enjoying the holiday week in Wilmington, much less time. In my case, I did not receive the letter until July 10th, when I picked up my mail at my primary residence. How many second homeowners did not see the letter until after the 14-day limit expired, or primary residents who were away on holiday? The primary documentation I have depended on to challenge past reassessments is an appraisal from a certified appraiser to provide a proper analysis of my property. Unfortunately, when I attempted to secure a current appraisal, the response I received from my previous appraiser was she could not assist me until October. She noted, quote, "I have been inundated with appraisal requests from irate Wilmington
Is
residents
she a local person? Yeah.
in
Oh,
Brattleboro."
Not that it matters, just curious.
That's fine. Brattleboro. I called a few other local appraisers and they too were too busy to perform the appraisal in the time frame required. This unfortunately is my third trip in front of the town contesting my assessment. If I were of a conspiratorial mind, I might be concerned that I'm being singled out. However, I realize this assessment was handed down by our state government and you were just carrying out their mandate. My previous two trips in front of the board started in 2019 when I contested the reassessment of my property, utilizing a professional appraiser's scientific approach to obtain a realistic valuation. Again, in 2020, the town of Wilmington repeated the process and I was sent another reassessment of my property. And again, utilizing the professional appraiser's valuation, along with other supporting documentation, I presented my case in front of the Board of Listers, who sustained the reassessment. And then the process repeated itself again as a new assessment was overturned by the Board of Civil Authority. Please note, during my appeal of the reassessments in 2019 and 20, I welcomed on-site visits to my property by both Board of Listers and Board of Civil Authority. If notes are still available from those visits, be assured that there has been no change to the property. I still have the same 1988 bath and kitchen in the home. Fortunately, the last 2 years have been no reassessment of my property, which brings us to today. I've spent considerable time reviewing recent real estate transactions, examining the new town assessments compared to the 2023 assessments. My understanding is there is a state mandated computer program utilizing algorithms computed by statistical analysis to obtain the new valuations. While I'm not a math major or a real estate professional, it seems to me no computer program can accurately account for the condition of a property for valuation purposes. In this statewide reassessment, that information is not considered. Again, I am not a real estate professional. I believe the new assessment of my property is incorrect. Until I'm able to secure a more recent professional valuation of my property, this rush process is flawed. However, I will do my best to come up with a more reasonable valuation based on the dearth of appropriate property for sale or recent sales. So that's my statement. I have some documentation here that I can hand you for comparatives.
And we can keep this?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Sarah, you can have one too.
Thank you.
And I did send you a copy of the appraisal that was done in 2019, so you have that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So it gives you
I
the,
have the file for it. I just didn't print
Okay,
it.
yeah.
right, so there is,
Usually it should be as recent as possible, but if that's
Right.
the only one you have.
well, again, as I noted earlier, you can't get one because
Yeah, oh,
they've
right.
been in,
Yeah.
the appraisers, the professional appraisers have been inundated, so.
Yeah, no, it's something, at least something for the assessor to look at.
Right,
Yeah.
so I took some time and ran these comparatives. The second page is just Westlake Road where my house is at. I'm at 162. And this is just a comparison of all the other properties on the street
Uh-huh.
and how, I don't know how, how the statistical analysis was analyzed or so forth, but the increases are all over the board. I mean, on the same street.
Yeah.
So,
Usually that would mean that there are differences between those houses, among them.
right, but why
At
is the
very least.
percentage increase changed? I mean, that's,
There are factors. One that comes to mind and I'm not an expert.
Okay.
But there may be certain trends in the sales that are taking place. For instance, if an area, certain parts of the town where there were a lot of houses that were, say, most of them were ranch houses, ranch style.
Sure.
That could be a variation that would
Right.
have to be accounted for.
I get that.
But there is a great range of increases.
Right, I mean, it's all over
Some-
the board. I mean,
yeah.
it's crazy. I mean, mine went up 37%, but there's another one went up, 46%?
But there's also the factor, well, you do have the land listed here separately, of course.
Well, this is right off the town's website.
Yeah.
This is the town's,
Land is calculated based on land sales. So again, it's separate.
right, but the prospective 2024 valuations did not break out land and home value. It just gave total value.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah.
that's why the land is not in in this page that I'm presenting.
Oh, that page? Oh,
That page right there.
there is a
See-
column that says land.
Well, this is for all for 2023.
Oh, okay.
2020,
Oh, so- yeah,
2024
you're
is just a
talking about-
gross number. It's
Okay.
not broken down.
Yeah, maybe it should
It should have been broken
Yeah,
down, yes.
it makes sense, but we have no.
Right. So, I mean, I am content, I don't, honestly, I don't know what the real value of my property is because, you go on this, comparative analysis, I used just the price per square foot
Yeah.
and broke that out based
Typical,
on sales. I mean, that's one method for doing it, certainly, based on sales. And I came up in the bold with numbers of what my house would sell for based on the price that was either sold or proposed per square foot. Now, there's one anomalous house, which I'm sure you guys are aware of. It's 118 Westlake Road, which just sold recently.
Oh, how recent?
A couple months ago.
Very end that they rebuilt.
No, not that one.
oh,
118 is in the middle. It just
Oh,
sold,
okay.
it just sold for 2.65 million.
Oh, was that after March 31st?
It was 13 of May.
Yeah. For the purpose of the reappraisal, only data up to
Okay.
March 31st.
Well, but
is-
it would have come up. The problem that I have is the proposed assessment is nowhere near what the sale price was. And there are others in here where the sale price didn't reflect what the appraisal was. So there's some flaws in the system. I understand that the state has produced a document or a program to,
Well, actually, that's the state's CAMA system, computer assisted mass appraisal.
right, no,
This town is using an independent system.
oh, I thought the state mandated that you had to use their system.
They mandate that you have to use a CAMA system, but the towns are allowed to choose.
Oh,
what
which one
CAMA
they're
system.
using.
Exactly. And
And
the one
if-
that's used here is a nationwide.
What's the name of this program?
It's called ProVal,
ProVal,
PRO,
VAL?
capital VAL. I think it's capital VAL. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's used in many towns in New England especially.
Okay.
And our
But-
assessor has been using it for 35 years and he is a reappraisal contractor as well.
Okay, so,
Um,
I understand the process because I've been through it before with the Board of Civil Authority. So this process is going
Yeah.
to take another few weeks.
Right.
So maybe I'll be able to get an appraisal by then. I'm not sure I can because they're so backed up, but,
Yeah, you'll get a new notice in about 2.5 weeks.
okay.
And that'll be the typical kind of.
And what
notice.
will that be based on?
It'll show the old original value.
And if there's going to be a change
and
based on
it'll
what
show-
I've
Even if
presented?
there's no change, it'll show that value.
Okay, and then,
Similar to your first notice.
right, and then I'll have to appeal that again. I'll speak with
It'll-
Sarah. I'll
yeah,
speak
it'll
with Sarah
describe,
again. We'll reconnoiter.
I
You
don't do
the appeals?
BCA. No.
Who does the BCA?
That's with the town clerk because it's
Yeah.
a more in-depth process,
Yeah,
appeal process.
Been
Yeah.
there, done that, so,
Yeah.
This is your preliminary step.
yeah, okay, so that's
I
what.
did want to mention in your letter, though, you said something about the system doesn't recognize condition of the house.
Right. It
We
doesn't.
there is a data point that's called condition. Well, not called, it is called condition. And that's supposed to reflect
And that's based on,
as it exists right now,
That-
if it's known, and which the condition mostly refers to inside, but it refers to any part of the house that is,
so, I mean, what
Right.
criteria is it? Is it
it would be.
new?
a
I mean,
visual-
obviously, something that has a brand new kitchen or new bath is going to be more valuable than something that has a,
Yeah, it would be the overall aspect of the whole house.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a lot wrong with the house, the condition would be considered below average. If somebody has a really old house that they've kept perfectly repaired and or enhanced, that could be called better than average. So we have, there's grades, average, poor, excellent, exceptional,
Okay.
or very poor.
And that variation in condition, how does that affect valuation?
It does play a part in the valuation, but I wouldn't have any.
There's no percentage of, I mean, something that's in excellent condition versus fair
Yeah,
condition?
Well, there would be a difference, but it
Mhm.
wouldn't necessarily show up how much it would show up in the actual final total value. But
Okay.
yes, it's a value changer, definitely.
All right. Okay.
Just a small point. So
No, I appreciate that. I just,
yeah.
so you make your recommendations to the assessors now? Is this how it's going to work?
I don't recommend anything. No, I'm purely the data gatherer here. I do
Okay.
field work as well.
Okay.
For physical inspections.
So the town has done, I think I heard you say the town has done away with the listers and. they
Yeah,
just
so
have- they
now
just have
it's
two
a
assessors.
contract assessor.
Contract assessor.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
and
what-
it's voted, so it's a voted thing that the town voted that we
Oh,
go
that part
from
is voted.
listers,
But
from
who-
listers to the assessor,
Yeah.
so.
But the assessor, it ends up being someone who's hired just like any other person. They interview prospective people, only for now, because they didn't have a framework of making the decision yet to actually hire a permanent one. So what we have is an interim assessor
Contracted. Yeah.
who is also the reappraisal contractor. So
Okay.
he was available to fill the spot as an
Right.
assessor. And he's a Vermont resident who has a great deal of experience.
Okay.
But still, when the computer computes values, he
He-
ends up reviewing each of those individually, very carefully,
He
and
re-
makes
he re-
adjustments.
He makes adjustments based on what?
His
Condition?
knowledge,
Oh, knowledge and condition, okay.
yep, and education. So it's not done without human.
Yeah, it's not an exact science certainly, but.
No, it isn't, and it's up to him to do as best he can.
Yeah,
and-
no, I get
But so this grievance process.
So you're just
should-
gathering information now. That's great. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll be going through this again, but thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
so in about 2.5 weeks, you'll get that notice. So
Okay.
keep an eye out for that.
Thank you, sir.
You're
In the mail.
welcome.
You have a good
Okay,
day.
bye now.
I have a voicemail from the next person. I have a feeling they're probably not
Oh, how
able to
about
get
that?
in. It's supposed to be, but I have a feeling they're not getting in very well. Thank you.
Thanks. Sounds like your hunch might be right.
Hi. So there shouldn't be a passcode. Did you get a confirmation email after you registered? So when I'm just gonna try and walk you through this. So in the confirmation email, are you looking at it right now? So if you scroll down, don't click on the blue line, scroll down, there should be something in a bubble that says join meeting. And then it's asking for a pass, but it should just let you right in. Okay, so I'm just gonna put my phone on speaker and then you can just talk, okay? How's that sound? All right. Okay, so this is Larry Silver. I'm gonna just turn this up here. All right. So we are recording, so I just have the microphone pushed up to the phone here. So whenever you'd like to start, go ahead. And Dan is here. He works for the assessor. And you can go ahead and speak and we'll go from there.
Okay. Well, I sent you a lot of listings that I got from Zillow. Of course, I realize a listing is different from a sales price, but most of the time in a competitive market, it's close or even lower than the sale price. And most of the comparables with four bedrooms and 3 baths are well under $600,000 in Wilmington. I sent you by attachment about 7 of those. I've received even a few more because Zillow is very active. For example, one on Radar Road is 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, and more than 1,000 square feet larger than our home. And that's listing for $559. And you have, on the recent reassessment, you have us up well over $600,000. So that's why it was difficult. Aside from the sheer amount of the increase, which came to about 60% increase from the last assessment. All the comparables are basically about what we paid or less. We paid $571,000 2 years ago. And of course, assessments are usually never as costly as the actual sale price of homes, at least in my experience. But so I don't know the basis of why we were reassessed at over $600,000 and how you make these determinations. So that's the basis of my response. So
Okay.
if you're able to
Yeah.
explain a little further how you came up with your figure.
Hi, this is Dan. I work for the assessor. My purpose here today is, to hear what you want to tell us verbally, and also use, and we do have the printouts of your comps. I don't personally make any decisions about any of this. This all I will be, whatever we have from today's hearing, I will be passing over to the assessor, who will be addressing the issues that you're bringing up. I would mention that as far as how the values came about, the town is obliged to use sales, all of the valid sales from the past 3 years, ending with March 31st of this year. And those are all used to create the values throughout the whole town using a computer system that is required by Vermont, a system that can do valuations for a whole town. And that's how the values were created, along with the assessor who uses that system is an experienced in real estate, especially doing reappraisals in Vermont. And so he reviews the values that are created by the assessment system. And so there was great increases for many properties in town. Some were not so great. So there's quite a range of increases, and yours is significant. And so the.
But isn't it your experience that assessments are usually not as high as the actual sales prices? That has been my experience, but it may be different.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real pattern to that could be compared from the systems that are used for a whole town, as opposed to a small scale comparison. Those are valid, of course, and also we don't really know how online systems like Zillow create their values, but they can.
I assume that they're asking prices that realtors assess in conjunction with the owners and with sensitivity to the market.
Sure, they do find ways to collect information, and so they are valid as far as whatever people use them and see how they compare to real life. But the computer systems that the state requires are most likely different from the way their collection is. So we're using data collected by the listers over the years. But this particular reappraisal, as you probably know, was statistical because the state required it.
So I'm talking to a computer, essentially, right?
Well, no. So the assessor is going to look over your submitted data and also just review in general, review the whole of your data in the computer already.
Sure.
And so his decision will be made at some point as to what he might make changes or not. And you're going to get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks, which will show what, if any, change was taking place, or if there was no change. It'll show the old value and whatever the market value is now, whether it was changed or not. And,
well, what was startling to me was that last year's assessment was just a little short of $400,000. And in 1 year, it has gone up to over $625,000, which is a startling increase.
Well, that last year's assessment was based, that's the assessment that was created in 2020. So it actually is a 4-year difference. And the valuations for each reappraisal are stay the same until the next reappraisal, unless.
Okay, so it's a 4-year cycle?
Yeah, unless, well, no. They stay the same unless there's been a change to the property in some way. If somebody put on an addition or removed something, the value would be changed in between those reappraisals to show that, and there would be a different valuation.
But we simply bought the property in 2020.
Yeah.
And for certainly less than the assessment, which is why I also mentioned the fact that in my experience, assessments are usually a bit lower than the potential market value.
Yeah, we wouldn't really.
And this is more than we paid by about $50,000.
Well, we wouldn't really be able to make a correlation in that way with the way the reappraisal is done. It has to use the sales that took place in that 3-year period. All of the valid sales, and obviously the most recent year would get the heaviest weight as far as the valuation, but those 3 years do represent the 3-year history that has to be included in the overall.
Well, I know the market has been, very lively in the post-COVID period, so it doesn't surprise me that values have gone up, and that's good for homeowners, of course, including me. But it was a startling increase, and I didn't realize that it does say previous total last year. It doesn't say from 2020.
Yeah, it has to be that way. I know it's somewhat misleading, I guess you could say, but it is the standard way to. They have to show the value that it was last year, and in some cases, I said it may have changed because of changes in the property itself.
Well, we've made no changes in the property except to put up some fencing, but that's not a very big improvement.
Did you get a copy of the property card the assessor's property card yet?
The one with the plan,
Yeah, it's got a sketch on the backside.
yes, I
Yeah.
do have that.
Okay, and I guess, did you look that over to see if there was anything that seemed incorrect in any way?
I have to admit that I wasn't really very good at reading it, so I'm not sure
Oh,
that,
well,
it does say improvement data, but I don't know exactly what that means.
oh, well, that's just, when they say improvements, they mean, that means anything that exists in the house, and it doesn't mean that there were changes. It's just meant that the property is improved by whatever, if it's the building or if it's the character of the land in some way. But
That we didn't change, at all.
Right, right, of course. So that data is as recent as what may have been put in from the 2020 reappraisal. So you might want to just, if you've already read it, wherever you could, it shows the details of the interior and the number of rooms and bathrooms and heating type. If you've looked at
But that would all have been done prior to 2020 in any case, because that's when we acquired the property.
Yeah, I just meant that in case we had any incorrect data in the computer for whatever reason, human error or so on.
I see.
Yeah. So are there 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay, so that seems to be correct.
Yes, the house is unchanged in that respect.
Right.
And so again, there would be no reason to reassess on the basis of improvements.
Oh, yeah, no, the word improvements is not really relevant in this case.
Okay.
The reappraisal just takes all the data and uses whatever's in there. And it may be data that was put in 2020, the last time anything got changed.
Well, I'm sure that there were some small tweaks before the house was put on the market, but we weren't alerted to those. And again, nothing has changed since 2020. So.
Yeah, 2020 was a physical inspection. And the state has now changed the schedule for reappraisals to be once every 6 years. Whereas in the past, it was once every 10 years was physical, and in between, at the 5-year period, there was a statistical reappraisal. But this one was done after only 4 years because of the market having changed so greatly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's obvious. We have some friends who were looking and they couldn't get into the market the way it was heated up. The question I also have that you may or may not be able to answer is, based on this assessment, what is the percentage in annual property tax
we don't have any information about the property tax as far as the assessment process. I don't know where you would get that information, but we don't have anything to say about.
I think I may have misunderstood then. I thought the implications of this rather dramatic increase in assessment was that my property taxes might go up by 60% or something.
No, taxes don't get, our tax rates are not calculated until after all the assessment numbers go to the state. So when the town goes through a whole town-wide reappraisal and the town comes up as a whole, it tends to keep our town rates low and sometimes even lower than the previous year.
Oh, all right. I mean, that's where the alarm came in.
Of course,
when
I know
saw a
everybody
higher
felt
figure.
that way.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I know how intense the appointment schedule was for these hearings. So.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So some of my anxieties have been allayed just by that item of conversation. But nevertheless, as far as I can see from what realtors think the property on the current market is about, which may be a little more current than the assessment that you have written here, because it's theoretically up to the moment. This still seems higher than we could probably put it on the market, although I'm not a good judge of that. I'm certainly not a realtor. So that's the reason why I asked for the kind of explanation you've been giving me.
Yeah, well, it could very well be that sales have changed somewhat since March 31st, and realtors may be using data that's really up to the very day you're talking about it. So that could have be some factor as far as what their thoughts are about values, but I'm sure they're still valid for what purposes they're being.
Yeah, things
used for.
probably don't change that much in just a few months.
Probably not, but in any case, yeah.
And I have to admit that, I wasn't looking on March 31st.
Yeah.
The alarm came when I got the reassessment, and so I'm just looking at the present.
So the notice that you're going to get in about 2.5 weeks will show what, if any, change was made, and even if there was no change, it will show the value, and it will tell you the options that are available for further attempt to have a value change. And it'll tell you what you can do from that point on.
Okay. The only other time that I had such an experience, basically it was to do these kinds of comparables, and of course nothing is ever identical.
Yeah.
So you're doing your best to find bedrooms, bathrooms, and square feet, and so that's what I did. But I'm kind of new to this process, so
well, you did. You've done the right thing by having the hearing, and so we would. I guess we have kind of gotten everything we could do at this point. And we do have some other appointments to do. So we.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't mean to hold you up.
Oh no. Yeah. So I think we've got everything across to you, and we have your info, and so it'll be up to the assessor to make a decision.
Well, thanks for your calm explanation, which has calmed me.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
And I will keep an eye out for the 2.5 week assessment of the reassessment.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for coming and calling in.
Well, sorry about the confusion on the Zoom.
Yeah,
That's all right.
We managed.
Yeah, we did. So thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Daniel. Was it?
Yep, Dan. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks to both of you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, come on up, Gail. So we're gonna get Gail in quick.
Yep.
She's here early. We have to. It's a recorded meeting.
Yeah, the
You
state.
don't have to talk into it. It's not microphoning anywhere. It's just that we have to record it as an open meeting law. This is technically an open meeting. Anybody can come in and sit here.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Dan.
Hi, Dan. I'm Gailey.
Okay, I work with, I work for the assessor. So I listen to whatever you're having to tell us and take notes and pass that on to the assessor for him to decide on what to do.
I was
So-
just curious how my house could go up $50,896.
Okay.
And when all I've done is put a metal roof on the front, and it cost me $3,800. And that's all I've done. I really can't afford right now to make changes at my property because I'm trying to save money so I can, but.
Oh, did I get mixed up here?
Nope,
Oh.
we're taking her early.
Oh,
She's here early.
I'm
So this
here
is-
an hour early. I screwed
okay.
up.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No. Oh, I see you've got a, oh, yeah, I like your handwriting.
That's
So
kinda
this is,
sloppy.
this is expressing what your feelings are about the increase.
Yeah, plus I threw in the town taking over our road, because if my town taxes are going up, I want the town to start taking care of our private road, because it cost me $1,050, all the houses this past winter, and the spring, for the spring work, another 250, and that's getting outrageous. I can't afford to live on my own road.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose my house. My husband died there, and I'm not giving up my property, but
Sure.
I
yeah.
was panicking over the amount of how much my taxes are going to really go up. And like I said,
yeah, that's a big question mark. We don't know what taxes are going to do, and all we can do is address the assessment issues. So is your letter here, is that what you were
I
just
just
saying?
said what
Yeah.
I did was the metal roof and that I wasn't
Okay.
happy that my taxes said that they're going up that much. I mean, the property value, yes, I like the increase of the property value. But, you know, in case I ever have to sell, which I don't plan on doing, but I wanted to know how they came up with that because yes, most of the houses on my road after the pandemic were resold. And the out-of-staters that bought them are all doing Airbnbs and a few local people on the road are improving their houses.
Yeah, I was at 115, I think, or 112. Anyway,
it's not possible for me right now. And like the other morning, both my kitchen windows broke. I can't roll them out anymore.
oh, gee.
My windowsills are falling off, but
So there's some things that are not really in great shape about the
no.
house. Anything else besides the windows?
My windows are bad. I just had to pour 2 bottles of full bleach into my well because right now my well smells like sulfur again.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know what's up with that.
It's what he's looking
Oh,
at.
yeah,
So
that's good to
That's
have.
like a sketch of the house.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't receive anything in the mail yet. And I mean, okay, because I
Yeah.
paid the
Not
the
everything's
taxes in
completely
February and I didn't know, and I
Yeah,
know
so
next
that's
month
what
we
you
get,
got.
okay,
They'll be due much later this year
okay,
because of this process.
yes, I get it.
And nobody knows the mill rate yet, so there's no way to really account for how much your taxes, how much
Forgot
your
my
taxes.
glasses, forgot my phone.
Oh, well, you can just keep asking questions.
I
and,
just wanted to know who like came up and
Oh.
assessed me for that much,
Yeah.
but
Well,
is it because of the other houses on my road or?
Well, the reappraisal uses all of the valid sales in town to do all of the new market values. That would be all of the sales over a 3-year period, ending on March 31st. From that point backward 3 years, those sales have to be used in the reappraisal analysis. And so the sales, there were many very high sales, and that
Yes.
the town is obliged to use those sales to create new values. But different properties have different increases. So there's a whole range of increases that were much more than yours and some that were less than yours.
Mhm.
It all depends on the particular characteristics of that particular property, land
Okay.
and building.
Right. And where
so-
I'm situated is a good spot.
Okay.
For
Yeah.
being close to town and.
Yeah,
you
yeah, that might account for but it still has to show up in the sales regardless of
Right.
what the differences are. So that's how the values came up, but the grievance hearings is for you to explain what you think you feel it's worth. And I guess at the bottom line, your feeling is it's not worth as much as, it wouldn't
Right.
sell for as much as,
No, I mean, they had raised me, our house was always at 55,000. And way past even, I lost my husband in 2008, so up until, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 years ago, they reappraised it at 75. And I don't think my property's changed. If anything, it's gotten worse.
yeah, it was
Because I
2000
can't keep up on all the mowing anymore and
Mm.
everything, because I'm working.
Yeah, so it was at 60,000 in 2019, and then there was a reappraisal in 2020, and
Okay.
it went up to, that's when it went up to
75,
75. Yeah.
Yep.
And so now it shows as 125.
125.
So what happens is because that's how you feel, the assessor will review the whole the details of your property
Okay.
to see if anything was overlooked or anything's incorrect, and then make a decision on whether to change it or not. I did want to ask though, as far as just the interior, You have
Nothing.
3 bedrooms,
Well, it's more like 2.5.
whatever you call bedrooms.
Yeah,
The value, the number of bedrooms doesn't change the valuation. So if, whether it's 2 or 3.
Yep.
What did you say, a half? What, is it small?
well, it's small,
Yeah.
yes, and it was for my sons. They both used it, and right now that's the room I'm in.
Oh,
Because when my parents died and I had to bring stuff, I had to use my room as a
yeah. Okay, so that's
box room.
3 would still be more or less correct.
Yes, but nothing else has changed on the
Um,
inside, and it's still not finished on the inside either.
In what way?
Oh, like, bathroom's not painted.
Oh.
All the sheetrock is up. It's hand painted by my kids.
Oh, that must have been
That
fun.
kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, that would be just considered like typical maintenance,
Right.
things that need to be corrected or updated
Yeah.
over time. Yeah, but obviously no major changes. Is it 1 full bath?
One, yeah, oh, and a half downstairs.
Okay, so there's a full bath on the upper
Yep.
floor and then a half down below. Okay.
There is an old shower stall, an old metal one, but I don't use that bathroom at all.
It's basically a sink and a toilet.
Yeah,
Okay. And your heat is forced hot air?
no, all wood.
Oh, was there a furnace there ever?
No,
Oh, how about that?
I have 7 cords of wood sitting in my driveway right now and 1 more to get delivered.
So there never was any kind of central heat?
There was
Or,
1 small electrical strip in the basement. See, when my husband bought the house, he moved into the basement. Then he met me and we finished the rest of the house.
oh, okay.
And no bank loan was ever involved. It was a private mortgage. The house is mine. It's all paid off.
So you
So
just
all there
chose,
was the 1 electrical radiator.
yeah, that's just really a space heater. Yeah.
Yeah, and 1 little one in that downstairs bathroom, and that was
Okay.
it. And we stopped using those. And we put in 2 wood stoves. I
Okay.
have 2 chimneys. And that's it. And I
Oh, so,
did a couple of years ago, put in a little gas heater as a backup. So my pipes wouldn't freeze
Okay.
in case the stove goes out.
basically it's wood stove heat.
Yes.
Okay, well, so what will happen is the assessor will look this information over
Mhm.
and review the property and make a decision, and you will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks,
Okay.
showing what, if any, change was made. Or if there was no change made, it will just show the same number that the first one showed.
Okay.
And it'll tell you that you can take advantage of some steps after that to seek a value change from a different group of people who can make changes.
Okay.
After that point. So you'd have to wait for about 2.5 weeks to get that notice.
Okay.
So it's good that you came in, and so your letter and my notes here will go to the assessor
Okay.
for him. Well, okay. I'm glad you can make it today.
Yeah, I was panicking.
I'll bet, yeah.
Because I do, I work very hard and I'm trying to make everything flow,
Yeah.
but if I get slammed with too much high stuff, and I don't want to lose my house.
No,
My
of course
husband
not.
died, he built it and he died in the living room.
Wow.
So,
Well,
you know how that goes.
a lot of history there then.
Yes.
Okay,
But
well,
thank you and nice to
all
meet
right.
you.
Good
I
luck
don't
with
wanna
everything.
take up anybody else's
Yeah,
time.
no.
Bye, Sarah.
We're all set.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
All right, bye.
Okay. So next we have Robert. Robert, if you'd like to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi.
Can you hear us all right?
I sure can, thank you.
Okay,
Look at this
perfect.
technology.
Okay, so Robert.
Is this Mountain View, or I don't see Robert?
This one. Holly didn't show.
Oh, it was, oh, okay. There's the Robert, yeah. My name is Dan. I'm working for the assessor and I'm here to collect whatever information you want to pass on to the CS assessor, and anything you want to tell us about verbally as well. And so you're welcome to go ahead and discuss your issues.
Thank you, Dan. And first, thank you to the town of Wilmington and Dan, you and your team for leading the process here. It's very important for the town and the upkeep of the town. So appreciate the hard work.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So we, we in essence want to suggest that our home, the recent assessment overstates the value of our home. We have a recent assessment from a third party that shows the value we feel it's valued at, which is 1.1 million. The town appraised the home at like 1.4 and change. The home is currently valued by the town at 950,000. So we have a third party report that was wrapped up about a week ago. So it's very recent. It's from a Vermont-based firm that I've used previously and the town has used previously. We submitted that to the town of Wilmington for the town's consideration. In summary, there's been no improvements to our home since we bought it, I think about 8 years ago. The home has a bottom floor that has never been finished, right? Still is empty space versus other homes, maybe of comparable size or bedrooms that do have finishes. Ours is the very basic house in our area. So there's about a 50% increase that was proposed. We understand that it's whatever fair market value is what ultimately you assess that. So we went ahead and did a valuation. That valuation is slightly more than the last third-party appraisal that was commissioned by my mortgage company and also provided to the town of Wilmington. So we would request for that to be reviewed by the town and used to set the value of our home, please.
Is that something you're sending in or not?
It was already sent in, so you have.
Oh, okay, great, yeah.
So I did receive a automated response that it was received, but I did not receive a further follow-up. So I do want to make sure that was received.
I'm gonna check right now because that would have been to my email. So
Thanks so much.
Where am I here? And which email would that have come from?
If you search by my last name, H-A-I-S-C-H.
Oh, yep, at M capital.
That sounds
AM
right.
capital.
And it should be a report dated like a couple days ago.
Oh, yep, I have that.
Okay.
This was the appraisal I told you about. I think
Oh,
I
okay.
wrote it on there. Is it on the front of that?
Oh,
This.
oh, let's see.
I just said
Maybe I missed
submitted
it.
appraisal.
Oh, yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
notice that.
yeah, we have the appraisal report.
Yeah.
So I spoke to the town and understood the process for which homes were valued. It was a little bit more of a global approach. It sounds like this is very specific, again, done by a third party without my input, with comparable homes evaluated, the nuances of my home. So I feel like it's a fair representation. Honestly, I would have thought it would have been a little bit less, but I'm fine to go forward with this, a very specific analysis and appraisal.
Oh. And did you get a copy of the assessor's property card yet?
I believe I have it, yes.
Yeah, it has a sketch on the back side and, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I guess you've probably looked that over to make sure the details were correct.
I believe that's right. Nothing's changed.
Okay,
And I've been involved in the town before with these matters.
okay.
Yeah, you'll see it's an unfinished first floor, which is probably the most important component of it.
Did you say unfinished?
Unfinished.
Part of the first floor, you said?
The entire first floor, which I guess you can consider a basement, that's completely unfinished. So there's a normal floor that's finished and the 2 bedrooms up top.
Oh, So that would be the, it says 1,659 square feet.
Yeah,
So that was never finished previously then. Oh, that's interesting.
no,
Have you ever made that known to the town assessor
I'm not sure, to be honest.
in the past?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, well, that can be changed. I'm not sure how that would have to come about. By unfinished, are there walls, room divider? It's all open?
There's a dividing wall, but otherwise it's just concrete block. And
Oh.
then wood posts.
Okay, so the
There's
lowest level.
Sorry, there's a small laundry room. So
Okay.
that is, but the balance of it is not finished.
So there's a lower level basement. Is that finished area?
No, that's what I'm referencing, the basement.
Okay. Oh, but when first floor, you mean the basement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought you meant the first floor was the first
No.
the main floor.
So just
Okay.
basement.
Yeah, I think
it is reflected.
yeah. So the square footage for the first floor plus the upper floor is 888, 16. Yeah, it looks like there might be, if it's incorrect, but it might be, I can't tell at the moment if it's actually thinking there's finished area down there. So it's totally unfinished, as you said already.
There's a laundry room. There is a laundry
Oh, the
room.
laundry
So-
room, okay.
Yeah, so
That,
some small portion of it, right? So the living area is about 2,500 square feet, 2,547. That's the
I
first.
see what,
and-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is finished, but not the basement, the B/WO, the 1595. There's only a laundry
Yeah,
room.
yeah. This might be a situation, I won't be able to give you a definite answer, but it might be a situation where a visit might be required. And I'm just,
So the obviously whatever the town has to do, the appraisal that was done and provided to the town takes into account all of this, and it's all.
oh,
detailed
okay,
out.
right.
It's
okay.
a 30-40 page report, so it breaks
Yeah,
up all of this.
I guess-
and does take that into consideration.
That would probably be enough to be verify, that would verify that what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure the details in that would certainly show that. So that is something that it looks like most likely that would be a significant value change.
Well, I guess
but I
what
wouldn't
the-
speculate how much it would be. But
the
it would,
valuation, I guess what my request to the town is that my current valuation is 950. And
Yeah.
that, rather than going up to 1.43, I guess my request is to be consistent with the valuation report of 1.1.
Okay, yeah.
Please.
So that was the only thing that you found incorrect then about the data for the physical data here?
I think it was all correct. I think
Okay, good. Yeah.
So I don't think-
We'll be able to compare that, or the assessor will be able to compare that to the appraisal that you submitted as well, just to make sure. And I guess we probably have gotten the basic issue that you're bringing up for the assessor to review your property information and make some kind of decision when he goes through all the appraisal data and whatever I pass on to him from here. And so you will get a second notice. sometime in about 2.5 weeks from now to show whether there was any value change or not. It seems more likely that there would be some at the very least for that basement area, but so you'll get that notice and it'll show the old value again and the new, whatever the new value is. And that will also tell you about that the grievance process, this part ends when you get that notice, and there are other options available to you after that point. The BCA would be the next one for going before them to seek a further change if you feel that's what you want to do. And so it's a matter of just waiting to see what you get in your new notice. And considering what you want to do. Yeah.
Well, I
Thank you.
appreciate the consideration and hard work. Are there any other questions or commentary I can address at this time?
Not at this time. And it's just, it'll be a matter for the assessor to review it very carefully.
Thank you. I appreciate all the consideration. My contact
Great.
info is included if questions come up. I just, please make sure that the report that was just emailed over is included in the file. I do think that's relevant. And again,
Okay.
thanks for the hard work.
Yep. Okay. Well, thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All
Take
right.
care. All right.
Bye now.
Okay, so next we have Andrew. You can see he's already on.
Okay.
Hi, Andrew. You can go ahead and unmute.
Yep. Hello. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. So this is Andrew. Is it Cuomo?
Yes.
Okay. And he is for 27 Cross Country Circle. It should be here.
What? Oh, I picked it up by mistake. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, Andrew. So my name's Sarah. You can't see me. I'm over here on the side.
Yep.
I'm here with Dan, who works for the assessor, and he takes in all the information to then pass on to the assessor to basically give your property a second look, a second kind of rundown from
Yep.
anything that you have to provide. So I'm going to pass it over to Dan, and I'm just going to set ourselves a little timer to try and stay on time, but feel free to just speak.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you both.
So, yeah, well, let's talk about what your issues are then.
Yep. Yeah. So very recent. Recently moved into 27 Cross Country Circle. It's a mobile home. In a town of Wilmington. Is valued previously at around $12,000, but this year I noticed that it over tripled in value, up to $47,370. So I wanted to discuss that.
Sure.
I was able to pull, thanks to Sarah, property cards from some neighboring mobile homes in the same community.
Oh, good.
And as far as square footage wise, some of them are bigger than mine, and valued at around anywhere from 15 to 20,000. I don't know, should I share my screen, or I don't know the best way you guys want to do this?
Oh, she sent you those?
Yes.
Already? Okay. Well, we can always look them up. Just tell me what the addresses are.
Sure. Probably the best case for me is 36 Cross Country Circle.
Okay.
That one's at 1,040 square feet, and that one is valued at 20,440.
Okay.
That one is also a newer mobile home. I see the year of construction was 1984, whereas from the assistant town clerk of Wilmington, mine was a 1968 Newport home. So I guess actually taking a step back, that was a question I had on my
Oh,
property
1960.
card.
Did you say 1968
Yes,
for your mobile home?
yes.
Oh, because the assessor has 1980 for some reason.
Yeah, that's where that was. I was confused by that as well. I have an email from, ooh, I feel bad. I'm gonna mess up her name, Athene Eldred, um, assistant town clerk.
Oh, Etna. Yeah, I know. I had a hard time when I first started working here too.
Yeah, yeah, I feel bad. But yeah, I have an email from her saying it was a 1968 Newport home, just for when I was filling out paperwork for transferring ownership.
Yeah, is there any way to document the year built?
I'm not sure. This is just over email. She told me, so whatever files that she had.
Oh, she has something, a document?
Yeah, although I just sent an email to her asking what year and make were.
Oh.
And that's what she responded with. So I
Oh.
was a little confused where the disconnect
Yeah.
was.
Well, it should say 1968, unless there are times when a structure may be totally renovated.
Yep.
Inside and out. And in that case, there may have been a decision to use that as a year built if it's massively changed.
Yep. Yeah, and
from what it was.
Yep, and to the best of my knowledge, it wasn't massively updated, but I know there was like.
Yeah, we don't really. Yeah, we don't know what the history was, but it very well could have been some kind of misinterpretation or misunderstanding about when it was built. Or installed, in any case. Well, I'll make a note on here of that.
Thank you.
Because that would definitely make a change in the valuation. As far as the depreciation for how old it is.
Right.
And so what else did you want to bring up about it?
I guess I can provide the other mobile homes surrounding as well.
Yeah.
They're all cross country circle, but numbers. So I said 36, 29, 23, and 21 are all similar sizes, square footage rise, or bigger than mine, and they're valued from anywhere from 14,000 to 20,000.
Oh, so yours kind of stands out as a much larger change.
Right. Yeah, that's where my confusion was. I do realize that I purchased it for 40,000 this past October. But I certainly purchased it more for the rights to the plot of the land. At the end of the day, it's still a 1968 trailer.
Yeah.
So
was it so did you, before buying it, did you have some reason to use that number for buying it? Was it appraised in any way, or
that was just the lowest price that the previous owners were going to were willing to sell it at. And I kind of fell in love with the area. I have some friends and family that are in the same trailer park community. So it's worth more to me to be closer to them. And I've talked to the owners as well, and we got along.
Oh, you did?
Well. Yep. Yeah. And so that was my personal reasoning. And then there was also they also left a lot of stuff, which I was very thankful for. They left, I know it's not multiple thousands of dollars, but they left like washing machine, dryer, stove.
Yeah.
beds, some furniture as well. Unfortunately, I don't have any receipts for that, but just something else.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Well, I certainly can see why you would question your valuation. And was there anything, did you check over uh, the details of the interior, as far as being correct, as far as the bedroom count and heating? Do you believe they're all correct in the data now
Uh, pull it
from
up.
the property
Yeah.
card? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I'm pulling it up just so we're looking at the same thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I didn't see anything else.
Okay.
Anything else glaringly
Yeah.
wrong. Well, I should say no. There was nothing else wrong I saw.
Right, right. Well, so what happens is from here, I took notes about the houses the mobile homes that you were uh, referencing for your comparison.
Thank you.
That'll go to the assessor, and I'm not sure how the year built will play out as far as what can be done.
Yep.
But I think the assessor could probably get the information from uh, the person that you got it from
Mhm.
without any trouble, and that could be certainly be changed to 1968, which would be some change in valuation, but I wouldn't even guess about how much of a change it would be. So you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks, showing what, if any, change took place, and uh, even if there's no change, you will still get a notice. And that'll tell you that you have other options from that point on to seek a change from uh, other people who are able to make changes for the assessment beyond whatever the assessor might have done.
Yep.
So even if there is a change, you still have the option of seeking more change if you think it's warranted. And that'll be coming in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay, great.
So it'd be a matter of waiting for that. So yeah, you furnished what we need, and the assessor will look over everything carefully to see if it's correct.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much for taking time to talk.
Okay, Andrew, thanks. Take care.
Thank you. You guys too. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So he said it was the assistant clerk?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Downstairs.
yeah. Yeah, if that's what she's got in the records, we can change it to 68.
I know. so
Shouldn't
she
be a
must
problem.
have something that says something somewhere. I mean, I don't know what
Yeah, I
where
doubt if she
came
would
up,
have
or
made it up.
right. I mean, I wonder if she couldn't have asked. I wonder if just the fact that he talked to her, but she might have come and like looked at zoning files or asked Jessica.
Oh, from some other department or sort of?
Yeah, zoning would have anything.
Yeah.
So like the year that was built, that would be probably in a zoning file.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Most of these houses have something, almost every house in the town.
I noticed the light on the one I was using is not really deep colored greenish blue anymore. Does that mean the battery?
I don't know.
This is the one that we had trouble with this morning.
It says it's still on. Oh, we did have, wait.
Yeah, and then you had me use this one.
But I put a new battery in it, so that's a brand new battery. So
This
it's
one
probably
is?
more the light. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whichever one we were having trouble with this morning, I put a new battery.
I thought maybe the light was indicating that because it's so different, but I'm sure you're right.
Maybe, the only thing I can think is if, because there's no way for us to really check it.
Yeah.
Turn that one off.
This
The
one?
closer to me.
Oh,
Copy.
hello, 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 hello,
Yeah,
hello.
it's moving.
Okay, okay.
I would worry.
Close to the end of a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have 4 more still to go. No, 3 more, I guess. Still to go.
Hello.
Hi.
Uh,
So I'm just gonna give you a little so what we do is I'm just gonna set a timer just to keep us on time here. This is Dan. He works for the assessor. So he's gonna take all the information regarding everything with your property and what you think is right or wrong. And we'll go from there.
and this
I
is
just have to turn this
being recorded
Yeah.
for the
And then
town.
this is your property card.
Got glasses, Jeff?
And I have your letter. here.
Yeah. I guess I don't really understand how, I mean, nobody really looks at the houses. You just sort
Yeah.
of do a drive-by, how you can really assess a house
I'll
from that.
explain that as best as I
Because I
can.
mean,
Sure.
the condition of the house isn't great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things. If that were to resell, but I don't think.
How we could possibly go up 70%.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Well,
seems
let's
like a
see,
lot.
let's hear the
And if you want
issues.
to buy it, if you want to buy the house, at whatever it was assessed for before, we're willing to sell it.
I wish I could, but let's go over the things that you want to say about the condition of the house.
Okay.
And this property card on the back side, on this side here. This is a footprint of your house.
Yeah.
Over on this side are various details about the interior.
Yeah.
About the rooms, bathrooms, heating, and so on. So
Is this
we-
one mine off?
we-
Nope,
oh,
there's
no, it's, yeah, you can
Yeah.
both work with that one.
Mhm.
And so we want to make sure those things are correct.
Right.
Well,
do bathrooms, are they counted as a room? Actually?
No, they're not part of the room count.
Yeah.
Bedrooms are, and anything like a den.
A den.
Yeah. We
Okay.
do count the bathrooms, but separately as.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So whatever you, and for bedrooms, whatever you call a bedroom, that's the count that we use. It's saying that they believe it was 3. Does that sound right?
Formal dining room.
bedrooms. Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh, no, that's kind of an obsolete term that probably shouldn't even be in there.
Because it's all that comes in one room.
Well,
you know.
yeah, if it's all open, then
Yeah.
we would just, and that room count isn't gonna change the value.
Yeah.
Right.
Except for bathrooms and kitchens.
Yeah, we have
So you have pictures there, I see?
Well, I have some just of some of
Yeah.
the damage to the, the things that really,
Oh, okay, wow.
It's been through 2 floods.
2 floods, okay.
yeah, that was another thing, that it's not considered a flood zone.
Okay.
But it's been through Irene and 1976, just before she bought the house.
Oh, so things were damaged even that far back?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's got no cellar. There's no cellar. There's no foundation.
It's a dirt crawl space.
Dirt crawl space, dirt floor.
Yeah, that's what we have. So this C that's in the middle right there.
Yeah.
C means crawl.
This
Yep.
one's on
And then
sonotubes.
this would be the second floor area.
Oh, no, this is the first floor area.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
of
going backwards.
an addition, I guess.
First floor upper, first
Oh, no,
floor,
yeah,
finish.
this is the second floor.
Oh,
Yeah, it says
Okay.
upper there.
okay.
So that's, hopefully that was measured at
Yeah.
some point in the past to get this dimension.
Yeah. And this part is not on, it doesn't have a foundation. I mean, whatever. I guess it would be this part of the house. Doesn't have a foundation.
Does not have a foundation?
Oh,
Okay.
It's on sonotubes.
Oh, okay, so that would be.
It's on,
So you're fine.
It's on sonotubes.
So is that the
That
front
would
of the
be,
house?
that would be this year, I guess.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be that.
No, it's on the first floor. It's the
So it's on the
16
first-
by 20 room
Oh.
or whatever it says it is.
Uh,
These are decks here. So yeah, this is the, where the deck goes out, and that's what we had it at. You see?
You saying there's a deck over here?
No,
Oh.
the deck's over here. This is deck.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
And the patio door goes out to there.
Okay.
And this room is the one that's on sonotubes. It has no foundation under it.
Oh, okay.
And the rest of it is all an old schoolhouse. So it's got a dirt crawl space.
Okay, yeah. So,
yeah, this is all stone foundation,
I'll make a note that there's,
all space dirt
Piers.
floor.
Yeah. That I can no longer crawl in. I'm too old.
oh,
I never wanted to go in it anyway, but I used to.
yeah, we're not saying there's any accessible
Yeah.
under, down there. Crawl
That's what that is,
spaces.
crawl. right
Yeah,
there.
if it's crawl space, where you saying? Over here?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
1,900, 1,094 square feet.
Right, right.
So I guess you could crawl around in there pretty good, huh?
Well, I suppose, yeah. Anything else? It's some serious issues besides flooding damage? So what kind of damage, what has the flooding done?
Well, I mean, it shifted everything. I mean, I don't know. Those are flood. I don't know if they were of any relevance to you or not, but I certainly think that it would make it a harder piece of property to sell because of it.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
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 And the well, it, did a good job on that, but
There's a well.
yeah.
That's
what was left of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But
You can still use it though?
Yeah.
well, we had to have, a lot done to it. Yeah, but we use it.
Were you planning to leave these or do you?
I could.
Are they saved as a digital?
Yeah, they're on my camera.
Yeah.
These are,
Oh,
No.
those weren't.
they're not from your camera.
Oh, that's right. They aren't. No,
Okay.
those, no, they aren't.
Uh,
I'm sorry. I mean, you probably don't need them all anyway, but
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to.
sorry. I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm
Wow.
very confused today. I'm kind of a bug all week long. That's since I saw you last week. I don't think I've ever, do you ever remember staying in bed for a week?
Wow.
And it's just a week.
Yeah.
Okay, so flooding. Risk. And so I would, let me see what else I have. So you feel the house has depreciated?
Oh, yeah, it certainly hasn't. I mean, I realize the values go up, but as far as actually appreciating,
Okay.
because it's been,
It's not
it
like,
hasn't had any work done on it, or it hasn't,
but there's no real serious issues that are urgently needing to be repaired.
well, some of that rot should be, I guess.
Oh,
But see, when you get old, you can't do all the stuff that you used to do yourself.
yeah, yeah. Right. So for the information interior, so is it 2 full baths?
Yeah, they're like 6 by 8, but
Yeah, with sink, toilet, shower.
yeah,
So is there, it's one on each floor maybe?
there is.
Okay.
Yes.
And your heat, what's the heat system in the house?
What's that?
Uh,
Propane.
do you have?
I mean, oil.
Do you have forced hot air though? Is
No.
there vents or hot water? Baseboards?
vents.
No baseboards.
Oh, it's vents?
Just vents.
Okay, and that goes to, does that go to the second floor as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, vents and. second
Yes.
floor. Okay, and you said it's oil?
Huh?
You said it's oil?
Yes.
Okay,
Oil,
yeah,
oil furnace.
that seems to be what we have. Yeah. I see that there's, is there still a garage,
Yes.
detached garage?
Yes.
And is there,
Unattached.
Yeah.
Detached, yes.
is there a shed as well?
Oh.
It says 20 by 26. 20 by 26 shed.
It's a shed on the back of the garage.
Oh, it's a back, oh, okay.
Attached to the garage.
Oh, yeah, I see that. These two little icons up at the top. Here.
Those two?
That represents the garage and the shed stuff together. So that it's not actually sketched on here.
Yeah.
It's just a little icon to represent the two of them.
There
And
are
those
some
are-
pictures there of the garages.
Those are pretty old.
Yeah.
Desperate.
Are they not in great shape or?
No.
They're not ready to fall down though, I guess.
No, they're not all down.
Just kind of aging and
Yeah.
still standing, but
40, 50 years
Like us.
old.
they're probably not all that weatherproof perhaps. Or,
No.
No. It's a little leaky, I think. There's pictures of a roof in there, and that is the garage.
Oh,
Roof that I had
the
taken
roof
some
has
pictures
problems?
of. Well, yeah, it needs a new roof.
so so I see you had a pretty large change in your from last time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty sizable.
it's due mainly to the sales in town.
Yeah.
There's no getting around all the sales that took place for the
Right.
past 3 years are what are used for the reassessment.
They really are gonna drive any of the older local people right out of here because,
Well, hopefully not. There's no way to know nobody knows what the tax
yeah.
rate
right.
is going to be yet. And there could be some result of a change from,
Well, it's not gonna go down, right?
nobody knows.
Somebody's gonna go.
We can't, it hasn't been
It has
created
to
yet.
be done to the
There still
state.
has to
The
be
state
a,
does it.
this reappraisal, the hearings will have to be dealt with, and any changes will be put in the computer, and then that will eventually become
The
the grand list. Then there also has to be the budget that is determined, and that won't happen right away either. So at this point, we're just dealing with the reappraisal data.
Yeah.
here. Yeah. So you'll be getting a new notice
Yeah.
to show if any change took place from either from information from here right now, or the assessor will also review your property information. This was a statistical reappraisal, so it wasn't the last physical one when they came to your house was in 2020. And this one was statistical. So that means doing the reappraisal, it's the same as every other reappraisal, except without the inspections.
Right.
And so you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to tell you if there was any change from the value that you received in your first notice.
Yeah.
And even if there's no change, you'll still get that
Yeah.
notice.
Yeah.
And that will also tell you about the possibility of getting change from other people beyond this hearing process. The BCA would be one of the places that, one of the ways you could seek a change if possible. There's others beyond that as well. But for right now, we're dealing with what you can tell us about it and pass that on to the assessor for him to look everything over and make a decision.
I'm sure you're pretty busy.
Yeah,
Glad you're busy.
yeah. We're not quite done yet, but,
Is that all for today? Those are.
oh, these are left for
That's
today.
just for
yeah.
left for the afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
We still have several more to do tomorrow and Friday and probably Monday. So it's adding up to maybe almost
How's it
200.
going?
Oh,
All right.
pretty normal. Yeah. Yeah.
No stomping and
It's
banging on the desk?
There's a few people there's always some people who are a little more emotional and
Yeah,
they're, venting a little bit, but we understand that.
yeah.
It's a
Well, I
shocking.
mean,
I know, it's a
Yeah.
hard job.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, we've reached that point in our lives where whatever we have is what we're gonna get, as
Yeah.
far as money goes. So
Yeah.
to do repairs and to do things, we really have to plan these things out. We
Yeah.
didn't plan the rest of our lives so well.
Right.
Well, so I'm gonna put these together and,
That's true.
Can I ask you a question? Maybe you probably don't know anything, but maybe I'll ask you anyway. Somebody mentioned that they might be doing away with the homestead money.
Oh, I haven't heard that. But I couldn't speak to that. I don't really know.
If they were, you would probably have heard about it.
I'm guessing. I mean, I'm a homesteader. I live here in Wilmington, so
Yeah.
I think we would hear about it. Christine might know a little more about that, but I haven't even heard any whispers about it around the.
Yeah.
No. So if so, then it's not in the too near future, but I haven't heard anything myself.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want me to keep any copies of those, or what do you think?
well, I think we have enough in the notes that we can pass on.
Okay.
The ones on the condition of the house, I've got on my camera, but I don't
Oh.
have the flood on my camera.
Okay. And you could email those?
No.
Okay.
We're like,
We don't have
Okay. No,
a
that's
phone
okay.
and we don't have service. and
So
we don't-
if there were ones that you thought you wanted to make sure that the assessor has, you could always just, if you wanted to come down, or if you're here for any reason and you want to pop in and I can figure out how to get on my computer, we could always do that.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about the flood ones. I mean, I don't know if
Scanning.
they're permanent or anything.
Yeah, whatever we have to do.
Yeah, that might be a good way to go. Yeah, some of them are not too much, some of them are sort of duplicates, not duplicates,
Right.
but similar images. Yeah, so that, so to do, what? Hang on for them for you to make scans?
I wouldn't. I don't
No.
think we need to.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
well, good luck with everything.
Yeah.
You get that?
No, that's yours to keep.
This is ours?
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Great. So it's good that you came in. And,
I mean, I do have all these I have. You want to keep those?
Sure, sure. Yeah, we could do
And,
that,
yeah.
and then I
if
can
you
get them on
think-
the computer.
yeah,
Then if
great.
you
Yeah,
think that we want to see the flood,
that's fine. Yep.
we can do that, but I don't know why I want to save them, but it's such a good time. Remember.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
All right.
Okay, well, I thank you very much.
So
You're
yeah,
welcome.
that notice will come in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take care. Yeah. Nice meeting you. Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know you.
Oh, gee. Yeah.
That's why we're a little late.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right. You
Zachary?
guys can come on up. We're running a couple of minutes behind here, but
How you guys doing?
Hi,
good.
I'm
good,
Zach.
thanks. Hi, Zach.
Are you
I'm
Sarah?
Sarah,
Hey, Sarah,
yeah.
nice to meet you. Put a face to the emails.
Right.
This is my wife, Portia.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So he has everything you sent me.
Okay, so,
My name is Dan and I work for the assessor.
okay,
And so I'm basically here to hear whatever you have to say verbally, and also we have your documents
sure,
here.
great.
So we'll be gathering this together
Great.
and passing it on to the assessor, who will
Sure,
make some decision after looking at it.
great.
Yeah, so you can start off with whatever.
Yeah,
First point. would be.
sure. I mean, so the market, you got
Sorry, do you have a copy of the property card? Looks
Uh,
like this.
We do not. We did
Okay.
not bring that.
Sarah's got one there. for
Oh,
you.
great.
Yeah, so that's, this is what we use to go
Yep.
over some of the interior details.
Yep.
Okay.
So we can do that, but if you want to start off with anything else.
Yeah,
first,
no, I remember, I forgot the gentleman's name, the assessor, is it Chapman?
The current.
Oh, Lenny Chapman. He was one of the listers.
Oh, yeah, the lister.
Yeah.
So I think he created this, right? Would he have created?
Well, no.
Because I
this-
walked through them with it. So
Yeah.
I know that these are probably very
Well,
accurate. 'Cause
the listers, there was three of them.
Okay.
And they were doing inspections for 2020.
Yeah.
And they may have made changes, and this data, there was data already in their system.
Yep.
In 2020, the town stopped using listers.
Oh,
Now
okay.
there is an assessor.
Oh, okay.
And there's also, in 2020, the data was all transferred to a new assessment system.
Okay.
Software. And so that's how this is created now.
Got it.
And it prints out most of the basic information that we normally would go over just to make sure that's correct.
Okay.
And if they came inside.
Yeah, I had
hopefully
walked them in and,
They
you
would
know.
have gotten everything correct, but.
Yeah, sure,
So
sure.
this is the footprint of the.
Second floor.
structure.
Yep.
And second floor, and then over here, there's several details about the interior, most of which are sort of obviously explanatory.
Yep.
Okay.
One part that might be not too clear is the bathroom count, which is over here. What it's showing is how many bathrooms and how many fixtures are in each bathroom. So it's saying you have 2 full baths. There's a column that says 2.
Okay.
And then after that, it says 6, meaning those 2 have 3 fixtures in them.
Like a toilet.
So-
and vanity.
Toilets,
Okay,
Got
understand,
it.
understand,
Okay.
understand.
Sometimes people think it means that there's 6 bathrooms. but they're,
Okay.
so that's
Okay.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I
And
totally,
then,
I understand that. Yeah.
Your heating is it water?
Uh,
Stored?
No, it's forced hot air.
Okay. Often, if they haven't been inside and don't know, they guess, and usually it defaults to hot water.
Sure, sure, okay.
Oil. So
Okay.
what's the fuel?
It's propane.
Okay, so it's forced hot air, you said?
It is.
And
propane, yeah.
Okay, so we would change that easily.
Okay.
And then, let's see, so bedrooms, is it 3 bedrooms? It says it here. 3 bedrooms or not? Whatever you call them.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that, let's see, and the roofing, is it shingles?
Yeah, the cement fiber.
For the
Okay,
exterior.
is that the siding?
No, it's vinyl.
Oh, okay, then,
So,
yeah.
I don't know if
looks
it
very
matters, but-
Similar, but.
Sure.
There's a big difference in cost.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cement fiber would be what they call, well, there's a brand name called Hardy.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, yeah.
But.
So it's
the
vinyl.
Overall technical is.
And
yeah,
then-
So we'll change that to vinyl.
Okay, and then I would guess where it says wood, that's probably because on the front, there's like a little portion that I did. It's vinyl, but it's called cedar impression, so it looks like cedar.
Oh, but it's still.
But it's all
Still
vinyl,
vinyl.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No problem. So we'll just change that to vinyl. And let's see, so you don't have any, do you have any sheds or outbuildings at all?
No.
Okay, so it's not showing. it.
Yeah,
We just
no.
ask in case.
Sure,
Those get
absolutely.
missed- They get missed sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, So there's a full basement. except where the garage is.
Yeah, that's correct.
And,
Yeah,
Let's see, the year built, oh, it was just
it was 2020.
very new.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why when the lister came in, I was happy. I said, come on, I want to show you. I was proud to show somebody, you know?
Well, yeah.
So yes, 2020. Yep.
Okay. And is that all unfinished area at this time?
There's like, I painted the floor. So it's not like, there's no heat or anything. There's nothing like that. Yeah.
There's nothing on the walls.
No one's sleeping down there. No, it's all foam, Nadura. So
Based
it's
on what the
fo-
foundation was.
yeah, it's like the forms, they stay in place. It's just
Okay.
insulation,
Yeah.
but okay.
And there's probably no heat
No, no.
except for the furnace or whatever.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this was probably created from plans that might have been submitted.
Yeah, sure.
It might have been sketched in before it was actually visited.
Okay.
When you first submitted.
Understand.
So that theoretically should have been fairly correct if it was read properly.
Yeah,
So-
sure.
So there's, so this is the sketch of the second floor.
Mhm.
And again, that would have come from the it looks like, and I guess this is probably in line with, meaning this part of the second floor is over the garage, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so
Exactly.
It's just basically,
Yep.
we slid that side.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's probably like splitting hairs, not worth, like this area is all like open. So
Oh.
it's not actually square footage, but
What
I
is that?
like, so the stairs come up like, yeah, it's just, but it's like not much. So it's probably not worth, like, it would probably be almost hard to draw, I guess,
Well,
to
no,
understand that.
we can accomplish anything, and I think the assessor could check the original plan.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Was that in
that
the
would.
original plan or
Oh,
did
no,
you-
it wasn't
That's
though.
why. He
But
built
I built it,
as-
so then we altered
we
it
built
as
it,
I
so
went.
as we went,
Oh,
we
Yeah.
you were
were like,
actually
let's
building
keep
it.
it
Yeah,
open.
yeah,
So
with
it's
my
not
hands.
even-
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, you're right.
Well,
It-
if you have.
Do you
a-
want to see pictures? There's pictures of.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And would you have any rough dimension for that?
That for right now, like, I know that the stairs are 4 feet, but again, like, it might be like a difference of 80 square feet or something. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
worth it.
Well,
So, I mean, can I draw on it with a pencil? On this?
yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
yours. You
I'm
can-
like
you
on the
can-
computer.
You can draw on mine. I would.
Yeah, that's the one that he's gonna keep and give to the.
Yeah, so,
assessor,
yeah,
so-
draw.
Yeah, so,
Here,
There you go.
okay.
That's erasable.
So it's like,
Because it is quite.
I mean, yeah, so it's like,
Did he go in? Or is it all exterior?
No, I think it's all exterior. I'm not
Okay.
positive, but
so these are the stairs. And then there's a landing and then
yeah,
stairs
it's
like
all
this.
just exterior.
And then this is accurate. It does come across. This is like a landing. So that's,
Yeah.
and it's pretty much like,
Oh.
yeah, like this is open. So I
That's a significant square footage.
don't know how much
Even
that,
if it was smaller, we
I mean,
have the ability to,
yeah,
so easy
yeah.
to change.
Yeah.
And make it more accurate. Yeah.
But I mean, again, I don't know what you guys, but what would be considered, square footage, because if it was, even though it's two stories, it's still habitable. So maybe that's, I don't
But
really know.
if there's no floor there for.
Yeah, there's no
Right.
floor. Yeah.
And it's- Clearly, it shouldn't be included. It shouldn't-
Okay,
it should
okay.
make it accurate.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we were wondering is seeing what it was assessed at.
Yeah.
And then we've gotten emails and kind of looked at like, what would our house be valued at? And the assessment is more than those numbers. So we're just unclear as to how
Yeah.
this number
Like
came
a-
about.
Where were your numbers coming from?
So the realtor, Dan, Preston, I could show you the email. He's, I don't know if you're familiar.
No.
He helped with some closing costs. And so he does like this, a a monthly home valuation thing, and it does, it change, right? But it's market, it's using the market value is what he's saying. So
Yeah.
I guess in my first question I wanted to start with was like your assessed values, is that usually a percentage of, say, actual home value? Typically it's lower, right?
No.
No.
The way the new values are created, it's based pretty much mostly on sales.
Okay.
And that would be sales that took place over the past 3 years.
Okay.
Ending with March 31st.
Okay.
And that's the way it's supposed to be done.
Okay.
According to, what Vermont state.
Okay.
Vermont. So all of those sales are used in a software program that's made for doing Old Town reappraisals.
Okay.
So all of the valid sales that took place
Yeah.
over those 3 years are in the computer, and it's looking at all the information that's already in there, and also so the system will create new values based on the kind of increases that the sales were.
Okay.
I
mean, and obviously the sales have been pretty staggering lately.
But it's a very deep, complex program that can you can select certain areas that had similar changes, similar types of structures, and filter things in order to get, so you're not being compared to a building all the way across town, the other end of town.
It's a similar area.
Yeah, it has a great range of adjustments, and the assessor who uses it is expert at doing that. And so that's where the values came from. And there's a huge range of changes from house to house. Most of it.
And we noticed some of that,
Yeah.
some kind of inconsistencies, to be
Well,
honest.
a lot of it has to do with that each particular house has its own character differences.
Some of the
land sales.
Sure. What about so if this is not our full-time house, what did the homesteading is where you live here full-time, correct? That's what you're
more than 180 days a year.
okay. And is that a higher taxable rate or less than what we would be paying?
So last year it was higher.
Okay, right. So typically it's higher, right? So I found quite a few number of properties, and we found more that the homesteading appraisals are extremely low compared to secondary homeowners. So like how that happens, I would love to kind of have an understanding of that.
I wouldn't have given you that. I don't, or the assessor wouldn't.
The assessor wouldn't have an answer for that either.
I don't know.
Like, I'm just asking like what would cause those inconsistencies?
Oh,
is that the algorithm?
It's mainly because the houses are different. They might be older.
But my thing is, if it should be a higher rate kind of to begin with, then
I'm not sure what you mean by rate.
So the assessments have nothing to do with the tax rates.
Oh, you're talking about the tax rate. Yeah.
Like the homesteading.
Right. So the assessment for the house really has nothing to do with what the tax rates might be set or not set at.
Okay.
Because they don't even get set until after our rates go to the state, and then the state gives us their numbers, and then we're able to set our town rate.
Oh, I guess maybe then it was the appraisal numbers we noticed are exceptionally lower on a lot of them.
Live out of state.
Yes. So the homesteading properties, the appraisals are lower.
I see what you're saying, like just to generalize.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You can just see, like, if it's a Wilmington address,
Yes.
their numbers are a lot lower than people who
And
live in
I mean,
Connecticut or New
we have
York
a
or
bunch of
Mass.
examples.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or,
if that
and
could
then I
really
guess
be-
another
Yeah, go ahead.
question would be, is your lot size also a factor?
Oh, yeah.
Because,
The land
for
values.
example, somebody who lives in Wilmington has 65 acres.
Yeah.
We have a quarter of an acre, and they're assessed less than we are.
But the house,
Yeah,
but
that's-
no, the house
No,
is similar.
with the house.
Because then you can cross-reference and go to Zillow or
So
Realtor.
there's
and-
other things that could come into play if they have any of their land in current use. It's
Yeah.
a much lower rate.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
For
that-
the assessment?
Current
Yeah.
use is like if it's agricultural.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
So their
yeah.
land could be
It could be,
assessed at
right.
a much lower rate than
Okay.
anywhere else. Your land
Yeah.
also will vary depending on where it is.
Yeah.
If you're on a lake, if you're,
Sure.
Right.
you know, just
Yeah.
different things like that. Every
Yeah.
neighborhood is a little different.
Okay, I guess so I
Well-
know that it was explained that what the houses are selling at and such,
Yeah.
that's giving that. We
That's-
had another, just like one more example of somebody who lives in town and their current property on 1.7 acres is worth their new assessment is $125,000. But then if you go and you look it up on, Zillow or whatever, how much could it be sold for? It's 281 to 334,000.
So,
So
We
it just
can't
seems
really-
very
yeah.
inconsistent, and that's why we were obviously very shocked when we
Yeah.
first got our assessment, but then going through and looking and seeing like, did everybody's go up this much? Because if that was the case,
Well, I have something rather important to
Sure.
ask you about.
Sure.
The assessment that was done in 2020.
20.
Yeah, or rather, no, the one that was done in the last one,
Mhm.
2020, yep. There was a change due to, I believe, how complete the work was
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
I think it was a
So
70%.
that went up, yeah, so there's a note here, it says it was changed from 70 to 100% in
Mhm.
2022.
Okay.
And I get, so that, I guess it was complete at that point.
Correct. Yeah. 2022 is when we were completed.
I'm not sure how that was determined, but that, as far as you know, that was correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I have no,
I just wanted.
I have
to
no
make sure
quarrel with
it
that.
wasn't,
Yeah.
That the change, what it is now was it was from 100%, so.
it was from
It was-
100%.
yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You're
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so I mean, just trying to understand like why it wouldn't be as consistent and like who would be
Yeah.
able to help us understand that.
Well, it's that just, it's going to be that way, but it's accurate as far as the assessor is concerned. There is a computer software system that creates the values. After that's done, he reviews every single property value. And he's very experienced and would make changes if it seemed appropriate.
Sure.
Um,
So would he be willing to have a conversation about it, like about certain detailed if?
It actually isn't really something that's feasible. But if we do this and get the information from you, but as far as how the assessment process in
Yeah.
the computer system, it's so deep that you can't, he's been using it for 35 years.
Same computer software?
Well, it's
that old?
updated.
Okay.
Yeah. It wouldn't be called software, it's a whole system that
Yeah.
the computer uses.
Yeah.
And it's able to value a brand new house like yours.
Yeah.
He has the ability to, it's got updates that tell it what current material values are
Sure.
and so on. So if somebody builds a brand new house, it could instantly create a new market value because it knows about materials and so on. So it's so deep that it's, you can't compare it to anything like an app that might be on a computer. It's okay. All right.
So then like,
Well,
how can we address
me
more of
explain-
this? Because I
yeah.
feel like my question is
That would
deeper
be
than
the-
you guys are willing to like have the time to.
It isn't a matter of willing, it's
Oh,
just.
No, no, no,
There's
no,
a
no.
time.
There's a
We-
time.
But
Yeah,
what
that's what I mean.
happens-
Yeah, yeah.
What happens from here is he will look over all the information.
Yeah.
Review your property information and decide if there should be a change. And that square footage would be a change most likely. So 2.5 weeks from now approximately, you'll get a new notice that will show what change, if any, took place.
Yeah.
And we know there will be some change, but even if there wasn't a change, you would still.
Still get a notice. Okay.
At that point, it describes options that are available to you for seeking more change.
Okay.
After.
Or
you've
more
gotten-
conversation.
Yeah, it would actually be similar to this, although they might even want.
It'd be a further appeal
Yeah,
process.
Yeah, they
Okay.
want even more documentation.
Okay.
To do that.
Okay.
And there's others after that as well.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that would be your.
Okay.
next,
All right,
that'll be
cool.
in about
You
2
also
months.
have my email, so if
Yeah.
you wanted to shoot me an email with the questions you have, I just might be able to do a little more background
Okay.
on what you're asking about.
Sure, sure.
That might,
Okay.
that I could maybe shed some more light. just
Okay.
to-
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
you.
No
All right,
problem.
that's great.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank
Good
you.
luck
guys.
with everything.
Yeah, absolutely, that's for you.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you guys.
Bye.
All right, Lisa. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, we're running a little behind this afternoon. Get talking.
This is my house.
So you'll want to.
Oh, thanks.
There you go.
Perfect.
So I'm Lisa, 589 Corpunda Road. That is my house, and there's two things I just wanted to point out, is it has me having a 3/4 full basement, and there's no basement, it's all slab.
Oh.
So
okay. I wonder how,
I couldn't like pull
You have
property
you
cards
have
from in the
yours,
past.
Right? That property card. I see you have this one, that's. This just has a little bit more information on the back. It doesn't have a picture.
Yeah.
But that might just be something for your records.
Oh, okay. Can I
Yeah.
get this from online or no, not really?
It doesn't come online that way. The more basic public one is the ones that go online.
Oh, yeah, because I was wondering how
But
you
yeah,
assign
that has-
value to different
Yeah,
things.
that has like all the internal
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah. So let's see, so the basement area is, there is no basement?
There's no basement. So I'm trying to see if you gave a value for having a basement.
Oh, there definitely is, yeah. I'm not sure if it appears in one solid number, but in any case.
So right here looks like it has a 0. Oh,
the
it's
square
not
footage-
finished. That's the value of it there, the 34,720. And I'm happy to have you guys come up if you want to see that there's no basement. I wish there was. My house in Connecticut also has no basement. It's a theme with me apparently.
So is there a slab then?
Yeah, solid
Okay,
slab.
It's all slab,
Mhm,
okay.
solid slab the whole way
That's
across.
easily corrected.
And so,
Sure,
and there's
sure.
no discount for, like I saw, like I have 0.37 acres. It doesn't look like there's too much of a discount for having less acreage. Or is there?
What do you mean by less?
Oh, I don't know if you guys have a 2-acre minimum in town.
Oh, but yours is
0.37.
Oh, yeah, well, it's being valued as the size that it is. Not sure.
Because I think I looked on everyone's town card and everyone's land was valued at like 30,000.
It depends on the area. Where.
Oh,
where's
if you
yours?
were in a development and you had like 0.5 acres, it's like 15,000 or something like that. I didn't know if I had any discount because I am only on 0.37 acres.
Oh, no, I wouldn't, no, there wouldn't be a discount in that way. The reappraisal uses sales, so the amount of land, the value for that is related to what the going rate is for buying vacant land, so to speak. So it's valued as a separate item from the structures that are on the property.
Oh, okay. So no discount given for having like less than an acre or something like that?
No, actually, the location is probably more important. So
Then how much land
if
you
it's more
have.
desirable, you're going to see higher sale prices.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm not unfortunately on the lake, I'm a little north of there. And then, so when you take off the basement, I'm not sure how this would affect that. There's the house directly across from me. So my appraisal went up 48% and theirs went up 38%. And I'm not sure across town if there was a percentage on how they went up or because I don't have
Yeah.
this for everybody's.
Oh, right.
So I don't know if you
right,
did it based
yeah.
on square footage because I think we have the same number of bedrooms and there's just like $92 a square foot
Okay.
or
Would you want to leave it
53
like this?
if you want. And
Yeah,
then,
that'd be good.
and then this one is mine
I'll just
and
join
mine's
them after.
150 square foot if you take out the basement part.
Yeah.
But right now my basement's in is 97.
Well, it will make a big change in the value.
Mhm.
I mean, a sizable one. I couldn't tell you how it will, if there's changes that relate to that, not having a basement, the assessor he'll be dealing with that. And so you will get another notice to show a new valuation without the basement added in.
Okay.
But it's very difficult to compare the,
Without having it taken out to then see how it,
well, sort of, yeah, it complicates the ability to find comps.
Mhm.
There probably aren't that many houses of that age and type that don't have basements.
Right.
But the square footage certainly would be removed. And was there any other issues about the?
like, until the
property?
basement's taken out, I can't see how I
Yeah,
compare
yeah.
to, you know, like to compare myself to other
Yeah.
houses in the
Well,
area.
What will help in that respect is you will get a second notice after the assessor has determined what changes would be made as a result of new information and just in general checking to make sure that there weren't any things that were incorrect about the valuation originally as well.
Okay.
And so you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
And that notice will tell you that there's other options for you to go to after this is done.
Oh,
In
okay.
order to seek more change.
Okay.
Or some, in case there was none.
I feel bad for you because I was I was on the Board of Assessment Appeals in my town in Haddam. And so
Oh,
every
really?
time we did a revow, it was, and I think it went up across the board. It's a shame we couldn't send taxes at the same time and be like, your taxes are pretty much the same.
Right,
It's
right.
not, everyone went up.
Was that Haddam, Vermont?
Haddam, Connecticut.
Haddam, I was gonna say, I know of Haddam, Connecticut, because I'm from Connecticut.
Oh, you are? Yeah.
And yeah, Connecticut, it's a little bit different, but it's similar to Vermont's way of doing things.
So, I mean, that one was an easy one. Like, I don't have a basement, or if I didn't have
Yeah,
like a bathroom. It does say I have 5 bedrooms, but one of my bedrooms you have to walk through to get to the back room.
Oh, well, that should be taken up, yeah.
Oh, and
Although I should mention, the bedroom count doesn't change the valuation directly.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, but we do want it to be correct. Yeah,
Oh,
if
okay.
you have to go through one bedroom to get to another, the other room is just a room and it's not a bedroom.
Oh, okay.
So we would change that from 5 to 4.
Okay.
So I'll just do that right there.
It's a shame that doesn't change it too. But if you want to schedule, I think my information is with the town. If you wanted someone to come up and see that I don't have a basement.
Oh, well, it sounds like we can accept that. It seems
Okay.
like there's no way you could hide the fact that they had a basement. And on top of that, the time frame that we're under here, there wouldn't be any time for this part of the process to have a visit.
Okay.
It could be something that could be done with, say, the next
Eval or
the
something.
next step would be, the very next step that your notice will tell you about is the board of this, the BCA, the Board of Civil Authority. That's what I'm trying to think of. Connecticut has BAA, I believe, as their step further, Board of Assessment Appeals, I think it is. Here it's the BCA. So that would be a step that might feel that they wanted to have a visit. And it
Okay.
could be done then. But for this process, there isn't simply any time frame to be able to do that. But it
Okay.
seems that'll still be up to the assessor, but
Mhm.
I kind of feel that there's no problem.
That you would
taking the
need to do a
basement
site
up,
visit or
yeah.
anything?
And actually, do you know if it was planned, when was it built?
Said
19
1950.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes, well, for newer houses, they have sketch plans that were submitted when it was built, but they probably wouldn't have anything that far back.
They don't
So
know
for
it's
now,
way out before.
yeah, and if you want, you can, if you get a change, if the assessor does decide to just take it off, then there's no problem.
Okay. Okay.
And if you get a notice and it says there wasn't any change, then you might want to find out if you can
Schedule
visit
a
from that next step, the
BCA.
BCA. Right,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, I'm hopeful that it would just be acceptable.
right,
Yeah.
perfect.
So, so we can keep
Yep.
this
Mhm.
one? Okay. And I guess, which one is?
This is directly across the street from me.
Oh, okay. And we can have this?
Yep.
Oh, great. Okay. Thanks a lot. So yeah, about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
You'll get that notice.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, good luck with everything.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so Linda. Hi, Kevin. We're just running a few minutes behind. Okay. How are you, Linda?
Okay, how about you
Good.
guys?
So we have Linda Stiles for 181 Wilmington Hill.
Okay, yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I'm here because a grievance. Basically, what is the tax rate going to be? Do we know that yet?
No, there's no way to know until this process is done, and then
Okay.
The state has to approve the reappraisal values, and then also there's the budget that has to be dealt with. So, yeah, we
Okay.
won't be able to
Tell me, yeah,
help you there.
okay, yeah,
But it's, um, because
yeah.
it's okay to ask.
Alrighty, yeah, yeah, because of course, we're surprised, because the value of our house has gone up.
Yeah, let's see.
$117,000.
Okay, yeah.
And the only improvement that we have made, it was last year, was it last year? Yeah. We had a roof put on because
Oh.
it's been 30 years and the roof was leaking, so it was time to get a roof. you know?
Yeah.
And basically that's what, so we're like, why did it go up so much? That's crazy.
When was the new put on?
Last year,
Okay.
last
Okay.
year, or maybe the year before,
Okay.
yeah, just recently,
Okay.
So, and that's the only improvement, besides, trying to keep the house, looking nice. We would
Yeah.
love to paint, but we just don't have the money to paint right now. It's a big process
Yeah.
in doing that. And, we've been in Wilmington for like 34 years or so, and we've had a cleaning business, my husband and I, and has retired last year, and so we have cut down our business, and right now we clean the health center in Wilmington, and that's the job that we're living off of, that and
Oh,
Social
okay.
Security.
Yeah.
His Social Security, and we're getting old, blah blah blah, as everybody is, but I have some health issues. I have MS, and so that's kind of slowed down things for me, and I have a depretrians contraction in my hand, so I'm trying to get that taken care of, which, so the doctors and all that stuff, but it's just kind of like,
Well, that increase is due pretty much because of sales. So the reappraisal uses all of the sales in the past 3 years up to March 31st of this year. All those sales are used, and a lot had changed since the last reappraisal. So the state required the town to do this reappraisal for this year
Mhm.
because there was so much change in the valuation
of the
sales.
houses. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a jump.
But
Yeah.
I did want to ask some questions about the house itself.
If you want to.
As far as are there any serious issues other than what the roof problem was that?
No, it could be, it hasn't been painted in 30 years.
Yeah.
That could be the cosmetic kind of thing, but
Yeah,
otherwise,
the maintenance.
yeah, home maintenance, but
Uh,
we will never see. And just recently, last month during the storm, we had a lightning strike, and it exploded a tree that was the tree that was closest to the front
Oh.
door,
Yeah.
and it took out some things, like the computer was fried,
Oh, yeah.
the, from the pole to the house, that was fried.
Oh,
So we have to, dig up that, put a new line in from the
the power,
pole,
the lower.
the PAL to the power box.
Oh,
Right now, when they came out, they did a temporary thing
oh, yeah.
until the electrician will be able to come. So, and other things were fried, blah, blah, blah. So,
Yeah.
so of course we had to, go to the home equity. I'm not home equity. We all have it, when we own a home, and they are, paying some of it. I forget what
An
that.
insurance claim?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, so, and we kept it at a minimum as to what exactly happened, so it wasn't, it was like $5,000 that
Oh, okay.
we got, they reimbursed us to
Yeah.
help us get on track again. But, because we don't want that to skyrocket either. You know what I mean? Your home insurance.
Oh,
Because,
right,
because that
yeah,
always has been going up.
Yeah.
And they're saying because of the, building supplies cost more. So
Hmm.
that's why that price goes up.
Well, I did want to ask few details about the interior.
Yeah.
The basement, what's the basement like? Is it?
It's
Is
a,
there a slab down there?
yeah,
covering the basement?
part of it is a slab.
And-
The other part is rock.
Oh,
It's built on rock,
You mean where the floor should, so there's no floor or?
No, part of, you walk in,
Oh.
and
It's like ledge then?
yeah,
Oh.
it's
okay.
ledge.
So
So
about how much of the basement would that be then?
I would say one third of it
1/3?
is
Okay.
definitely ledge, and
Yeah.
you can't
Is
can't
it,
do anything.
This would be the front of the
Let me see.
house. Is it mostly like, which area of the basement would that be?
Okay, let's say I'm driving in, you can actually put the cart in, one car in there.
Oh.
And then you got your stairs that go up, and then over here it's all ledge. And it's,
Oh.
like this. So there's nothing you can,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's significant.
yeah, you can't,
So we would call that,
it's unusable, put it that
Yeah.
way,
you can't stand up in it, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
So
you-
that's more or less, that's crawl space.
Yeah.
So it's.
I guess,
It's
yeah,
not,
sure.
you can't say there's basement there. I mean, it's open to the rest of it, but.
Right,
It's
but-
not usable space. So
Right, it's
that
not
would
used.
be a significant change.
Yeah, that's.
So I'll put about 1/3 of that. It's 1/3 of the basement. is,
Okay.
uh,
Unusable.
Crawl, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, it is.
Okay. Do you get
Yeah.
any water down there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do. It's very annoying, and we try to
Yeah.
dig around the house to try to, make it not, the water come in, but it seeps its way in sometimes.
Yeah.
So we have to always, it's a pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the road that we live on, we live, off of Radar Road. It's called Wilmington Hill Road.
Yeah.
And we live at the very last house on that road. It's about a mile, and it's a dirt road, but we have to pay for plowing and we have to pay for road maintenance.
Your house is the last one?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
the very last one.
The town won't pay it out to,
No.
take it.
That would be
Oh.
so nice. Every year, whenever we get the plow bill
Mm.
and the maintenance bill, we're like, oh, I wish it was a town road.
What kind of length would you be talking about?
1 mile.
1 whole mile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 1 whole
I
mile.
don't know if this is.
And
is
there are,
usable.
okay, but there are
Sure.
other homes. I don't know if you know Fran Krishner. She lives on that road, Mark.
Oh, I don't know anybody
Mark,
in town.
oh,
Yeah.
Mark,
I know some of these.
yeah, you know all
people.
those guys, yeah. So, yeah, so, we all chip in, we get the bill and we all, okay, this is
Right.
what we gotta pay, blah, 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 And then it's time to put more rock on the road, then we all
Yeah.
gotta chip in for that, But anyway. Yeah,
So I'll put a note here.
yeah.
Just in case it is something that the assessor can make use of.
Yeah.
And so there's, inside the house, there's 3 bedrooms, is that? correct?
Yes, yeah, what,
And what floors are those on?
One is on the main floor, and then there's two upstairs.
Okay.
And one we don't even use as a bedroom. It's just like an office kind of room, storage room,
Oh, okay.
you know,
Well,
but yeah,
the bedroom count won't change the valuation. So if you wanted to say two, you could say two bedrooms.
yeah, we have two bedrooms two rooms that we use as bedrooms.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and
And bathrooms.
there's one and a half, one downstairs, and then there's a half upstairs.
So the
toilet.
half is just a sink and a toilet?
Oh, yeah, and there's a shower,
Oh,
but it's
that
like,
would still be a three fixture then.
oh, really?
Three
It's
full
like
bath,
a, but it's not a tub, just the
Yeah.
shower kind of thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
And your heating system, what is that?
It's oil. We do oil.
And is it hot air?
Um,
Vents?
We put in a radiant. The radiant heat, from the
In the
base.
floor?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
Ed did it, yeah,
so it was done to the underside of the floor,
yeah, yeah.
of
And
the
then
first floor?
first
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah.
Second floor, there's a couple heaters, but we close those doors off
Okay.
in the winter time because we don't have kids. We never had kids
Yeah.
or grandkids, so we don't have any of that. So, and I know a lot of this is because of the school tax has raised up, and we have nothing against kids. We like kids and
Yeah.
all, but we just don't have any kids.
So that would be, is that electric radiant or is it water?
Water.
So it's hot
Is it?
water?
Yeah.
It's hot water under the floor. Okay.
Yeah, because we have that, I believe that's what it is. And wait a minute, oil? We have the oil. And we get the oil from,
yeah.
Nidos, and we pay that every month. But,
And that heats the water.
yep, and that
Yeah.
heats the water. There we go.
Okay,
Yeah, you're right.
I will get that correct there. Okay.
Yeah. So we,
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have, a small shed? Is that
Yep,
correct?
we do.
Okay,
We
10
have
by
a
12
small,
shed.
a very, small shed. Yeah. we do.
Well, that kind
And
of covers
we
the,
have two acres. It's,
yeah.
on 2 acres kind of thing. So, yeah, and
I think this is all helpful, and especially the basement area.
Oh.
It'll take some amount off of the value.
yeah,
You'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to let you know what change was made.
okay,
And there will be some change there
okay,
downward. And it'll also tell you that you can get further resolution, value change if you decide to take, there's other steps beyond this.
okay.
Once you get that notice, in order for you to try to get some further change. If what you get,
To try to get it lowered or whatever.
yeah, if what
Yeah.
happens here is not satisfactory,
I see.
that would be an
I
option
see.
for you.
Yeah.
So that'll come in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay, already.
But this is a
Yeah.
good start. you know.
Okay, yeah, yeah, it's just, like I have like, a list of like, our taxes and sometimes, I mean, this is crazy. One year,
Oh,
2021, the taxes were $553 for every 6 months. And we were like, what in the world? Why did they drop? We were so happy, but we couldn't believe it. Now they're, 15, 14 every 6 months. So it's just like,
yeah.
things have just, and then we're like, oh, if it's gonna go up more, how are we gonna afford this?
Yeah.
Because we're living off his
Well,
social security and this
The mill
cleaning
rate
job.
Yeah, the tax rate will eventually be determined and
Yeah,
maybe it'll be not as bad as
we think, right?
the worst. Yeah, yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming in.
okay,
And,
alrighty. Well, thanks for listening to the spiel.
oh, yeah.
It's like, we're like, oh, what should we do?
I wanted to try to take care of everybody.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, what was your name?
Dan.
Dan.
And that's Sarah.
Sarah. Okay, Sarah. Yeah.
Thank you.
All
Alrighty.
right.
Yep.
Have a good night. Thanks. Bye. So this is.
All right, so we're running a bit behind. So we have Catherine. Yep, you're next. Okay, so we have Catherine Marshall for One Stream Drive.
Right.
Okay.
Um,
So
hello.
this is Dan, so you can
Hello,
have a
Dan.
seat. And you're just gonna be speaking with him about your property.
Okay, and you're Sarah?
Yes.
Hello.
Yep. Hi.
Mhm.
So basically, I'm here to hear whatever you want to tell us and give that information at some point to the assessor.
Oh, you're
I-
not the assessor?
No, I work for the assessor.
Oh,
So I
okay.
do the hearing part of it and give everything to him after that. And he makes the decisions.
Okay. And what do you have about my, do you have my?
Oh, we have the property card for you somewhere, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I still wasn't quite sure what's going on, but, and the letter that I received,
Right.
no, that's. That, or I don't know if you're the person that knows. It's
Right.
July 1st and the property taxes, maybe Sarah, do you know? Why my property tax that I have to pay in August will still be the same?
Oh, we won't know what taxes are yet.
But that's what that paper said.
No, that's about, I think, your homestead.
Oh.
Because I got this too. That's about your homestead. So that's just for you. This is something personal that due to what you file for taxes comes off your tax bill. So that'll come off your coming tax bill.
Coming
So
tax
you'll just
bill,
want to
but that won't be in August?
We're hoping those will go out by mid-August, which means they won't be due until sometime in September.
Oh, okay, so I don't have to worry about the.
No, not yet.
Oh.
We don't have tax bills yet.
Oh, okay. And I don't know if Dan, you the answers about how
Well, we'll try.
my
What's your question first?
property fluctuates so much, how it went from 30,000 to 143, and the 30,000 was down from 70 at well, the 2020.
20. Yeah.
But in 2010, it went up, but, well, I don't know if you have these answers, probably not, right?
And what?
You have the answers,
Oh.
because in 2010, I contested because mine went up 100%, and then they lowered it to 70, and then it became 30, and now
Yes.
it's 400%
Um,
more.
Do you know why it changed from 70,000 to 30,000?
No,
But they did change it.
yes, that's what I'm trying to find out. And I was going to, because the listers aren't working anymore. Lenny
Oh, yeah.
Chapman was
Yeah,
one
there's
of
no
the
listers.
listers.
Well, there's a note on here. It says the house is in poor quality, poor condition.
Correct.
So apparently they had visited the house and determined that it was poor quality and poor condition.
He built it, if he wants to call it
Who built it?
Lenny Chapman. It
Oh,
was
he
the
did?
first one that he built, so.
Oh, how about
I
that?
guess, yes.
Um,
And it's in poor condition, one of the reasons, because he didn't,
It
and
looks
the
like
windows are falling out.
someone else visited the house, Brian.
When? There's no
Uh,
date.
Yeah, it would have been, it was 2020, February. 2020. You may have been there when nobody was there.
Could have been,
Yeah.
because I
um,
didn't see anyone.
Do you live at this building?
Yes,
You do?
and that is also one of the issues. It's listed as two-family. And it's not two-family. I'm the only one.
But you get your mail at a different location?
Yes,
Okay, that was confusing. I
okay,
saw the mailing address.
yes.
That's okay.
And that's where our mailboxes are. We don't have mailboxes at our house.
Oh, okay, okay.
So they're
Yeah.
all at the bottom. Well, they're a mile down the road, a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, so someone was there, at least to look at the outside, in 2020. That would have been Brian.
It
Um,
would have,
he was-
because Lenny Chapman came by.
Well, he might have been
also.
there too, but on the back here, it's showing a date and initials
And what
of
date?
whoever, February of 2020.
No, day, so I can know it.
Oh, no, it doesn't show what day.
Okay,
Yeah, it just says February. So he might have been there when you went home, or normally he would have knocked on the door. But anyway, so at that point, they made the value 30,000. And so this new reappraisal,
it's 123,000.
right, and it may be that the assessor doesn't know if it's changed at all, in case it had been renovated in some way since 2020. So I see on here, yeah, it's
But
it's-
also,
it's-
well, I
it's
guess-
being listed as being in fair condition and quality. That's
Mhm.
how they were able to, partly how they lowered the value.
Okay.
Instead of being average, it's being listed as
In
fair
regular glass.
quality.
Because, yes, I did have
Yeah.
someone trying to help me and find another similar in poor quality, or actually the house doesn't even exist, burnt down, that is listed
It
for
burned down?
less.
It
Oh,
burned-
what?
Oh.
Another one
Yeah,
that is
This
listed, I
one?
guess, in poor.
okay. So somebody was helping you find some comparable properties?
Yes,
Yeah, 117. Well, this is
And-
another one that it was in below average condition. So that's similar, I guess.
and
It's
yes,
a totally different kind of house, though. It's much big, is this a?
no,
Yeah, it's a bigger, much bigger house.
but it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't
it
exist.
burned
Yeah,
down.
okay.
And this is also another one that the person helping me. And I guess their evaluations,
Oh, this is yours.
what, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, where is it?
Okay.
Okay. And.
That's for you to keep.
Oh, this one, yes.
Oh, okay.
And,
200.
and that one is also in very poor. Well, it's abandoned.
Yeah.
It's worse than mine.
Oh, they took the value completely off. There's no value for the building at all. There's land value.
Is that what
So
the
there's-
the assessment is for?
It's just the land. Yeah. They
Okay.
totally scratched the value of the building. And there's a note here.
So-
Building's no value.
Okay, because that price is nuts.
So that wouldn't really be a comparable because there's no building there. I mean,
Yes, there is
there's
a
no
building.
value on it. Yeah.
So I
It must be
guess-
pretty bad if they
Yes.
made it
it's no
zero.
one- Yeah,
It's
it's
just
not
vac-
as bad as mine.
Right. Who owns it? Somebody in New Jersey. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I guess I.
So you haven't made any changes to it, right? To your building, to your property? It's still the way it was 4 years ago?
More or less.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. I don't know if the comparison in photos you need, and still, I'm,
Yeah.
and
Well,
Bruce, it says Bruce,
what?
Bruce,
Bruce,
or the Brian,
Brian, yeah,
is Brian local?
yeah, but he's not, well, he was doing the reappraisals and some of the other work for the assessment of properties when they had listers.
And now they don't have the list.
No, there's an assessor now. There's there's a person who's the assessor, not a
Okay.
lister.
And what's the difference?
Well, the assessor is someone who is an experienced person with real estate, and who, in this case, someone who's an assessor in other towns as well, who knows how to do the assessment for a reappraisal. And so basically, the new values came from sales in town over the past 3 years.
Okay,
And that,
so the 30,000 went up to 143,000.
yes, but
And-
since you're in here and
Well,
giving
I
us some information, there
I
might.
guess I don't want it to go, well, if it has no value, the 30,000, I don't know. Nobody knows what the tax rate will be.
Right.
So I guess part of it is if I can, well, keeping it at 143, I don't know what
Well,
it would go up to.
yeah.
And the tax rates.
Oh, well, we can't really discuss tax rate.
Oh, but how, I don't understand how 1 year, when it's 70,000, my tax rate becomes the same when it was worth
Yeah,
30,000.
the tax rate can change from year to year. It usually does. So that has nothing to do with the initial appraisal that was done for 2020.
Mhm.
The data is all the same, but the tax rate can change because the budget might change in that way. That's why your tax bill could be different.
No, it's the same for
Oh, it's the same.
70,000,
Oh, okay.
70,000 house and 30,000.
Yeah, I
house.
couldn't
Right,
couldn't
okay,
explain that.
right,
Yeah.
that's not your
So what will
job.
happen is the assessor will review your property information, and he may decide to make a change or not. You'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks.
And
that will
another
tell you,
possibility to,
yeah, that will tell you if there was, what, if any, change took place. And also it will tell you that you can go to further steps to get a change from other people who can make changes.
okay, because they're, I guess having 30,000 value. It is a house that I feel was an investment, or I guess when I bought it, or my mother bought it. I don't, 30,000, if it goes for sale, who would buy it for 30, or anyone would buy it for 30,000, but I don't make any money.
Yeah, yeah.
So somehow in the middle, I don't know. Is are those the things that you convey to the assessor, or what is your job?
Oh, no, it's, well, I work for the assessor. I do
Mhm.
the hearings that I'm here to get your information and give it to him for him to make a decision.
Okay.
So that's how it works. And so this will go to him, and whatever notes that I took will go to him.
What are you making?
Well, basically that the condition is it hasn't changed. And
Oh, and it's not two family. I don't know if that makes any difference. What is listed
Yeah,
as is, yeah,
that's a
there are
good-
mistakes in,
Do you know why that might have been thought to be two-family?
maybe originally it was.
The basement is finished.
Yeah,
Was
well,
that sort of an apartment down there?
it was, I guess, but it's torn apart now.
Oh, okay.
And
I should have asked you that.
And it's not, well, when
So
I
was-
moved there, and I can, I guess if I can find it. No one lives in the,
So
in
when
the
you say it
basement.
was torn apart, what was changed about the basement then? Did you take the kitchen sink out? Was there a kitchen area? in there?
Yes.
Is the
and-
sink still there?
Yeah, sink still
Okay.
there, and well, I put in oil, baseboard hot water,
Yeah.
and it says it's electric,
Uh,
and it's not,
what part is electric?
only the third floor now. I put, and should that make a difference?
Yeah, it would make it. Well, what did you
In-
say you put in? What? A furnace?
Yes, so it's baseboard hot water, no
For-
longer oil.
Except for the
Third
top floor? Okay.
But it's, the furnace is designed for the top floor, so putting the oil heat in the baseboard hot water is what some of the ceiling and had in the finished basement had to be torn, or just part of the ceiling is torn down.
Okay. But the kitchen area is still there, more or less. Yeah.
It's an old kitchen area,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
it's not very fancy.
And it's not being used as an apartment. Nobody's using it.
No,
Right.
and it never has been.
Okay. So
Or
what
I
part?
guess it had, maybe had been.
What
before I
part of?
bought it.
Is there still some electric heat in the house?
In the upper floor.
The
but I
top
don't-
floor?
Yeah,
Okay.
top floor, but I don't,
You don't turn it on.
no.
Okay.
Well, that, I guess what I'm curious about, is that going to decrease it more or
Oh,
increase? And I'm sure you
I
don't
don't know if the heat type might change, the heating type might change. So there's hot water for the main floor
And the bottom.
and the bottom.
Mhm.
Okay, so,
Which is, and also, there's no fireplace. I don't know why that was listed in the fireplace.
there's no fireplace?
No, but I
Okay.
guess if it had a fireplace, it would have more value, right?
Yeah, so if there definitely is no fireplace,
Well, it was designed to have a fireplace. I
but it didn't
guess.
have one.
Well, it had fireplace, a heater later stove.
Oh, okay.
Do you know
That's
what
not a
that-
fireplace.
No, but it was designed, I guess.
Okay.
And I don't know, do you know Lenny Chapman?
Yeah, I never knew him. No, I knew about him.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Because he built it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we've run out of
Okay.
time here.
And there are there's 7 bedrooms, not 8.
Okay.
Because one of the bedrooms that initially became a dining room, I guess.
Oh,
So,
okay.
um,
And bathrooms, 3 bathrooms,
mhm, one for each floor.
one for each floor.
Mhm. And, well, I guess all the photos probably you don't need.
Okay, so, yeah, this is all good information and it might help
Help do what?
to make some change in the valuation.
And this valuation means a higher tax rate, right? If, well.
No, we don't know it.
400%.
Yeah. We don't know what the tax rate's gonna be.
Right.
Yeah.
It will depend on all the money that you can figure out will be coming in.
Yeah, right, right.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's good that you came in to make some corrections here.
And I guess I didn't do that. I had photos to show.
Oh,
But-
well, if you say it hasn't changed, that pretty much makes it pretty clear. That they described it as being in poor condition.
Right.
Yeah.
And a poor condition house is worth 141,000.
Well, we don't know what somebody would pay for it.
Okay, okay. So,
So you'll get the new notice in about 2.5 weeks,
okay,
and that will tell you
and maybe I can figure out.
what you
better,
can do afterwards
Yes,
about,
and what, and figure out how all these, and do the comparison, and to figure out what this computer system did
yeah.
to compare
Mhm.
my house to another house, right?
Basically, yeah.
And all the, I guess, quickly, I know my time is up, right? What does, can't see it. There are all these abbreviations. I guess I'll have to figure that out, right?
Oh, well, if you
The-
have questions, you can email Sarah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she might be able to give you some answers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Like the, I don't have to write this. Okay. So Dan, thank you.
Oh,
Do you live
wow.
in Wilmington?
No,
Where do you live?
Greenfield, Mass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm originally from Hatfield. Oh, no, Abbott.
Oh.
Why did I say Hatfield?
Not too
But-
far away. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, was born and brought up. Born in Drama.
Mhm.
Parents went to the homestead at Hadley. Okay. I guess I apologize for taking more time.
Well,
Oh,
we'll-
that's all
We'll
right.
manage. Yeah, that's okay. Thanks for coming in.
And thank you for,
All right.
and I guess I have any other questions.
Yeah.
If I,
And she can get to me and that, get answers and things. Yeah. Yep.
you would get in touch.
Yep.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Get that. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no worries.
Thanks. So there's 2 of you here?
Yeah, we both own the house.
Yeah. This is being recorded
Okay.
for.
Because we have to.
Yes.
Yeah, the state
We
requires
get it.
Yeah. My name is Dan. I work for the assessor. And today what I'm doing here is collecting the information that you're furnishing will be given to the assessor. Any documents, photos, and verbal things that we discuss for him to use in his re-examine your all of your information and make a decision about whether any changes needs to be made. So you're welcome to start. Oh, do you have a copy of the property card?
Did I give that to you when you came in?
No, you didn't.
I didn't? Okay.
It has a sketch on the back.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have your I have what you furnished with you.
Yeah,
You know, and-
it sounds like he evaluated the wrong house.
Oh.
So yeah, I made notes on there, I believe, from the letter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then I have the pictures too.
Oh, okay.
So the pictures are right here are the correct house.
Yeah.
But what he
pictures
looked
that
at,
were on ProVal are the neighbor's house.
Oh.
Yeah, because I matched it up to the sketch on the neighbor's house and it matches perfectly.
And there was no pictures of
The
our house in there.
The houses are similar designs, like you can
Yes.
see that,
Yeah.
like the footprint is similar, but the pictures that were in ProVal are clearly the neighbor. I mean, compared to, once he
Yes.
showed me the pictures of your house, I was like, oh, big difference, big
Yes.
difference.
I can show you the boarded up window.
Like-
And then the neighbor's house has this like deck that kind of like wraps
Wraps
around
around.
and it curves
Yeah.
on the edge instead of being a straight line
It's certainly nothing.
on the neighbors, so it was clear that the pictures were wrong, so I'm wondering if the pictures played any And
they also have a
anything
very nice
into-
two-car
Oh.
garage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with
um,
an apartment, with an
They
apartment
attached
upstairs.
two-car garage.
Yeah. we
They
can-
redid, the other house was redone where theirs has not been.
it was- okay.
Since 71.
Yeah.
I got the pictures of shag carpet and boarded up windows too. If you need those.
Okay, yeah, we'll go through the details and
Yeah.
make
Okay.
sure that that's being, details might be correct.
Yeah, those pictures are correct that you have under here. Those
Yeah.
are the correct house.
Okay.
But the ones he assessed are not.
I brought those in.
I don't know how much the pictures play into it, but
Yeah, I don't, there's no way to know, but it could possibly had some effect. So you don't have a copy of this thing?
I'm gonna
No,
print
she's
one
gonna
right
Oh,
now.
you should, oh,
Yeah.
okay, she's gonna.
Sorry.
Yeah, and by using that, we can,
And you guys are 27, right?
Yes.
Okay.
we
Yeah.
can check the details. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I can ask you some questions here. So how many bedrooms? 3?
One,
Okay. Whatever you, and bedroom count doesn't change the value.
no,
Right.
but it's a
You
one.
might
bed.
think it would, but I just want to let you know, it's all just finished.
Exactly.
Square
Yeah.
footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you up to 1? So, yeah, that's, I hope the rest of the information might be correct, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
So, bathrooms? how
One.
many? 1 full bath.
Yep.
And is your house actually a 2-story house?
It's actually 3.
It's actually. 3.
Well, there's a basement,
A
the middle
basement and then
floor,
2 levels.
Walkout basement.
and then,
Yeah.
yeah, the
So-
upstairs is the A-frame kind of, but
Oh,
upstairs.
it's sort of an A-frame?
It's
It
2
is an-
A-frames.
It is an A-frame?
Yeah.
It's this way and this way.
Oh,
Right.
how about that?
So the rooms on the 3rd level are
Yeah.
only maybe, 10 by 5
Well,
with an A on top of it.
yeah, so the upper floor plan is, there's only so much livable space because you
Yeah.
got the top
The
of the
2
roof.
A's.
Yeah, normally that's taken into account.
Right.
And
Yeah.
usually we use a rule of thumb, wherever an imaginary 5-foot knee wall would
Exactly,
be,
yeah.
Mhm.
if there isn't an actual one, from 5 feet, then we measure.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that really,
So upstairs in what they consider the bedroom is a part of the A. So like you can have a bed in it, but you can't stand up.
well, if it comes to where, if we find that the information is completely wrong here, and a possibility is that it got switched with another house, but it may require a visit. But
Oh, thank
at this point in time, our timetable to get the hearings done, and get the changes done,
Thank you.
wouldn't likely be allowing for a visit for this part of the process.
Mhm.
There is, you'll be getting another notice in about 2.5 weeks normally. And that notice is to let people know if there was a change in that. And you could possibly, there are other options after you do this hearing to get changes. If this hearing didn't solve the issues. So that would be a hearing where that would be something where you might be able to schedule, they might be able to schedule a visit. But let's see if we can check some more details here now that you've got that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this left-hand side here where it lists several details about the interior.
Okay.
As well as the exterior. So we found that there's only 1 bedroom and only 1 bathroom.
Do we have gable roof? Is that what that's called?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a full.
Oh, okay, got
It's not really what you would consider a gable roof, but there's no other way to really.
Describe it.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's only 1 room.
Yeah.
A-frame is its own
Just entity.
So
Um,
you said there's 1 bathroom?
Well, there's actually 2.
Okay.
But-
So what floors are those?
But they're not, it's, the one upstairs is finished, but the one downstairs is not really finished.
It's not usable, actually. It's,
In what way? Is it
Uh,
plumbed?
It is plumbed, but it's not working,
Why doesn't it work?
it's not plumbed to where it should be.
because we can't find the water. Shut off
We
and
do.
turn on, and we've had plumbers looking for it.
Without tearing the whole basement apart, we cannot figure out.
Well,
But also the way
We've
it
actually-
drains.
I can't speak for the assessor, but the fact that it has all the fixtures, physical aspects of the bathroom.
It's also
It
the way,
might still have to be set, assessed, but
it's
what else is?
the way it drains. It's not hooked up like to the septic system. I mean, the main part of it is, but the water isn't, right? Is that how it
It's
goes?
so the
Gray
sink.
water, so to speak?
Yeah, so
Yes.
that, yeah. and
So
that's what
we
we've
just
been-
don't
we
use
don't
it
use
because we don't want to.
Okay. Well, I'll
Mess
make
with
some
it.
notes here and he's gonna decide.
Okay,
So, so which bathroom?
basement,
Basement.
That's the bathroom in the basement
Mhm.
that has the issue?
yes,
Okay. And then, so the other bathroom is on where, what floor is that?
main, first.
On
Yeah,
the first
main
floor?
floor,
Okay. One on first. Basement. And I'll make a note here, plumbing and drainage are not, make it not usable.
Yeah, they're not up to
Yeah.
code, is that what you said?
Well, everything just drains out the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems,
The
that
back, so we don't.
it probably can't be. in code.
Yeah, so we don't, so we just don't use it.
Okay.
And if he wants, we can easily take a sink or a fixture out.
Oh, well, actually, you could wait and see what.
Yeah.
When you get the notice, you could email Sarah and she
Yeah.
can email you
Mhm.
the new revised property card. And that would show you basically some of the items that had changed.
Just to give you an idea of what the basement looks like.
Oh, okay. Can you email any of those?
Did you already email her a
Yeah.
picture of the
Oh, you
basement?
did?
This is the basement. This is what
It's
the whole
unfinished.
basement looks like. So
Oh,
if that's
okay.
considered
It's a
finished
basement.
basement.
It's not finished anymore.
I'm not sure. Do we have finished area for the basement?
It says it, but that's not a finished basement. That's what the basement looks like.
Yeah,
let's
that's
see,
basically what it looks like.
No, actually, oh, okay, so the first floor and the basement total to approximately the full square footage. Why would it have been considered, what is down there that would make it seem to be finished area?
Nothing
If
any,
anything?
nothing anymore.
Oh, it was torn.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we,
dismantled?
yeah, we took everything out.
So there had been walls, and
Yes.
ceiling.
Well, it has a ceiling and it has a wall.
But as you can see, it's not, it's,
The basement has 5 different rooms because of the way it was built.
that's what it looks like now.
Oh,
So there's another picture of it.
okay. Yeah. This might be another reason for a visit. I can sort of describe it, but is any part of it even closely resembling what a finished basement would be, where you'd have?
There's a paneling
Walls,
on one side of the
walls.
wall, and that's about it.
But there's some ceiling
Well,
there.
I mean, like you can see what the ceiling looks like. It's got what we improvised. Wow. We had a,
Insulated.
Oh, okay. So there's not a ceiling.
you can see,
hiding
yeah,
that.
there's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a drop ceiling or something like that. It's just all utility stuff.
Yeah.
basically. And so there's really nothing down there that's.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Just that one bathroom.
Just that one. Bathroom.
Which is
Okay.
pretty much that.
And what kind of dimensions would it have approximately?
Let's see, the bathroom would be probably,
5 by 5? No. Smaller?
it's like 10 by 5, maybe.
Really? I'm horrible with weight.
Well, I could lay down in it one way, but I can't lay down in it in the other way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm only 5'4".
So maybe 8 by 5?
Maybe 8 by
altogether.
5.
That
yeah.
sounds decent for, yeah, minimum size.
Same thing, yeah. Yeah, it's got like beat up linoleum floors. and
Oh, there
stuff.
actually is some.
No, that's in our kitchen.
That's,
Oh, that's,
yeah.
oh, okay.
Like you can
Downstairs.
see, this is the kitchen.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Downstairs is just a cement slab.
Just a cement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That's, yep. And there's no windows in the window, just insulation.
Oh, okay. So there really isn't any other really finished area besides the bathroom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
that's
see
it.
the basement is all boarded up because there's
Oh.
no real windows or anything. So
Was there a time when it was a usable?
I
finished
think when
basement?
the other people had it, maybe,
Like
but
the windows were broken or cracked or, so we had to board them
Yeah.
up.
and then one room had wicked water damage in it, so everything had to
Oh,
get
yeah.
pulled out.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So 5 by 9. Okay, so the heating, how's the house heated? It says
It's
forced hot air oil.
it's forced hot air and gas. We have
Gas.
one room that's gas because there was no heat in that room.
Oh, so the rest is oil.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay, how big is that room?
Which one, the one room?
The one room that's not heated by the.
Is it? Like this is the basement.
I'm trying to
This
think
is the
of
first
side.
floor. So there's the deck. That's the kitchen.
So it's probably
It's right here. This one, right? Wait, I'm trying to read this.
Yeah, this would be it. It'd be so go 20 by 20.
Yeah.
Okay. 20 by 20, only has spacing.
It has a Renai.
Yeah, well, those were
Okay.
9 years.
Yeah, that's a pretty popular brand.
That cold night barely kept the thing going. It was
Oh, yeah.
chugging, chugging, chugging.
Mm,
And then, yeah. Furnace was keeping the house at 55 that cold night. That was about as high, that's about as cold as I
Oh,
could get, warm as I
wow.
could get it.
Yeah.
The fireplace doesn't work.
Oh, why doesn't it work?
We were told not to start it by, what's his name? Shippy, Scott's Clean Sweep. Said, don't ever start a fire.
And why is that?
He said the flue is
Flu is bad or
something or
wrong.
other. I don't know. I couldn't really understand.
Well,
All I know is that we
yeah.
have not started a fire.
If you plan to not ever use it or repair it, if you brick it up so that it can't be used,
Mhm.
it could be removed from the data.
Okay, yeah, it's
But
still there.
It's
Yeah.
still there, okay.
Mhm.
Just not
It's not usable.
safe to use.
Right.
But it could be repaired, so it does have to come
Yeah.
down. But
Right.
like I said, if you break it up, it'll be taken up there. Okay, so you do have a detached garage?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's another, but this does look like the footprint of your house.
It's basically, they're
Yes.
both of the places are the same
But the
footprint.
data seems to be.
Yes.
But,
Right.
so there's no, there never was.
We have never had a garage.
I wouldn't even know where to put it.
I know.
There's like no flat spots. Everything's on a super hill.
So it looks like somehow, maybe the sketch was okay. But other things were not. Back, so how many rooms would you say there are, not counting the bathrooms? But including the bedroom? And kitchen. This said 11 previously, so we changed
Not
the
11
bedroom to 1, so that would be.
So
we
we
changed
got the
this, it
living
would be
room,
9.
the kitchen.
It,
The upstairs has the 2 doors, so that'd be 2 rooms upstairs,
one,
right?
yeah.
And then what would you consider basement room?
The
You could
base,
probably say 2 rooms in the basement, but
Oh,
It's
no, we wouldn't
unfinished.
count the rooms in the
oh,
basement.
then
Oh,
there's
okay,
only-
yeah.
There are some walls there, except for,
Yeah, because, yes,
Yeah, you could consider it 2 rooms, but it's not
they're not used.
usable.
They're, yeah,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's 2, 3. living room, kitchen, 7.
Okay,
Upstairs, got 1, 2, 3. Then got the living room.
Yep.
The kitchen. And bedroom. 7.
yes.
okay, 7. Well, I think we've got.
Oh, there's the laundry room, so that'd be 8,
Uh,
which is actually a closet.
Is it real small?
It's very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh,
call that
okay.
Other than the
significant.
living room, all the rooms are tiny.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like the size of this desk.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think we've covered the physical details adequately. And so you will get a second notice. And
Okay.
obviously, there will be some significant value change.
Yeah,
But downward for the most part.
we thought he had the wrong house based on the value, so.
Well, it's interesting that the sketch was the right sketch, as near as you can tell.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that would be, you'd know if it wasn't the right sketch right off
Yes.
the bat.
No, gosh, yeah.
Nope, that
Yeah.
looks very similar
Both
to
the
it.
set houses were built by the same family.
Oh,
So.
They're very similar.
One was finished in 70 and the other one was finished in 71.
and on this one, it says the age was 65.
65?
Yeah.
Or, well,
It might be.
maybe that's the, but I know they're both the same. There were 2 brothers that first built it.
Yeah.
When they're.
Well, because of this error on here, I'm sure the assessor will probably, I can make a note for, go check the other property in the computer to see what got put into there,
Yeah.
just in case. there was
Yeah,
a-
because the house, when we bought it, we still have the selling thing. It was listed as 1960 for being built. So that's what we were going by.
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking,
Oh, okay, so we'll keep this 1965. in.
yes.
Okay,
So
so.
the original carpet.
Oh.
It
wow.
does.
Well, you'll
It's a
get the
shame.
notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Approximately. And so at that time, as I said, it'll tell you about options
Mhm.
beyond this hearing process to seek change.
Okay.
And that might be something that you'd want to do.
Okay.
If it's, once you get the notice.
Yeah.
So, well, it's been a challenge to sort out what's what. you know.
Yes.
It looks like we've got it pretty
Yeah.
good.
Luckily you were on it, so you knew.
Yep, yep.
You were like,
I was,
no.
yep.
Original orange shag carpet. Come on, like, that's one thing I never want to get rid of, but at some point, it's gotta go.
Right.
Well, you get attached to something. like that, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
You're
All right, well,
welcome.
you're quite welcome. Good
All
luck
right.
with everything.
Yep, you too.
Have a great day. I'm guessing you're our next person. Where am I here? Where's mine today? Mark, okay. So this is Mark Lipson for 169 Wilmington Hill.
Okay.
So the other one did not come through, so.
Okay, I'll take that one. You're the second person today from Wilmington.
Right, I just literally almost ran into my neighbors.
Okay.
As they were coming or going home, I was coming down the road and the road's so narrow, you gotta,
Oh,
one of us has to back up or we find a wide spot.
right on your road?
Oh, my
Yeah, on this
goodness.
road, on Wilman Hill. The road's so narrow.
Wow.
So
So are you part of the, she mentioned,
no, I'm not part of the Wimmelman's family clan.
no, I meant the,
That you have to pay.
We,
for-
it's not a homeowners association, but we all share the plowing and road maintenance
Okay.
expenses.
yeah,
Because it's a private road.
yeah.
So everybody, depending on how far you live from Radar Road, the plow guy figures out plus your driveway. But we all kick in every year so much money for road maintenance. And we do the road maintenance ourselves. This morning, I had a tree across the road. Now, as I was going to work, so I had to remove the tree.
Wow.
So that was, delayed me getting to work for a half hour. So I had to go down, go home, get the chainsaw, and move the tree out of the way after
It just decided. to
it
fall
came
down.
down last night. Dead tree just decided to block the
Dead,
road.
oh, okay.
So
Oh, so yeah, so you, it's a shared part, some
Right.
aspect of it is shared, right?
maintenance, we all kick in.
When it needs new gravel.
Right, right.
And so on. Okay.
So-
And that's with how many?
5 families total, I
Five
believe.
families total? I'll make a note of that.
So, I mean, I can't make heads or tails of this thing. And that's one of the reasons I came in. And then obviously, how were these numbers, how did they arrive at these numbers?
I can give you a brief, kind of simplified explanation. The state requires that the towns for this reappraisal, it's kind of typical for any appraisal, uses a 3-year period ending at March 31st, 3 years of sales that took place. Those sales are used in the analysis, so that all of those sale dates and so on are in the computer. The assessor uses a complex assessment program to do assessing the whole town. And so basically the economy and inflation and what people wanted to do is buy homes and spend a lot of money in some cases.
And-
But we can't really, there's no way to account for who buys what home. But it turns out that there were a lot of high sales, and that had to be translated into coming up with theoretical values for the rest of the houses. It's done in a proper fashion. The assessor has the experience of doing a town reappraisal. Very experienced. And
I'm sorry.
So the values vary greatly from house to house, and even from house, you might see big differences between house types, and so on. So it's hard to account for, a lot of the changes are because of the characteristics of the house or the land. But in general, there were a widespread of variation in increases. Did you calculate your?
Yeah, it's about 30%.
Oh, okay.
Because last time I grieved when they did the reevaluation.
Okay.
And the comps they had were nothing like my house. So my house is unlike anything else in this town. It's on a private road. It's a small 2-bedroom house on land that you can only use about a third of the usable acreage because of the way it was it was a rebuild from a fatal fire and before I lived up here. So it's basically a cliff at the edge of the driveway, and it's all land that's just overgrown you can't use. I would love to be able to plant it or use it because I have 2 dogs that would love to run around, but you can't. They have to run around behind the house. And it's a private road. And that's what really, I use all of 1/10 of 1 mile of town-owned road. Everything else is state road that I use getting around. I mean, I'll never have kids in the school. I mean, it's just, so I just think the appraiser.
1/10 of a mile.
1/10 Radar Road. It's technically Radar. But they say it's Radar. It's actually Radar is technically the name of the road.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you
Oh.
look at, there's 3 signs on the road. One says Radar and the other 2 say Radar.
You mean they're spelled differently?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
seen
with
that
a
on
Y?
a different road too. Which one? Auger Hole Road.
Auger Hole.
Sometimes they say UR, sometimes they're ER.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's that's Marlboro, but that's
so weird.
Radar. It's technically, we did some research. It's actually Radar,
Yeah.
but it gets somehow over the years it became
Yeah.
Radar. Which is strange.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing is I'm looking at these statistics. I do not have a 2-car garage. I have a wide door. You can't, there's no way. I have a small car. My
Okay.
girlfriend, there's no way we get 2 cars side by side in that
Well,
garage.
we can change that description with the square footage. So
Scope is the
Yeah.
same, but it's not a 2-car.
I'm
garage.
not sure that it would, that it's a value change, but we'd want it to be
Yeah,
accurate.
it's a wide
So,
door, so.
Um,
And the other things I have on the plumbing.
Yeah.
What is that? 3?
Oh, okay, so the left-hand column
Mhm.
says how many bathrooms.
I have I have 1 3/4 and I have 1 half bath.
Okay, the 3/4 meaning a
It's
sink,
just
a toilet, and
and
a
a
shower.
shower.
Yeah, so that's 3 fixtures.
Oh, that's
So
3
you have
fixtures.
1 bath, let's see, what does it actually say here?
It says 3 fixture baths.
Okay, so actually, it's not, they don't have your half bath.
Because I have a half bath downstairs, which is the laundry room.
So it says this is saying there's only 1 full bath.
There's not a full bath because we don't have a tub.
No, but I mean, do you have 2 bathrooms?
I have 2 toilets. 1 downstairs is a powder room, I guess, or a laundry room with a toilet and a sink.
Okay, so that would be what they would call.
Now the half bath, right?
Yeah, and then you have a full bath.
No, it's 3/4 because it only has a shower.
Oh, no, that's called, well, it's
A
called.
full bath under my
Yeah.
has a shower and
Yeah.
a tub. I only have a shower, it's a stall shower.
Yeah, if you have a sink, a toilet, and a shower, that's what you're being valued.
Okay.
But how you call it, if you call it a 3/4, I mean, you can call it a 3/4. But on here, they don't use the 3/4 terminology. They're just saying you have a bathroom that's 3 fixtures, but it's not saying that you have a half bath.
All right.
So that technically should be added to the
So-
data.
All right.
And the
That's
full
always
bath,
been the way.
the full bath will be, so it's all one, is one of those in the lower? Is
Yes.
the half bath in the lower?
Right.
Or it's a sink and a toilet in the one?
Right.
Okay, so that would be on the lower level.
Right.
Um,
And then water heater. I only have 1, actually, yeah, I have 1 water heater. Why does it have 1 and 1?
Yeah, 1 sink and 1 hot water.
Right.
So that's how the computer is totaling up the
Okay,
actual
I see.
fixtures.
All right, I see.
So yeah. So,
And I have my own pump, which I had to replace recently, which was a fun experience.
oh, replace what?
The water pump.
Oh, okay.
The well, actually, the well pump, which was a really fun experience.
Oh, okay. Do you share the well?
No, it's
Okay.
my well, my
It's
septic.
just yours. Okay.
My well, my septic. It says, the other thing it said, finished rooms.
Yeah, what do you have for?
I have downstairs is a garage and an entryway with the bathroom off the side. Upstairs, 2 small bedrooms and a kitchen / living area. So it's 1
Okay.
common.
Yeah,
open
it's
area.
1 open area.
So I
Yeah.
don't see why.
So we would just count, at the very least, you have a kitchen.
Right, which
and-
opens into the
Yeah.
kitchen, dining, it's, it's
Yeah.
all open concept.
So, and then 2 bedrooms upstairs.
Right, 2 very small bedrooms.
So we could make the total be 3.
Right.
And then the bedroom count would still be 2
right.
total. 2 in that total. And are there any outbuildings or
No.
sheds or anything?
No.
Okay.
Never.
We're not showing any.
No, but I don't have the room. I literally have a box trailer my motorcycle lives in.
Oh, well, that's good. Some place to keep the.
Yeah, keep it dry. That's about it.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is the road, it's a private road. And I know other houses have gone up more, but they get town services. I'm a volunteer firefighter in this town. I get nothing from the town. The police know where we are, but we don't use the police for anything. Never had, no schools, no road maintenance. And it just seems that I'm paying for the Hermitage Club. for all,
Hopefully not.
no.
Seeing, the basement area, is there any finished area? down there?
It's not a basement. It's built on a slab.
It's, yeah.
The
they're-
house is built on
well,
a slab.
Yeah, they're calling, I shouldn't have said basement. They're calling it a lower level because maybe part of it is got some dirt.
You
Yeah.
go in the door, the garage,
Yeah,
and it's got sheetrock. It's a sheetrock garage. You go in the other part of the house, you go through the entryway, there's a mudroom. And you go in the other entryway, and it's just got wainscoting on the bottom, if you will, and sheetrock up above. That's it. That's not, I don't consider that finished.
that's all in the lower.
Right,
we're
that's
calling
on the
it lower
level. That's on the lower level.
There's nothing on the floor,
It's terracotta tile.
just, it's tile.
It's tile floor.
So there's a slab underneath.
Right.
And then there's tile. Sheetrock, is there anything on the ceiling?
It's, well, yeah, it's a finished ceiling. It's a
Okay.
sheetrock ceiling.
There,
That's considered a finished
that
room?
basic description, well, it's finished area for the lower level. So a lower level is going to have a different rate per square foot in the computer system. A lower rate than the first main floor.
Right.
Because it's below grade, more or less.
It's not below grade, but
Well,
this is
it's-
built on a slab so it's not a
Yeah,
basement.
it's not below grade, but it's
not-
constructed as if it was. Is it wood all the way down to the ground?
The
Frame-
house?
Wood framing?
Yes.
It is, okay. All
I mean,
right.
there's
So it
a
is.
foot and a half on the outside way the whole house was built. It's built on a slab.
Yeah.
With 3 courses or 4 courses of cinder block. And then the wood's up from there,
Okay,
around the whole house, the whole.
yeah.
where the whole
So
house
that's a
is.
little bit different from normal.
It's just, I guess,
Slab, but-
it was
yeah.
built to keep the water from
Yeah,
penetrating.
it makes sense. It makes sense.
But my front
So-
2 doors, since I have a gambrel and the way that it was designed, water bouncing off the ground has destroyed my steel doors.
Oh, gee.
And they're not common height, and I have to replace them. And they are like $1,500 to
Expensive.
$2,000 door and
Holy
case
cow.
each. And
Wow.
that's like so low priority. They close. We only use 1 door now because 1 is so bad, in such bad shape. If you open it, it will fall
Oh,
apart.
you don't want to open. Yeah,
So it's
no.
all sealed up with foam and.
Oh. So,
Yeah.
I have a doorway like that, Matt.
It's-
Where the water hits. and
Right, and it just
flashes
destroyed,
back up. And
destroyed the bottom.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
put
our floor is starting to go.
You can't
We gotta
put-
Replace it.
gutters because it's gambrel and the snow slides and it would just, the
Yeah,
gutter,
it
first
would
slide,
rip
the
down
gutters
the
are gone.
gutter every time.
I have lost my deck railing twice because of roof slides.
Yeah.
It just, the deck was built with the house in the 80s and the stringers supporting the deck are very strong, but the ends are rotted. So everything you attach to it, it's not, you gotta be very careful.
Yeah.
When I redid the railing 2 years ago, and again, it's not cedar railing, it's just a very basic railing. I had to put sister beams, new bolted through,
Yeah.
that I could attach the vertical pieces
Yeah.
to the railing, and it's just pressure treated with wire.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
cable I did.
Not the prettiest looking,
It
but
works.
it functions.
It functions, keeps the
Yeah.
dog, keeps the dog from committing suicide.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that, I just wanted to make sure, but that seems, well, so is there heat in that area?
It's part of, it's common, yeah, but it doesn't get a lot of heat because heat rises. The furnace is downstairs. And the heat goes up.
But it's nothing fancy. It's just.
No, it's just we keep.
It's more like a rec room there.
Not even because it's very narrow.
Yeah.
It's from up here to the wall behind you and that's where we keep the dog crates. So when we go out, the dogs get crated downstairs.
How would that look with which part?
Okay, here's your garage. The garage goes all the way to the back. Furnace, it's kind of, the bathroom is here. And the furnace room goes like that.
Okay.
So this is utility closet, furnace, and there's a spiral staircase to get to the 2nd floor there, so. And then the dog crates are right here, and there's like an entryway here.
So it's maybe entryway where?
You've got a man door here.
Oh, okay, that's what.
And a man door here, and then the garage door here.
So this would be, would it be like here,
Man door. Man door.
Oh, what's in this?
It's a mudroom for lack of any, it's just storage.
Okay, so is that different construction?
Yeah, there's nothing on the floor there.
Okay.
The ceiling is finished, but the floor is bare.
Okay.
And we just have shelves and stuff like that for
Okay.
storage.
No floor in there. So that width looks like it might be,
I think we measured it like 6.5 feet.
if this is 9, 6.5, that will be.
Yeah.
Across the shortest.
Right, and that goes straight, yeah.
Okay.
Because the furnace
So-
room and the bathroom.
Say 6.
You know, a washer dryer is what? 48 inches between both room widths.
Oh, Lord, I don't know that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a washer, no, it's about 5 feet, about 2 there.
Yeah.
So that's about the width of the utility room. So that's
Oh, okay. Just fit.
washer dryer next to each other.
Yeah.
We had stackables and they died, so we had to move the chest freezer up to the main floor.
Yeah.
Because stackables are just kind of stupid.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would say that that's probably less than what was entered in the data. I don't have specific square footage.
And I'm going to ask one other question
Sure.
on this. These two numbers, one I'm guessing is the lot and then the residence, the two numbers?
Yeah, the top line reading across is the land value.
Right.
And then the home value, well, any structure are lumped into that. And then your total.
We have,
So, yeah.
it's nothing outstanding. It's a house that needs work and
Yeah.
I get another 5 years before I move, I'll be happy.
So.
Once I hit retirement, goodbye.
So what you share is with
Road
the driveway,
maintenance.
and it's, so your share is,
The road goes past the house and the last people that are here, Styles, the road goes up to their house.
Yeah.
They're the last house. I'm the
Yes.
second to last house. And Linda, Ned and I share one large section of the road, which is about 3/10 of a mile. For the neighbor, you'll probably meet Fran eventually, because she's gonna grieve.
Okay.
And actually, the road goes across her property. It was, I don't know how it was before I lived there, but the road literally goes through her property. There's an easement. And so the last, Ed, Linda and myself are the last two houses, so we share one section of road we maintain differently than the others maintain.
Yeah.
You know, everybody maintain, I mean, we all help out in the fall, we take the leaf blowers, we do gravel work, I'll go out and do work on it.
Oh.
And then the Wilmingtons do work also, they're probably, everybody's gonna, I think, on the road,
Yeah.
is set up for grievances.
Oh, well,
It's,
yeah, well, that, that's totally,
Yeah, I mean, it's-
reasonable, yeah,
I
to
mean,
question.
we'd love to have the town take over the road, but they will never do that. What kills me is there's certain roads in this town that we're all aware of that are driveways. From years ago, they go to one house, the town plows it, maintains it, and paves it. There's several houses, several in this town.
Well, I guess, yeah, so this notes I've taken here, and, the assessor will
Okay.
use this information,
I mean,
totally review all of your property information, just to make sure there's no other.
right, I mean, in the house, there's nothing fancy in the house, it's just a basic house, 2 people and 2 dogs. Well, right now we have 3, but.
Oh, okay.
There's a-
Extra one stuck in.
We're dog sitting. There is a chain link fence out back, but it's a temporary fence. It's
Oh,
not.
They
it's
don't
not-
count,
they don't
it's
fence
not
it.
part of the evaluation.
I mean, but the lot is very, the way the house was rebuilt. The deck is about 15 feet from the property line.
Oh,
So it's very tight. I've tried to find out who owns the land. It is somebody's land, because I want to cut some trees, and they've never responded to me. So
Who's
yeah,
they?
I don't know the name. I forgot the name.
Oh,
I
you
went
had a
and-
name?
I had a
It's
lister.
around your property?
Yeah,
Is
it
that what you
goes,
said?
it goes between my property, there's a sold lot, and then the woman then Styles. I mean, can you call them? Can you-
I could maybe figure out who they are for you.
Yeah, 'cause there's a property, it's technically south of mine. Because I've sent them a letter because I want to cut some trees. Because I'm worried the trees in a bad storm will get into. if
It
they
looks
come
like
down.
they're from New York.
Right. And I want to, if there's a wind out of the south, some trees will be on my house.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I mean, like I have a mailing address for
Yeah, and
them.
I've sent them a letter and they never
Okay.
responded.
So you don't know if they even got it.
Right, yeah.
If I have anything else, but I don't know.
So, which is really strange. But
Well, kind of, yeah.
I mean, my question is, totally off this. If their trees come down on their property and take up my house, are they responsible or am I responsible?
I don't know.
Oh,
Something
I think there's a standard rule for that, and I think
It should be them because.
yeah, I think sometimes it ends up being a disagreement in a lawsuit.
With the insurance companies,
Then you
right.
have- Yeah, but yeah, I do, well, I think it's pretty much standard that you are allowed to cut whatever's overhanging your property.
Right. It's
You
not,
can do that, but that doesn't stop the tree from falling.
right.
Well, unless it
Right.
was the weight was all on one side, perhaps, maybe
But
it
I
would.
mean, if it's a 70-foot tree or a 60-foot spruce
Yeah,
tree and you get a
yeah.
heavy wind in wet ground, it's over.
So you were willing to cut it at your expense?
Right.
Well, that seems reasonable, very
Right.
reasonable.
But I can't because if I do, then it's trespassing and then.
Yeah, you can't do it
Right.
without
Can't
permission.
just go and do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have their mailing address. I looked in our system to see if we had a phone number or something, but I don't have anything.
How long ago did you try, Con?
Oh, it's maybe 10 years.
Yeah, you could try it again,
The
just in
zoning
case.
permits are open to, like, for local, like, what do I want to say? Open to the public.
Right.
So if they ever, but they would, why, they would never have taken out a zoning permit.
No, they just.
Because it's
the
just
tax
land.
records, is the plot record public? Do I have access to that or do I not have access to that?
You mean like whatever's in the deeds?
Yeah, can I get their name and address? Or,
That, it is all open to the public. Anything recorded is open to the
all right,
public.
so
But I'll just take a look quick because I'm in here.
But
and contact them again.
it might be, yeah, it might, if it's correct dress that,
Yeah. Send it certified.
yeah. There could have been some odd reason why they either
The US
didn't
Postal
didn't get
Service.
it. Yeah,
US
or that
Postal-
they lost it or.
Postal Service.
Yeah, because you'd think there would be no reason for them to not want to
Right.
respond.
So the only thing I can see, I don't even see where they purchased it. Maybe I wonder if
they pay
they
taxes on
owned
it
it
though,
for a
right?
long time. Yep, they do. Let's see.
They may have moved without changing their.
Well, it's just
but then-
land,
Yeah.
but they live
No, I
in New
mean,
York.
But they may be living at a different.
True,
address now.
but then, but
should
they
be-
still get their tax bill somehow.
Yeah, right.
The only thing I have is from like 2006
Yeah,
in the
it is, it
recorded
might be
deeds.
escrowed too. The tax might be escrowed if they have a note on the land. It might be
Oh.
third
True.
party.
Yeah.
So they don't.
That's true. Yeah, the only thing I have is from 2006 or 2005,
All right, well,
unfortunately.
tree comes down, then we'll deal with it. With the lawyers fight, it.
Well,
Let the insurance
unfortunately,
companies fight it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, my thing is, I just want to know where the numbers came from,
Yeah.
some explanation and just say, listen, and what cracks me up is they've already issued the homestead credit without knowing where everybody's taxes are gonna be.
Well, that bases on your income tax.
Right.
So it has nothing to do with the town tax
Just I'm allowed X amount of dollars, whatever the taxes are.
because of how much you've paid in taxes or whatever, however that comes to
How
play.
much I don't earn.
Same. I hear you.
All right, that's all, so.
Okay, so
appreciate
keep, yeah, you'll get that notice in about 2.5 weeks.
it. All right, when is the tax rate going to be set? After all the evaluations?
Yeah,
Oh,
so we have to send our final numbers, so that's why it comes after grievance. We have to send all of our final numbers to the state, then they come back to us with like the education rate and then their portion of the town tax rate, because we have to send so much back to them. And then our town decides on our portion. So we're hoping that the town rate will be on the lower side this year. Just because the town went through it.
Tuition to school.
I know.
What were we paying per student down in Whitingham? How much is, if you figure, we figured it out the
Right.
firehouse today? It was like stupid. It'd be cheaper to tuition everybody close that building.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no
Gee.
problem with the elementary school. The high school's West.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
So anyways, all right, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Well, yeah,
You're
it's good you
welcome.
came in.
All
We'll
right, have a good night.
It's
see what
nice
happens.
to meet you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Is
Oh,
it?
it got warm? Yeah, it must be humid.
All right, thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
okay, take care.
So I'll do some homework, or I'll do some work in the morning and start compiling a spreadsheet so we can read some in.
Yeah.
Maybe at the end tomorrow and Friday. Now that we know what we can do.
I can do that.
Okay. And then, because I mean, I have to run, I don't have to be anywhere too soon today, but I do have to bring my son somewhere, so I can't stay too late tonight.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's like, you've been doing, because I've been doing so like crazy hours.
Yeah. Wow.
Doing like 9-10 hour days right now. Last week I had 2 days that were 12 hours and one day that was 13 hours. Because there was one day where I stayed here till 8 o'clock at night. But just trying, because I had nothing going on at home and it's just easier for me to just stay and focus and get stuff done when I'm in the realm. And I was still trying to just get through emails where like right now I'm down to 8. And those are ones that I've flagged to keep as like unread but I've already read them. So I don't have new emails I haven't read yet. Which is like, whoa.